what's going on because what he's passed on is stuff I know independently. And sometimes they pass on official circulars, like there's the huge budget shortage. They'll pass on, there was a huge budget shortage early this year, and it coincided with there being no money for petrol to take exhibits. There was no money for food for prisoners at some of the stations, for toilet rolls. There was no money for stationery more recently, and police among themselves were saying, oh, I suppose it's going to the political killings team. Anyway, so it was this group which was passing on, but also other police. For example, there's a couple of retired police who sent me stuff because they're still hearing from colleagues, some of them quite senior, that I worked with years ago, and I know they're okay. So it's different types of, but the letter came to me through this WhatsApp group, which was sharing it with everybody at that stage. The 2nd of January it was, I checked back. I was amazed. I was astonished.
Honorable Skosana, I saw your hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm a bit concerned. You know, the witness says to us that she can't name people, you know, and I would say normally that's News 24. Some of the journalists are doing exactly what she's doing here. Some of the names are named here. There's names which he named here as well. Now, I'm not sure if the witness is protecting, because he made a guarantee to those ones who gave him information. But to some of us, it's like we are gossiping here. For me, honestly speaking, it's like we are gossiping. We're going to go out of here not knowing who are we talking about here. And for me, it's disappointing, Chair, that our witness she's not prepared. And she's making very clear to us that she's not going to tell us the names. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthews. Okay, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Ukok Mary should either refrain from giving us information without names, because nameless information cannot assist us anyhow. Where are we going to go with that information to? Who are we going to confront with that information? So maybe for her sake, she can just put the nameless information on the side and give us information with names if she's not going to give us names. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've noticed that in the evidence of the witness before us is largely reliant to secondary or third sources. So it's largely on information that which the witness has received from someone or some people or this and that. So it is worrying, Chair, that the witness is not willing to reveal the sources, because how do we then put value to the evidence that is accused before us, and how do we then verify if that which has been testified before us is actually true or false? So it gets worried when the witness is refusing to reveal from whom did the witness get that kind of information. You know, Chair, we have long discussed the issue of names since the first witness, and we will implore with the witness to share with us as much information as she can, because if she doesn't, it means, therefore, as Honorable Skosana says, we're busy here gossiping. Because the statement of the witness is largely reliant on secondary sources. Thank you.
May I respond? I answered a question about my contact with Mqunu, and I had to explain how it happened. It happened. I cannot reveal a source of somebody who might get killed for telling me. I mean, this is an ethical problem, basically. I have to give people my word that I will not reveal it. When it comes, most of what I've told you, I've heard directly from people about the abuses. The prisoners themselves have managed to send emails from prison. Sometimes you can talk to them on the phone. I've spoken to people. This is first-hand information. All the names I'm mentioning are already on record. Now, if, for example, the General Mkhwanazi or General Khumalo come along and talk about, well, this is what we're doing, they're getting that information from informants, perhaps. They're not telling you the informants' names. The informants would be killed. It's the way I've been doing this. It was part of my training as a social worker. I had to take an oath of confidentiality when I was still a student. I have worked with this for years that I do not, people know they can trust me. So most of the evidence is people that are already, I'm talking about people that are already named in the media, people who've given evidence. The only names I'm with, I got that letter. You asked how I got the letter. I got it, and it's a letter that we all know exists. I didn't manufacture that letter. And I have made a point elsewhere in this affidavit, only because I was specifically asked to comment about links with intelligence, that not only does the information, some of these allegations I cannot. I'm making it very clear. Because I'm seeing reports in the media, stunning revelations. These are not revelations, they're allegations until they're examined. And these people, a lot of people are just dying to give their first-hand evidence to the Madlanga Commission. And there's a clause for secrecy in giving evidence.
Honorable James will be followed by Honorable Nomvalo and then Honorable Matthys, in that order. I think they are still not satisfied, Doctor, on the responses that you are giving.
Okay. This is not a storytelling environment. This is not a history class taking us back to the 1980s. Our communities are under siege. Our children are being fed drugs. We are here to get to the truth. Ethics has long left this room and left this country. Long time ago. It's too late for that now. We need names. Anyone that comes here today, we don't know you. You said earlier on, Professor, my people trust me. I don't know you. I don't trust anyone. So please, can we have names here today? And when you get asked a question, Chair, I find that the witness sometimes will get asked a simple question. How did you learn of the letter? And then we must hear about groups where stationery and fuelis complaints are being received. Please, can we stick to the question? Can we give a frank, honest answer? And can we move on and can we get names? We've been listening to this all morning and we've been patient with the witness, but I think time is moving. We don't have a lot of time. Can we please get to the bottom of this now?
Yeah, not before. Honorable James. Honorable James. What is it that let's be specific so that we are able to help the meeting to move forward.
Chair, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
When the witness was asked, how did she learn of the letter? She answered, she said, via a WhatsApp group, a police WhatsApp group, and members have also been complaining about fuel and about petrol and all of that stuff. The entire morning, whenever she speaks and she speaks about her sources, she doesn't reference the name. It's just, she's unable to verify. When she speaks about crime intelligence leader and head of crime intelligence, there's provincial, there's national, she's not specific with names I've picked up. So there's a lot of inconsistencies in her statement. And I think out of respect and sort of one looks, at a lot of things, so you don't want to be too hard, but it's been going on the entire morning. And there's a lot being said here where I can see we're being patient, the evidence leader's being patient with her, but she's not getting to the point, and we are getting derailed.
Okay. Did you note the question?
I did indeed. Well, I wouldn't have come here if I'd known that I couldn't withhold people's names for ethical reasons, that they might get.
Dr. de Haas, did you note the question?
I heard the question about needing to know the name. Indeed, I did. Yeah.
Note that question. We are coming later.
May I explain?
Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think the first thing that we need to, as a basic necessity that we need to protect in this house is the decorum. That is number one. When members have asked for an opportunity to make inputs during the course of her testimony, she must wait for the chair after we've spoken, for the chair to give a directive. You don't budge here, Coco. You wait for the guidance of the chairperson, and thereafter you come in, because here we are engaging so that ultimately the chair would give a direction based on the engagements that we have tendered here in a meeting. Secondly, people who have been coming to this committee, including people who are in the higher echelons of the state, have been mentioning names of serious people who occupy serious positions. So we don't understand this story that we are being told here, because it means we are subjected to hearsay. And hearsay is evidence whose credibility relies on another person other than the person who's giving testimony. So it means here you are giving us information whose credibility relies on another person. And this is a fact-finding mission. So if you come with a cold and a silent evidence, how is it going to help us as this committee? Because you give us evidence, we analyze, we dissect, and if there are names in it, we take it further by inviting those people whom you have mentioned in your testimony. So really, Chair, we can't allow to be subjected to gossips. We have no time for gossiping here. We want to deal with real evidence. She must tender real evidence. And if she has nothing to say, she must keep quiet. Thank you very much.
Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. We asked Professor Mary to be here based on the testimony of the minister. And most of his statement, he submitted the whole report, so her complaint letter. So she's here because a minister told us that one of his decisions on making, or his main decision on why the PKTT was disbanded was because of a complaint that was sent by Professor Mary. So I think that is one of the main reasons that we must have in the fore of our heads on why Professor Mary is here before us. The second issue, Prof, I think you have to also appreciate there's a difference between anthropology, ethics, and also what we are doing here. It's justice. So while we understand, you'd rather not tell us a story if we are not going to have names that are going to be attached. And you can't talk while I'm talking. So let's just take a chill pill a little bit. And it's fine if you don't want to give names. We do understand we are in a very hostile environment and people are being killed. We'd rather not hear the story because it makes us difficult for us to do our jobs as members of parliament. And you can't also roll your eyes while we are talking. We need... or maybe we must be told, how do we process information on so-and-so said this, there's someone lying in prison, I can't tell names. How do we process it? Maybe that's something that we can do, or you need to tell us, because we are here, we need facts, we need to process information. As my colleague said, there are witnesses that we need to come. We'd rather not hear the story if we are not able to verify that information, because as members of parliament, we are here to execute justice, we are here to do an inquiry. So we need that. If you cannot tell us, give us a name, don't tell us the story. And I'm asking that we do that. And maybe we should also just, just try to wrap up. And I mean, I do appreciate that people can be killed and we're going through a very hostile time, but we also can't just listen to stories and there's no way of us being able to verify that information. Thank you.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, I would just urge us as a committee to maintain equal and fair treatment to all witnesses. The terms of reference doesn't say if you don't give names, you must not tell the story. It gives an option to share a name in camera. You can share it in an enclosed setting. So let's treat all witnesses the same. If may I finish? So what I'm saying, Chair, is...
Honorable Souls, with due respect, let's take the point of order. I will come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. On a point of order, Honorable Sauls always does this. So now he's trying to say that we are treating witnesses unfairly. No one said that the witness cannot do in camera. So why doesn't he just come here and say, if the witness cannot say names, she must say it in camera. It's simple like that. Don't come here and always undermine us. And it's so unnecessary. And you hold us back here in the committee because you are unnecessary, Honorable Sauls. Just say, let the minister, let the witness do it in camera. There's no problem. Don't throw shade at us and say we're treating witnesses unfairly. It's unnecessary. You are always doing this in the committee and you hold us back as a committee of trying to be progressive. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will rule on that later. May you conclude your point, Honorable Sauls.
Thank you, Chair. I was merely responding to what was stated. The statement that was made was, if you're not going to give names, then don't tell the story. I'm saying we shouldn't do that. We should say, here's the options. We require names. You have the option. If you want to protect your sources, you can, in terms of our terms of reference, say it in an enclosed manner, in camera. And then the other names that you can state publicly, you can state it here. That's all I'm saying, Chair. Let us state it in that way. Let's not tell witnesses if you don't want to say names, then don't tell us the story. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me do this, honorable members. First of all, let me address you as honorable members. And then the next will be to talk to Professor de Haas. Honorable Sauls, you would remember that in the last proceedings, the second last proceedings, when we listened to Advocate Batoy, we had a similar arrangement where we agreed that if there were names that were to be mentioned, we will arrange an in-camera session where where that information will be provided to the committee. And you are very right when you say we must be consistent. And secondly, I want to request Honorable Matthews to attack the facts and not the person. If there is something that Honorable Sauls says, let's address ourselves to the facts that he presents or the view that he propagates than to attack him as a person. Because once you say this is what he always does, I think it's ad hominem. You are now, there is this, there was one coach who had a philosophy in football that if you can't dispossess the opponent, you must make sure that there is no possession. The ball must not move forward, and the opponent must also not succeed to move forward. So you must destroy both. So I think I will not agree with the point of order that you have raised, Honorable Matthews. And then Dr. de Haas, when I listen to these members and when I look at you, I can see that you are a citizen of an advanced age. And then these members are saying to you that they want to respect you as a senior citizen in this country. And there is no there is no intention on their part to be seen disrespecting you or harassing you in recognition of your social status in society and their socialization from where they come from. They come from communities where they have been taught to respect elders. And it will be an ugly spectacle before the eyes of the people of South Africa if you were to be, or all of us here were to be seen on television with a senior citizen like yourself. And the message that may go out there is that those young members of parliament are uncultured. They don't know how to conduct themselves towards the senior citizens of this country. And there may even be an association or any interest group or any citizen acting on behalf of the interest of the elderly, who may end up writing to us and say, you invited Dr. de Haas to Parliament, but we don't think that the manner in which you treated her accords a citizen of that social status. So we're cognizant of all that. And we also want to very much admire you for your academic accomplishments. The least we request from you is to go back to the oath that we administered this morning to say, and very respectfully so, if there is any question that is put to you, try your utmost best to respond to it satisfactorily. And that is why sometimes if you observe sitting where I'm sitting, I always check with the members if they are satisfied after asking a question or a follow-up. So where it may be difficult for you to mention a name, you can say, Chairperson, let me, and especially when the day is still so young like this, because if we need to have in-camera proceedings, we must make an application because Parliament is for the people. You don't just decide now and say, after this meeting, we will have a meeting in camera. If there are names, something that you may have to do upfront and say, in my statement, there is some confidential information that I would gladly like to share with you. But it may not be possible for me to publicly say it in the following paragraphs. So at the end of this proceedings, Chair, you can please favor me with at least 5 or 10 minutes, and I can disclose those details to you. Yeah, I think I have tried to say it in a manner that that brokers peace, in a manner that helps these proceedings to move forward. I'm always saying that when we conduct ourselves, we must not be worried about the technicalities of our arguments and our presentations. What the people of South Africa want to see is the wisdom behind our actions and the statements that we make. Thank you so much. May you please respond to the questions that the honorable members have asked.
Certainly. And I mean, there's very few names I haven't mentioned. I mean, when they're names of police, I can't mention them because they will be persecuted and lose their jobs. They may lose their lives. Let me explain. And it's one of the reasons why I am outraged that we should have a team that focus on a few dozen people that may or may not have been killed for political reasons. I sit in a province, I myself have found myself under surveillance. I have just had to debug my phone without a court order. The phone, my calls were all getting diverted. I have to watch every move I make because I've made a lot of enemies. This is me. And I don't care about my age. I mean, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Honourable Chair. It's very nice of you. I'm used to robust debates. I really don't mind. But I also need to explain, I see dreadful stuff all the time, not just for politicians. I see people dying and the police doing nothing. And yet we're spending this money on this team. I think it's outrageous, quite frankly, when ordinary people can't get justice, they want closure, they don't get it. I'm speaking here for poor people. You don't even hear about them being killed. They're killed all the time in rural areas. They're trying to defend their land, for example. No one's paying attention and doing anything special for them. Why are we doing something special for politicians? Okay, I've had my say about that. It's in my affidavit that this is one of the reasons I think, why on earth should we now focus on politicians? I mean, there's relatively few people whose names I have not mentioned. I mean, I didn't mention the name of the person I passed the information to, the policeman, because I can't do it without checking if that's okay. But there's another reason here. I mean, it doesn't interfere much with all these people I'm talking about. I mean, I've spoken to them personally, and they also want to go to the Madlanga Commission. They want to go and tell their stories to the Madlanga. This brings me, before I was contacted by Parliament, when the Madlanga Commission was set up, they reached out to me. The Commission reached out to me. I have sent a great deal of information to the Commission. The Commission will contact me through its investigators when they're finished with the process in place now. You know, with Madlanga or whatever else. Okay, they have a team headed by a forensic person. And those are the people that will do the investigations. I appreciate what Parliament is doing. As I said, I've been trying to ask Parliament this for years, to follow up on the complaints about policing and about even the task team. So I appreciate this move. I appreciate your asking me, but if you had said to me, we're going to insist, you must remember, I mean, even I know, I'm not a lawyer, but even I know that you have the right to remain silent in court, even if you're an accused, and I assume I'm not being accused. So I cannot, this is built into me. It's required by an international association of human rights defenders that I'm affiliated with, frontline defenders. You take every step to protect anyone who's vulnerable. And people who give me information that might lose their jobs or their lives by my giving a name are vulnerable. So I would just have to say thank you very much, but I cannot carry on, because don't forget that at this stage we have the Madlanga Commission with specialist investigators. They can check out whether what I'm saying, they can talk to people firsthand. And as I've said to you, people are dying to talk to the Madlanga Commission when they get as far as looking at the task team. So, as I said, I came here because I was invited and I thought it was the right thing to do. I gave the answer to this question and saying, I can't tell you the name of the person who wanted to contact Mqunu, because I was asked to give any information I had, which I have done truthfully, about my contact with Mqunu, with Cedric Ngabindi, with Sabia, and with, I was asked specifically by Parliament to give this information, and with Advocate Pakole. And that's the only reason I've done it. I was trying to please Parliament by giving them the information you want. And honestly, honourables, everybody, I appreciate the fact that you are trying to deal with this, and I don't want to diminish my support and my, my pleasure that you have taken this initiative. But I cannot give names, and they're not relevant, because what I'm saying here is that it's not just, in this case, it was one policeman that I must protect. In the other cases, these are different people who said things to me independently themselves. It's not just whatever's in a WhatsApp. That's my clarification, and I just want to make it perfectly clear. With the investigations by Madlanga Commission, I cannot reveal some of the information now. I mean, I haven't told you about what I've said to the Inspector General of Intelligence, which supports some of the allegations against people who've been charged, like Khumalo. So, I mean, there's also that. You can't let information out in the public. Well, it's still got to be investigated by people who are trained to investigate, like the people I'm told are with the Madlanga Commission. Sorry, I hope everybody will, and if you don't like what I'm saying because I'm not giving you all the names, then I'm afraid I just can't carry on. I'm sorry about it. I mean, even in court, you have the right to remain silent. And I'm doing it only for ethical reasons. I live in a very violent province. I hardly move myself now because I could get killed. So I have to take every step to protect people.
Yeah, no, very respectfully, let me check with you. What are the names that you are willing to give, and what are the names that you are not willing to give?
I'm only giving names that are on public record. I mean, the people I'm talking about are paid by taxpayers. They're police. They're prosecutors. That's public information. It's all in my letters. The only information I'm not prepared to give, and I'm quite honest to say, and I've said it because I was specifically asked about intelligence. These are all allegations. I've heard them in some cases firsthand, not from whatever comes out of WhatsApp. I've heard them firsthand from people I know, but who have given it to me because they know I won't reveal their information. There's very few, I mean, you're not in a position, I mean, this has got to be investigated because they're allegations. So there are very few names I can't, I mean, like this policeman, I could not repeat his name, the one that said he had the information. He would be at risk. So it's not like there's a lot of names in there that I'm not revealing. I'm saying I've spoken to people, all these people I wrote about in the cases, I've spoken to them personally. I mean, I followed up on my first letter. I spoke to the two lawyers in Cape Town. Their approaches were also in the minister's affidavit. I've spoken to the policemen and their lawyers. I've spoken to the lawyers.
Let's move to the next question. Are you, because your first answer is that there are names that you can reveal because these people are public office bearers. You can always reveal those names.
Yes.
And are there names that you will be prepared to reveal in camera?
No, because they are still subject to the Madlanga Commission inquiry, and they have investigators, specialized investigators, I'm told. This is what I try to get done on. I just want them to get into the hands of the right police, the right investigators, the right prosecutors. I'm not in a position to follow up. I say they're allegations.
So where you base your evidence, or where you have made statements in your written submission to us, based on the information that you got from the sources that we are not prepared to mention.
Yeah, and there aren't many of them. Sorry. I beg your pardon.
Is it your submission that the committee must not consider that information because it's not substantiated? Because one, you say that even if we arrange in-camera session, you will still not disclose the names, or you may decide to exercise your right to silence. So now what we want to know from you is, you have deposed a statement here with us. Let's say there is a paragraph where you depose evidence that is based on the information you got from Soviet. Then you say, no, I cannot give you the name of Soviet. How does the committee proceed with such evidence? Because if the committee may want to invite Soviet here to come as a witness to come and corroborate the evidence that you have provided here. So it means that evidence must fall off because it's unsubstantiated. Is that how we must understand that?
There's not, can I just explain here? Most of what I'm saying is firsthand to me. It's hearsay to you. It's all hearsay to you. Speaking to policemen, speaking to people who've told me about torture, speaking to people who've been charged by the task team, letter after letter to the DPP. It's all on record stuff.
Yes, but what we are saying here, we are probing allegations.
Yeah.
And when you are appearing before us, remember, you are appearing before us as a key witness. In fact, if we were to speak in terms of motions, if we were to speak in terms of motions, we were going to say that you are a trigger. Because everybody who came here before us, starting with General Mkhwanazi, the minister himself, and former Minister Tele, all of them say there is this letter which was written by Dr. Mary de Haas. And when you read this letter that is written by yourself, you say on paragraph 1.1 that, Minister, I request you that you instruct the National Commissioner of the South African Police Services to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincially and nationally in terms of SAPS legislation. And this is the letter that you wrote on the 31st of October, 2024. And all the activities or all the developments that followed are the ones that put us where we are today. You get it?
Yes.
So the committee is saying to you that Dr. de Haas, before you wrote this letter, there must have been some information that you gathered which make you to arrive at this conclusion that I am now at the pinnacle. I am now at the point where I must write a letter to the minister because maybe the information that I have with me is so overwhelming that I can no longer keep it to myself. Somebody has to know it. And the first person that came to your mind was the minister that you had to write to. And so now Parliament then, after the decision that you requested, must be made. that decision has been made, then Parliament appoints a committee to investigate the circumstances surrounding the dissolution of this PKTT and the alleged corrupt activities. So I just want you to appreciate the motions that get that momentum after you wrote the letter. You get it?
I do.
And so now members of parliament are conducting an investigation. They have invited you. And members of parliament say, in our engagement with you, we want to restrain ourselves. We don't want to be seen appearing in a way that does not resonate with the decorum of this house. We don't want to be seen as if we are belligerent. You get it? We want to have a conversation with you and help us to give us information that made you to arrive at a decision like this. If there is anybody who gave you information, you say, this is the information that I gathered. There is a Soviet who helped me to compile this information, but I'm not in a position to publicly mention a name like that one. You get it? So maybe before you respond, because I'm not perfect, I may want to check with honorable members if what I said represents their views. So I'm going to rotate them one by one and hear whether what I'm conveying to you is what they want it to be. Can I start? Honorable Ngono.
Yes, Chair, indeed, what you have said represents the views of the committee.
Do you have any addition that you want to make to the attention of Dr. de Haas?
Chair, she does not really help because she was given two options. That if there is an information that she believes is too confidential, that an arrangement can be done to allow her to give us in an in-camera setting. But she continues saying, I'm not going to give names publicly, but I think she does not give her response whether or not she can be able to give us those names in an in-camera arrangement, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say when I raised my hand, I was disturbed by Dr. de Haas, because apparently for her, Madlanga Commission takes precedent over us. It's been mentioned many times. Madlanga Commission that, which is unfortunate. Hence, we said in this committee, we are not accountable to Madlanga Commission. Madlanga Commission is a separate. It's separate from what we are doing as parliamentarians. Parliamentarians here, there's accountability here. You know, whatever happens there is the president prerogative to have the Madlanga Commission established. Everyone, when I mean the executive accounts here, there's a separation of power. And I know the doctor knows that. You know, I'm a bit traumatized about Madlanga Commission, almost a sentence you made now. That those witnesses would perhaps go to Madlanga Commission. They are allowed to go there. But hence the chair is asking you whether are you willing to do it on camera for us to proceed with this investigation as parliamentarians we are doing to every witness who appeared before us. We are not undermining you. But remember, we are probing. We want to know the truth. You know, we are not a subsidiary to a Madlanga Commission. We are a stand-up committee, as Ad Hoc Committee here. We need to take this to Parliament, which is an ultimate in this country. We are lawmakers. And we heard you, you know, your statement is before us, you know, but hence we want to have a bite on it, to know the truth. There's no ulterior motives against you or anyone or any other witness here. We don't have a hidden agenda. We just want the truth. But if we can't now have the names, it's fine. You must just say that you are not willing. Perhaps we'll adjourn as a committee and take a decision. How are we going to go forward? You know, we do as a witness. But with due respect, there's nothing against you as a person. We just read your statement, and your statement speaks for itself. Thank you, Chair.
Do we still have any member from the MKP who wants to?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, we've been partly covered by what Honorable Skosana has said. But Chair, what we have noted here is the highest level of arrogance of high note. And there is an attempt to reduce the credibility of this committee as if we're a subordinate of a certain commission of inquiry.
Chair, apologies, Honorable Mfalo. Chair, can you again talk to the witness to stop making gestures when members are submitting point?
Listen, let's allow Honorable Nomvalo to conclude. We will come back to you to make that point.
Chair, the first witness that appeared before this committee is General Madlanga. He mentioned the name of a witness before us in his affidavit under oath. And even when he was here, he elaborated on why he mentioned her name. The name was also mentioned by the Minister of Police, Minister Senzo Mkhulu, under oath, openly so. And she comes here, she's not a police officer. She has no right to protect informants because it's only police officers with that right to protect informants. She's just an ordinary person with passion of having views on police work. We respect that. But she must not come here and undermine Parliament. This is Parliament, and this is a committee that has been tasked. We're not just doing a normal oversight responsibility here. We're doing an investigation. This is not a portfolio committee. It's an ad hoc committee with specific terms of reference. And at the center of those terms of reference is conducting an investigation on issues that are affecting SAPS. And she comes here, she tells us about investigators, qualified investigators, who are going to investigate issues in the Madlanga Commission. As if here, by virtue of being members of Parliament, we are not qualified to listen to what those investigators can listen to. So what I see here, Chair, is the highest level of arrogance and lack of cooperation. The witness cannot choose what she can tell us. It was going to be understandable if she was saying, Chair, I am not comfortable with disclosing names here on camera. Can we disclose them when cameras have been switched off. That will be understanding. Now saying, ridiculing the credibility of this committee by saying no because I'm still here to appear in the Madlanga Commission. What is that? Madlanga Commission is not bigger than Parliament. It's an executive decision through the President of South Africa. This committee, the Ad Hoc Committee, is a decision of Parliament. So, Chair, can we not be undermined here, please? Can we not be undermined? There are three options that we have correctly put here. It's either she gives us names here. If she doesn't, off camera. And if she doesn't want to give us names at all, she must not accuse evidence with names which are not disclosed, which are not going to be disclosed. She must just keep quiet and not say that I was told by so-and-so. She must not even go there because we will probe her further. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Ngola.
No, Chair, I was saying I've noticed, which I think Orm Mateus noticed as well, and it continues unabated. The witness, every time a member is submitting, whatever the member is submitting, the witness is making unnecessary gestures. Can you plead with the witness to refrain from that conduct? It's not allowed. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the DA, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we invited Dr. de Haas here, knowing what her evidence would be, more or less. We've heard people refer to what she would talk about, and we know what her background is. We know that she's a researcher. We know that she's an anthropologist. We know that she's a sociologist, and that she has a certain protocol to which she must adhere. And she's told us about that protocol, that she has an ethical standard by which she is bound. If you're doing research as an academic, Chair, you rely on a network of, let's call them informers for want of a better word. As soon as you start naming those people publicly, you'll never have another word from them. She'll be unable to conduct her research. She'll be unable to do her job. She'll be unable to make the contribution that she's making. And it's no different to any of the other witnesses, Chair. We've had many witnesses, and all of their evidence is, well, 90% of the evidence has been hearsay. Nobody has led any evidence before this committee. No one's produced any evidence. We've had a lot of information. Any one of us who thinks that we've heard evidence is deluded. So I don't see what the fuss is about this particular witness. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron. Honorable. Okay. Honorable Matthias.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We aligned with you. I think it's just important that there should be a reminder to our witness that this is Parliament. We are Parliament of the people. The difference between the Commission and this Ad Hoc Committee, Prof, is that whatever our findings are here and also what our recommendations are, it's binding. So partly your approach to us and your response to us, I agree that it has been a touch of arrogance there that you may as well pack up and go, and also mentioning the Commission more times than is necessary, and their investigation, etc. And perhaps for the sake of progress, I think we must just get where there are no names that have been mentioned, because I might even tend to agree that it's not tremendously consequential to our investigation on the names that are not mentioned, and we might be going around in circles on something that might not be of grave consequences to the committee. So I think let's get that out of the way, and maybe our evidence leaders can work that out. But I do think it also just set a precedence Chair, that when we have witnesses here, that they just be conscious, even when we take their statements, if there's information that they feel that is going to jeopardize other people, that it's noted in their statement, and that we have an approach rather than us coming here and then we have to deal with, I can't mention names, etc. It does make our work a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I think we can move in that regard. That's our submission. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Chair, we have indulged the witness. We've tried to be fair. You took time to explain our position. We explained that the witness would have an opportunity to share the names with us for our purposes of probing the allegations in an enclosed session. We were fair. I was very disappointed by the response of the witness thereafter. And I take strong exception to hear Dr. de Haas say that if we don't want to, she can leave. Now, it's wrong. It feels like Dr. de Haas is talking down on all of us. We are a legitimate structure. We are a legal structure. And Dr. de Haas has been invited because allegations has been made. We have granted a platform for her to have a right of reply to these allegations and clear it up. Instead of returning the courtesy, we are being spoken down on. And I also want Dr. de Haas to know that even though you were invited on this occasion, and you feel you have the option to decide whether you want to testify or not, Section 56 of our Constitution also empowers the National Assembly, and by extension, ad hoc committees like ourselves, to summons you. And when we summons you, you have no option to opt out except for 2 exceptions, which I'm sure you know. So please do not come across as you are looking down at us and speak with such arrogance. You can just back up and go, that I take strong exception to. And I want you to be clear that we are not some tuck shop somewhere. We are a legitimate legal institution with power. We are constitutionally empowered to do what we do. So I implore you to show the same courtesy, help us in our effort. If you refuse and you want to go, we will then use our power to summons you back here if we feel that there is information that we want to oblige you to give to us. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Yeah, I think I'm covered by the former speakers. I actually don't believe that the people that Dr. de Haas is protecting would add any value to what we're doing today. I think, if anything, we more want to know what prompted her, what prompted that writing of that letter, and sort of trying to persuade the minister to disband the PKTT. I think, if anything, that was the focus. It makes it very hard to even prompt her further. She said what she's wanted to say. She's not going to speak. She's not going to share names. And I think the fact that she's a senior citizen today makes it very difficult for me and where I come from and my upbringing. You know, she's obviously has a made-up mind, and we're going to leave it at that. I think, if anything here today, what she has revealed is the poor leadership within our minister. Because in his testimony, one of the things, the driving factors that led him into authoring that letter was Dr. Mary de Haas. So it would have been interesting today for us to hear from her who are those people that was poking and prompting and the whys, but she's not able to tell us that. The focus today is her input towards the minister disbanding the PKTT. She's not willing to tell us, in or off camera, she's made it clear. Where do we go further? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yeah.
Chair, our colleague, Advocate Sikalala, just reminded me that we did caution in advance that calling Dr. de Haas would create this kind of problem, in inverted commas, because much of her evidence or the information that she's sharing with the committee is based on a network of information that she receives, much from third parties and other sources, and is not direct evidence. And what she has now mentioned, where she has refused to disclose the name, is just such an example. I would be inclined, like we did the other evening, to request for the informant or the person to be disclosed to us in confidence, in camera. I would request that, but I also do. One also has to have respect for her as an academic. There are certain fundamental tools of the trade, as it were, of a profession that academics use at university and other places of learning to bring knowledge to us, is sometimes based on information that they ethically cannot disclose. So I'm sympathetic to that kind of approach also, Chair. But I don't have a definitive answer other than to request that we go in camera, go into and for her to disclose the name. And I think Honourable Member Matthys is perhaps right to say, well, it could be much ado about nothing. When we hear the name, it may not add much, if anything, to our further deliberations. But we won't know that until we hear from Dr. de Haas.
Yeah.
I think also the reference to Madlanga is, I think we need to also bear in mind that I think what Dr. de Haas, and she can speak for herself, is that because Madlanga is a team of investigators, it's quite possible that they could find who the person is through their reach and their investigations, which will absolve Dr. de Haas from taking that moral responsibility of disclosing the name. We don't have that luxury, unfortunately, Chair.
Well, I'm not taking further hands, honourable members, because I want us to break. I hear the points that honourable members are making here. The point of academic networks, there is nobody who can ignore it. It would have been very good if you say it yourself, Prof. To say, I'm a person who does research. And in this field, there are certain codes that we subscribe to. Whatever method that you use, you need to get consent. And that is why there are so many other research techniques that a person can use, because you may not want to reveal the identity of the sources that help you in your research. But it's you know, when we ask you to say, are you saying that even in camera, if we were going to request you to disclose the sources, you say not even in camera, and then it ends there? You would have assisted us if you say, look here, Chairperson, this is the kind of the work that I do. And I have promised the networks that I consulted that this information remains confidential between us. And I may not be able to disclose it to anybody because it may put your lives in danger. Or even yourself, your life can also be in danger. That is acceptable. And we have always said it here that we are reasonable human beings. And even the application and administration of the law is done in a reasonable manner. Because the law is made to serve human beings. It's not meant to strangulate. And I think that is a fair point, but you should have said it yourself here. It must not be Honorable Breitenbach or Honorable Matthews or the SC speaking for you. It must be said by you, and we will reasonably take it. But secondly, I want to restate it here that it is our utmost intention, and this is what we want to do manifestly here as the committee, that we want to be manifestly seen out there respecting you as a senior citizen of this country. And that one we are unflinching about. We want to show you our utmost respect. And we also want you to feel the same warmth and comfort that you feel at your home. You must feel it here. When you have a conversation with us, you must be having a conversation with your children or with your grandchildren. You must be seen guiding them. You must be seen exposing them to the things that ordinarily they may not know in their lives. That is the kind of the atmosphere that must pervade our engagements here, and that is an atmosphere that will help us to move forward. So there must never be at any stage where you feel irritated by honorable members, where you feel offended. They are doing their work. They want to probe the allegations that have been made. And like I've said here, nobody has said it here. It was said by me as the chair that you have been a trigger that put in motion a series of events that at the ultimate was a letter that was written by the minister. And some of the words that are used in your letter are the words that were used in the letter the minister wrote to the police commissioner. You see? Not all of them. I saw one word immediately is one word that has featured very prominently in these hearings. It's used in the letter which you wrote in October and the letter which was written by the minister on the 31st of December. So that is why it's very, very critical, Dr. de Haas, that, and look, where I'm sitting, I'm not convinced that we have reached a stage where we will say no, or either of us will say you take it or you leave it. We haven't reached that stage. And we can't even reach that stage with a person of your quality, a senior citizen, an accomplished academic. Sitting here, we can't reach a stage where we say, look, you either take it or you leave it. We can't do those things. No. And I will emphasize it. It must never be the technicality of the statements that we make. It must never be about the techniques of our arguments. What we want to see being foregrounded here is the wisdom that makes this country to move forward. That's exactly what we want to see. So, honorable members, before we break, let me get the commitment of Dr. de Haas that when we come back, we are going to move forward and she will try her best to cooperate with the committee and give the answers to the best of her ability. Dr. de Haas.
Thank you. I just need to explain a few things, and I'm really sorry if it seemed arrogant, but the point is I thought that I'd explain my ethical position. And I mean, among other things, I mean, I am still a registered social worker. I mean, I could be, and not that it would really matter, but I mean, strictly speaking, would be the end of a profession if I had betrayed someone's confidence, put it that way. But what I'm a bit puzzled, and I really don't take exception to any of the criticisms, I'm used to it. This is what academic conferences are about. In fact, they get even more insulting. And this is a very staid, I appreciate the comments. I'm sorry if it was seen as arrogance. It was really my irritation for not understanding that I cannot betray people's confidence. Perhaps I didn't explain it well enough. Okay, but I'm not sure what all this thing about names is, because I mean, it came up in connection with my contact now with the minister. And that is a police member whose name I could not reveal because it would endanger, if not his life, his job. Okay. But most of what I've written here is already on record with Parliament. I'm referring to my earlier attempts 4 years ago to different committees to say there's a problem with crime intelligence. Can you get the ministers in, especially with the police? I mean, when I read this letter to the minister, I thought, well, he'll never respond. I copied it to Parliament. I never even got a formal acknowledgement from the committee. I sent it as a formal complaint. So what I'm saying is I'm delighted that Parliament is now in a state where it is actually trying to address these issues. And my reference to the Madlanga Commission, I see as a completely separate issue, because all I'm saying is they actually have a luxury you don't have. They've got forensic investigators. So, I mean, the issues I brought up are almost all on record. I don't know what names you're talking about. I mentioned the name of a policeman. Now, I did that. And I was just going to focus on the whole thing about the task team. I was asked, when I was asked to give evidence, I was asked to comment about my contact with the minister, which I've done fully. And that is how it came up that there was one person who gave me information I needed to pass on. And it's neither here nor there, because it's got nothing to do with that I'd written personally before, because the information I send to Parliament, I send it to the police. I send it to Parliament because the police don't respond. I am saying, this is what people are telling me.
Yeah, Prof.
Can you investigate?
Doctor,
That's my position.
Yeah, Dr. de Haas, respectfully, so let's do this. When we come back, then during the proceedings where you are required to mention your source, you can say, this one I can mention because he's a public office bearer. It's public knowledge. Number two, chairperson, here, this information is still raw and may be a subject of investigation. I may not be able to say it because I don't know the extent to which it can jeopardize the investigations. That is fair. Yeah. You get it?
Yes.
If you have been informed by somebody and the information is so sensitive that you can't be excited about it, you say, look, this is a raw information. I can't be able to mention it here because it may be under investigation or now investigations are underway as we speak. Number three, this one is part of my field of research. This is where the information was drawn. And I have made a commitment to the participants in my research that this stays confidential. I think everybody knows it. That, like I explained, that you can use different assembly methods in a research, or you can identify your participants. But you can't go out. Like now, if somebody does a research about the PKTT, it's a very, very sensitive terrain. And then you go there, you meet people, they give you information, you come and produce a document. But you can't mention where you got those things because it's unethical, it's unprofessional within the academic circles. So we will want you to say those things where you feel you have comfort to give us the names, and here I'm uncomfortable. I may not give us those names for the following. You know, I think how the members understood it is when you just say it bluntly without any explanation or substantiation to say the reason why, even if we go in camera, I can't give you the information is for the following reasons. You get it? I mean, if I have to remind you, at some point you even said, I can exercise my right to silence. And for sure, I assume that is what could have offended the members. You could, look, at your age, you could have gathered some euphemism to say it in such a way that your juniors, they keep on following you without any qualms. Is it very clear? Is it clear to you?
Even so.
Did you hear me?
I didn't hear the last sentence you said.
Yeah, no, I'm saying at your age,
yeah,
you could always find better ways. You know, older persons in society, they always have this delicate ways to process fragile and sensitive matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you do that?
Well, my problem is that I'm still very much in academic circles and I haven't really changed very much over the ages. So maybe that's the problem I'm having. But I mean, I do want to distinguish, though, between what I think Parliament can do, and I'm very happy it's doing. And I really want to emphasize, I was not going to give evidence about intelligence because it is all allegations. I have personally spoken to operatives, so some of it is firsthand to me.
Yeah.
But everything else is on record.
Yeah, no, but to conclude on this point before we break, you and I are now making a commitment in these proceedings that when we come back, we are going to see the delicate ways that you use to process fragile and sensitive matters. That is the commitment we are getting from you. Thank thank you so much.
So where I put it, I guess.
Yeah. Honorable members, it's almost 14 hours now. May we please break and come back at 15 hours. It's almost 14 hours now. You'll come back at 15 hours. No, 15 hours. I want you to refresh. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I really thought I'd explained it, but I explained it.
You see, SC, are we back? Are we back, SC?
Yes, Chair.
Prof, Doctor. Dr. De Haas. Are we ready to rock and roll?
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Yeah. Your seat is here. Your seat is here, Chief Whip. That's where your seat is.
How much?
No, there is no problem if you want to sit at the back. Yeah. Because Chief Whip, as the Chief Whip of the majority party in Parliament, as the Chief Whip of the majority party in Parliament, when you go to any committee meeting, you remain the Chief Whip. Yeah. There is at no stage that you are not the Chief Whip. Yeah. I want us to proceed. Yeah, I'm handing over back to you.
Jay, are you still busy with Dr. De Haas on the last issue?
No, we're done on that issue. She made a commitment that when we come back from the break,
lunch. Yeah,
we can tap from her wisdom, and I see you also want to compliment her.
You asking her?
I have asked her, and she committed that we are going to tap from her wisdom. So now, were you done with your questions, or you still want to lead evidence?
Me,
No, I mean the SC.
Yeah, the advocate.
Well, apart from the other issue that we had about naming the
witnesses.
The witness. I did have a few more questions.
You still had few questions?
Yes, Chair.
How long does it take you to conclude those questions?
Well, it always depends also on the witness, but it shouldn't be longer than 20 minutes, half an hour.
Okay. Do you hear what the SC is saying, honorable members? The SC says in round about 20 minutes, he may be concluding leading evidence. So I want to request you to start reading yourself, because once he concludes, we may not have time to break. So if you can start preparing yourself so that once we reach that stage, you are ready to ask questions. SC, you will tell me when you are done. And I'm going to request members not to interrupt the SC because it's only 20 to 30 minutes. Thank you. I'm not going to take any point of clarity between now and the conclusion of evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Honourable Chair? Thank you, Honourable Members. Just perhaps, Dr. De Haas, just to recap, the reasons that you mentioned in your statement why the PKTT should be disestablished, and in fact you say should have been disestablished a while ago, you refer to at 17.1, where of your statement on page 11, it was completely unnecessary to establish the PKTT as our KZN provincial team had already made important breakthroughs in high-profile political cases. At 17.2, you refer to the structure of the PKTT, which you say is completely irregular. I make this point as I've been working with task teams which have always been set up with clear structures of command and oversight and of limited duration. At 17.3 on page 13, nor is there any good reason whatsoever for a team of detectives to focus on you put political killings in inverted commas. And this is, I asked you this earlier, they have never defined what exactly they mean by this term. And they are known to have taken dockets for which they have no mandate, such as those involving cases of alleged fraud and or gross municipal corruption, which is the mandate of the Hawks, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, as per the SAPS Act. Lastly, it's the costs is prohibitive. And those reasons, Dr. de Haas, they correspond also more or less with the reasons given to us by Minister Nkunu when he gave his evidence. So just a brief comment on any of them or all of them.
Only to say that I hadn't even, I skimmed through Minister Nkunu's affidavit. I skimmed through and I was particularly interested in the appendixes, the annexures, which actually have breakdowns of where they claim their successes. That was my main focus thus far. I haven't finished with it yet, but that's as far as I got. So when I put this together, it was entirely my own experience gave rise to these reasons. Particularly, I mean, one of the may or may not have got into an annexure is the stunning successes of our provincial team dealing with the carnage in Glebeland's hostel, which carried on because there's been other massacres since. So, and the fact that a lot of what they claim, I know they claim as successes, were actually on virtually the evidence that was ready for prosecution was done by the provincial members who'd been, even as clearly admits, seconded to the team. That's the main thing. So, and the prohibitive expense. I mean, quite apart from all the systemic abuses, because I mean, it's true that the police do that a lot, but this is almost a modus operandi for them, this illegal seizure of phones and no regard. So yeah, I can confirm all that as my own deductions. Yeah.
Okay. Then just moving on to the prosecutor's name that you mentioned throughout, Kaba.
Yes.
You've also lodged complaints about Advocate Kaba to the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
Indeed, because lots of people, including in statements and affidavits I was sent from Gauteng about a case he's dealing with there, the Crusher case in particular. But there's a lot of affidavits there. I've spoken to 2 senior police members who say, well, he was going to be under investigation. One, I'll quote the words because you're wanting names. No, I can't quote the names of the policemen. May I explain that when I don't quote names, it's only for those reasons that, especially, I may open them up to adverse actions, as in the form of losing a job or losing their lives. And most of them are the policemen. The people whose names I don't give you are police members. So I'd just like to make that clear on record. They told me this, and they claimed that Kaba was advised to leave Gauteng, where the spotlight was getting to be on him, and come to this province. What we do know is that when he got here, Despite these allegations, he was promoted to senior public prosecutor by Mrs. Harrison. I won't go into the problems I've had with Mrs. Harrison before. So what I did last year, another policeman told me that Mr. Garber's got very powerful protection. He said, I'm trying to investigate him, but I can't let on because someone will sabotage it. These are policemen. I want to again explain, as the Honourable Chair asked me to do, that the only reason I'm not doing this is that I could not betray their trust in me. They tell me because I know that they would suffer adverse consequences if they did. That's the only reason. And I think it's policemen because, again, I mean, when the conversation came up, and please understand, I don't mind what you say about me, and I don't mind the challenges you throw out. I'm sorry if I seemed arrogant about it, but I think I was just kind of saying, no, I just can't carry on if I have to reveal names that I've given my word not to remain. Anyway, but I appreciate the work you're doing. And I also want to say, I believe that you can do some things as Parliament, especially when all the stuff's on record and you could call for an audit, for example. You can do things that you don't have those resources and investigative capacity. That's the only reason I brought the Commission into it, because you don't want to put stuff on record so that they can cover up before anyone in the Commission gets to investigate it. Okay. And mainly police people. So I wrote, when it was clear that one complaint after the other was coming to me from Kaba, and I must mention here there's an affidavit which may or may not be there, but it's become quite a famous affidavit in the media. It is the man who pulled the trigger on Sindiso Magaka. He's called Nglengwa. And Nglengwa was one of the original arrests, and the original investigations was done by the provincial team. Nglengwa, in his affidavit, says the prosecutor who took the case initially agreed that he could be a state witness. But that prosecutor, who I know to be a good prosecutor in the provincial office, was withdrawn, and Mr. Kaba came in and he stopped it. The hitman, Nglengwa, has been chomping at the bits to make a confession for the last 5 years, I think, 6 years. And a little group of people put some money together for him to get an advocate to help him, because nobody was helping him, not his lawyers, not the prosecutor. And that is the confession is the result of that, where it specifically names Kaba as obstructing justice when he wanted to confess, right? And somebody else has made an affidavit. Mr. Pillay has made an affidavit that I should have attached there also to say, and he had witnesses, because they were in the office when this happened, of one of the prosecutors that Kaba was trying to get him to force his state. Okay, I've been getting all this since late last year. I wrote to the National Director of Public Prosecutions, which I've done with other cases, to contest. And I said, can you please send in an independent senior prosecutor or other advocate just to check all those dockets? These are the allegations. I started off very politely. I said, this is not fair on Mr. Kaba that he gets all these allegations. He should be able to clear his name if it can be cleared. And if not, we should know. Okay. I just got the replies back all the time. First reply was, Mrs. Harrison will check. I said, but Mrs. Harrison is the very person who appointed him to senior public prosecutor. How can we call her independent? I'm asking you to bring in somebody senior from another province. To this day, they won't do it. So that's that story. But I think in some of these cases, there's going to be a lot of corroborating evidence coming out when the cases finally get to court. But as I've said to you, tracing these cases out, there's a kind of what they call the Stalingrad option of deliberately delaying hearings. Oh, well, sorry, I'm not available. Another 6 months goes by. Okay. And in one case where Mr. Tabas said this prosecutor has got to suddenly not use those 3 days. There's a High Court judge in Pietermaritzburg called Judge Singh. She actually needs Mr. Shange. Mr. Shange is his deputy that he takes instructions from. I checked the whole High Court rolls on the Pietermaritzburg High Court. There is no case set down for 3 days. There's a Singh here and a Singh there, but no Singh running a case for 3 days. So it seemed to me that that was not quite honest. Okay.
I think I asked you this morning when we consulted, why haven't you lodged a complaint with IDEC?
Well, I actually didn't know that I could. Thank you for telling me.
Well, it sounds like corruption to me.
Yeah, no, that's what
defeating the ends of justice, withdrawing cases, enrolling cases, withdrawing them, and you also say lying, because now you just look at a court roll and you see there's no judge.
No, there's at least one free day of those 3 days where no judge of Singh is presiding, according to the court roll. So, I mean, no, I will do that. And it's a very helpful suggestion because I'm actually...
Don't mention my name.
No. No, I'll say it came up in the commission and I was told that I could approach, in the ad hoc. But I will definitely do that because I
Okay, then I just wanted to, your interactions, I think we've already heard from you about Minister Mkhunu, and then just the remaining two, Advocate Bakoli and Mr. Kabinde.
Yeah.
You deal with Kabinde at paragraph 27.
Yeah. I can answer that quite quickly. I mean, and there's no sort of unknown sources here. This is what I experienced personally. Mr. Ngabindi, I know he was at IPID, and I don't think I dealt with him there, but I couldn't be sure because I did do quite a bit of interaction with IPID head office, but I don't remember dealing with... I remember the reports about him falling out with McBride, but that was about as much as I could remember about him. And then what happened was that after Minister Mkhunu was suspended and there was a new minister... I didn't know who to send my complaints to because I do have to write a complaint about the state of policing in the province. And I asked Patricia, I'm in almost daily interaction with Patricia almost. We deal with a lot of stuff together. And Patricia Mashali, Mrs. Mashali. And she said, oh, look, Ngabindi is the head of the office there, try him. And I did, and I sent him a couple of things. And I got a response to say that there would be a new person who hadn't quite started. And she is, I think, she's an... What did I say she was called? I think she's a General Pino. Yeah. So she's quite efficient. I sent to her and she acknowledges and says it's been sent on. That's how I dealt. Then I phoned Ngabindi after the police, and it seems that our police were paid to go up there and do all these actions against. We have no money for a lot of resources at the moment in KZN. And our police were there operating... going into Ngabindi's home, beating his brother allegedly. So I just phoned to ask if he'd opened a case about his brother, and he said he had, and I think he said there wasn't a warrant. I didn't deal with him after that.
And just on Patricia Mashale, also raised it with you this morning, that Minister Mkhunu had also referred a number of complaints, a whole bundle of complaints to the IGI, but had received a report back to say that I think it's between 70 to 80% of those complaints had no substance.
I must confess.
I'm just asking you the extent to which you do rely or have relied also on Patricia Mashale's network.
No, thank you. Yeah. A lot of the information she's given him, I followed up independently. Okay. And I think the problem, because she was adamant she'd given proof of what she'd said. And she records also for other corruption reported to her by her former husband. And that was why they'd seized her phone and they wanted this and that and the other. But on the whole, I mean, in terms, all I relied on her with this was to say, well, who can I contact there? And she knew who to contact. And I realized I actually facilitated this. Suddenly, in answer to the question there, suddenly there was a call to say we need to meet with Patricia Mashale, and I facilitated it. I said, will you meet with them? And she actually said to me, and I think her husband did too, former husband, can we trust this person? I said, well, I don't know. I think you can. I don't know. And then you must remember also, of course, that there was no Inspector General of Intelligence until I think last year. There was a hiatus between the resignation of Dr. Dindwe, or the end of term of Dr. Dindwe. So I'd been interacting with an advocate in the office, not the head of the office. Then in come the new head, and I got a message to say all directives, all my queries must go to his PA. In other words, not to keep sending it to the advocate. So we're not absolutely sure whether or not the information was accurate. But normally I've checked out her stuff and verified it with people that she's reported, and I've spoken to them directly.
Then you also mentioned Advocate Pikoli. You said you met him once?
Once. I only met him once. I knew he was the legal advisor for the minister. I think I'd heard that along the way somewhere, because I had admiration for him based on what happened some years back to him. And I heard he was in the office and acting for the minister. And then he said he was coming to Durban on business, and I met him in Professor Zulu's office because he'd arranged to meet someone who used to be a senior student of Professor Zulu's. So we combined it, but the discussion was general. He did ask me, he said, did you write these letters? Yes. He asked me for clarification, but I want to stress at no stage did he indicate that there was even a consideration of disbanding. He just asked me to verify. And then we branched off a whole lot of other stuff, including like he was shocked when I told him about the guy who'd planted the grenade at the university and nobody knew was working for the security police.
And then you also mentioned Lieutenant General Sabir.
Oh, now that's another interesting one. I had no contact with Sabir. I didn't much like the man because he brought one of these spurious legal actions against Patricia Mashale over a fairly trivial thing, and she wasn't even served with the papers. Anyway, by the end of January, I was deeply concerned about the fact that there was no sign of any disbandment of the task team, and I was getting more and more problems about the prosecutor. It was a combination. And I began to wonder, if they're going to be forced to disband, what's going to happen to those dockets? What have they done with the dockets? What dockets have they got? And I discussed with somebody, I think it was a lawyer or maybe even a policeman, and I honestly don't know who it was. I remember a discussion and saying, do you think I should maybe ask Sabir, who's the Deputy National for Detectives? Because I knew that the original structure was to report to the Deputy National of Detectives. Okay. I asked somebody who gave me his number. I sent him a message and I said, I wrote him a covering letter. And I said, I'm really concerned. Are you able to take those dockets and check them? The emails bounced back. I sent him a message and said, well, I don't think you've got the emails. He never replied to me again. So in other words, they're not even on record. As far as I know, I don't know how emails bounce back, how people get emails, because they definitely bounce back. Virtually everything I sent him was what I'd sent to Parliament and the Minister last year, just with a covering letter. I sent a copy of the letter from Minister Mqunu to say, look, this is a legal instruction. So that was my contact with Sabia. Yeah, and that was the end of it.
Can I just ask you about paragraph 33, about this alleged conflict of interest, you say, which is inherent in General Khumalo having been allowed to continue to occupy two roles. One, the project manager of PKTT, and also that of crime intelligence.
Well, there is an inherent conflict of interest. Look, these are two, let me go back to about first year sociology. These are two very separate roles. They demand separate requirements and qualifications. One is managing finance, and as I said, there were allegations that there were problems there with the PKTT. And the other, of course, the project manager one, the other one was the fact that he was in crime intelligence, which also involves approving of financial expenditure by intelligence. And I've been getting all these are first-hand contacts from police members. So again, forgive me, Chairperson, but I can't reveal the names because of this whole question of maybe endangering them, and because they know that I've said I won't reveal their identities. So that's the only reason. I think the only people I'm not naming are police members. But when I heard this I was getting messages from people I know, senior, saying there's a whole restructuring going on. And I was talking, and there was one individual member who'd been in crime intelligence for a long time, and he was saying, I don't know what to do, because there are regulations about what you pay to informants and rewards. Like if you get a big drug bust, they're supposed to get a reward. He said, I can't do that. I can only offer them 3,000 rand, and they're risking their lives. I mean, police informants are risking their lives. Some of them get killed. I said, well, I don't know. I checked with the officer of the IGR, but the new IGR wasn't there. I think I checked with the advocate there, and she said, well, he better come and tell us. And I said, but he's too scared to. I think they'll just lose their jobs if their names leak out. I don't know what happened. There was actually, I didn't go to the media. Somebody went to the media, and there was a report to the same effect. Okay, so it's finances in two positions, because the minute after General Khumalo was appointed to head crime intelligence, I was also getting from individual members of crime intelligence saying, we've got no vehicles. We thought these vehicles were bought for us. We're having to use public transport, and that's a risk to us. We don't know why we're not getting the vehicles. We think the money's going to the political killings task team. Well, I don't know. This is what I mean about a conflict of interest, two roles. So that was the first thing. He should never have been in both these positions at the same time. That's what I was saying. The other issue with him, and this is what I did know that he was on bail, and I did know that his bail conditions precluded him, Khumalo, from going to work, basically to engaging in his intelligence work. And he was talking about what had happened since he'd been given bail, which he should not have been involved in. So that's why I raised the issue of these conflict of interest, because it creates the impression maybe this is where the money's going, so there's no money for crime intelligence. I don't know. I mean, I'm asking people to, one of the things you'll see I'm asking the committee, your ad hoc to do, is to push for proper audits. The only people that can deal with this sort of complaint is the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. And sometimes I've got round to copying stuff to Scopa, but I really want to push for a proper independent audit of both especially of the KwaZulu-Natal budget, because it was used up very early in the year. So this creates these perceptions that money's going to the task team because of its expenses. So that's what that was about, just to put that in.
And then just lastly, you make some suggestions, urgent actions that are required at paragraph 36.1.
Sure.
Expediting the implementation of the overdue legislation to restore civilian oversight to the intelligence services, including financial independence and competent staffing at the Office of the IGI. In 36.2, an immediate independent audit of the KZN policing budget and of all PKTT expenditure. And in 3, there must, without delay, be an audit of all the guns which have been in the hands of the PKTT. You want to explain?
Yeah, I do. I would like to, because look, I was very close to what was happening in July 2021. I even had former students phoning me in panic and sending messages on and telling me what was happening in Phoenix, and all sorts of, even police were sending me messages about what was happening and the role of private security companies in Phoenix. So I knew that, I've written up a chapter in it in a book on protest, but I'd read through, for example, the report by the committee chaired by Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, and that was in 2018, about restoring civilian oversight to the intelligence services. And he said it was urgent. Now, I think it's common knowledge that finally that legislation was passed last year. That is, how many years now? 6 years after it was deemed urgent, and it was only enacted this year. And there's all sorts of, in a separate annexure, I've just done a memorandum about the security situation in KwaZulu-Natal. You see, after July 21, I thought there might be a focus on getting better intelligence, because from more than one senior person, including a senior minister at the time, that after Jacob Zuma was arrested, nothing was coming through from KwaZulu-Natal. Mkhwanazi was nowhere to be found. Even his phone was off. One minister went off. One minister was very irate. She just couldn't understand how the man didn't have his phone on when the province was burning. Anyway, I thought we might pay attention to intelligence, but it's actually deteriorated from what the members tell me. One member I spoke, who was a long-time member, a couple of weeks ago, said, well, it's virtually collapsed in KwaZulu-Natal. So I think there's an urgency here, and that brings me to the guns, because what I forgot to mention is, in one of the early reports from Minister Clearly, one of the very few, he was talking about, well, we've made all these arrests for guns and illegal guns and dockets and guns, and they were a range of very dangerous guns. But a senior provincial detective said, well, what happened is that actually, and again, as I said, I'm not mentioning these names because they are police members, and it would at least lose them their jobs, and it might even get them killed, some of them that are doing dangerous work right now. And he said to me, what happened is that apparently, and it's not confidential, the task team went to the different stations in the province where there were illegal guns taken in, and they took the dockets and they took the guns. That's why this massive amount of information, see how well the task team is doing. Someone told me along the way, I think it was a prosecutor, who was also very concerned about it, said, but you know, they say they do their own ballistics. Well, I mean, what does that mean? They are police members. You've got to use police ballistics. So I would really like, I mean, the crime problem in KwaZulu-Natal is out of control at the moment. And we've got to deal with the gun problem. And I think if Parliament could press for some sort of audit of all the guns that have been in the hands, well, even the guns in the hands of the police. I mean, because they do go missing from the police. I know that from firsthand. But I don't know where all these guns are. What happened to them? Were people actually convicted? What happened to the guns? Were they bona fide police ballistics people that tested them? It's unknown. I think an audit of the guns by, I don't know by who, but there must be some way of doing it. These are things that, what I said to you earlier, you know, the things Parliament can do. The Madlanga Commission will take a long time to get round to doing investigations, but Parliament can do things as soon as it's reached its ad hoc conclusions.
Thank you. Thank you.
And there's longer term stuff. Yeah. You know, I, as a social scientist, am very concerned about a creeping culture of secrecy. I gave evidence here against the secrecy bill years ago. But there's a creeping culture of secrecy. We've had problems even getting PIA applications without having to go to court. And there's an increasing use of slap suits, defamation actions by the police, at our expense, I think, to try and stop people telling the truth, basically. I mean, just last week we were saying that they're doing this against people who are also trying to protect land rights of Indigenous people. So, I mean, that is longer term. We've got to expedite that legislation. The other longer term thing, and again, a policeman phoned me just before I came and said, look, we have, among ourselves, we're talking. He's a retired senior man. And we've decided we've got to restructure the police. I said, yeah, I've said that. We have to restructure. And these are longer term things. But at the same time, we have to keep it in mind. I mean, there's a national development plan that's got some good ideas.
Okay, Doctor.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dan. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you done?
Thank you.
Hope so.
Okay. We are now going to the next session, Doctor, where we are going to allow these honorable members of Parliament to ask you questions. And I'm going to request that in your responses, you must be crispy. Yeah. You must be crispy. Yeah, so that because the time that we allocate to a member, if a member asks you one question and you take the whole time of a member responding,
Okay.
then it means the member forfeits his or her right to ask questions. Yeah. Okay. How much time do you want me to allocate to honorable members? Mm-hmm. A member. 15. 15. Okay. We are going to do like this, honorable members. Today, because our guest today is a senior citizen, and I want you to enjoy the luxury of being with the senior citizens. I allocate each one of you 20 minutes across, full members and alternates. Each one of you today will have 20 minutes. I will exercise some flexibility where I see that you have not exhausted your list. I may give some 5 minutes extra, but I won't go beyond 30 minutes with every member. Yeah. Yes. Are you ready, Honorable Ngola?
We are all ready.
You are all ready. Okay. Let me check the time. It's now 15:42. At 15:02, your time will expire, Honorable Ngola. 16:02, your time will expire, and then the time of Honorable Sokanyile will expire at 16:22.
Donate.
Yeah. Honorable Skosana.
Oh, I thought you were giving us 15 minutes each, so you're giving us half an hour.
No, I'm giving each one of you 20 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. You don't have to use all of it. So listen, Honorable Ngola, your time starts at 15:43. So it will now end at 16:03. Your time starts now.
Yeah, thanks. Honorable Sokanyile is going to make a humanitarian donation if my time ends. Thank you very much, Prof. Doc. Are you an expert in policing?
Yeah, sorry. I beg your pardon?
Go to the mic, Doc.
Yeah, okay.
Are you an expert in policing?
An expert in, in?
Policing.
Policy, I know quite a bit about it, actually.
Not policy.
Yeah.
Not policy. Policing.
Policing?
Yeah, policing services.
I did research on policing in the 90s. I wrote a report on policing based on research. And I have written a lot of stuff on violence that includes assessments of policing. I think I did a conference paper on policing. I don't know what an expert on policing is, actually. I mean, short of being a lawyer who knows all the laws and things like that. Yeah.
So was that research an academic research?
It was academic. Yeah. I mean, the research report, the research was academic. I did in the late 90s.
So you were doing it with which accredited higher education institution?
At the University of Natal, where I was teaching anthropology, and now it's the University of KwaZulu-Natal because it amalgamated with the University of Durban-Westville. There were two universities, and we're now University of KwaZulu-Natal, by which time I had retired.
Okay. So let's go to your deposed affidavit. Mm-hmm. It looks like it largely relies on hearsay. I'm saying it looks like.
It looks like it.
Yes, because in each and every paragraph you make mention that so-and-so said this, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said this. What is your comment on that?
No, it's okay. It wasn't hearsay to me. It was direct communication with people. Most of it is there, apart from where I say, as we have discussed at length, that I have to protect especially, it's mainly the police that talk to me, whose identities I cannot reveal. But the information I compiled as part of this report is direct information from people who've experienced the task team or have worked as a detective with the task team, including lawyers for some of the people who've been charged by them. So for me, it's not hearsay. Now, I also want to stress that most of these people are dying to give evidence to someone about their own experiences. I have begged even police members to go and do it in camera, but a lot of people who've experienced this say, yes, I can't wait to go and give evidence myself.
Okay. So you get information about PKTT from policemen, some of them, from community members, some of them, and from prisoners,
Yes.
some of them.
Prisoners who have not yet been found guilty and are innocent in terms of the Constitution until they're found guilty.
Okay. So do you apply the audi alteram partem rule after having received this information?
I try to, but I don't get responses from...
What do you mean you tried? Explain the tried part.
Okay. I try to, how can I say? I tried to communicate when Thabisa Zulu's phones were seized without a warrant, without an order. I phoned General Khumalo personally. He couldn't explain it. He said he didn't know about it. He never followed it up, did he? Because I did write to Mkhwanazi and I wrote to Parliament and nobody followed it up. What can I do? I don't get responses from the police anymore. I complained to General Masemola about the fact that the...
Doc, can you hold there?
Yeah.
I don't think you're answering.
I know. Okay, you wanted me to be brief. Right.
You are talking about... Wait, Doc. You are talking about you complaining about police action in that particular incident. The point I'm making is you receive information about the irregularities of the PKTT from people. But do you ever take time to ensure that you get the side of the story from the PKTT itself, so that whatever findings you formulate are based on both sides of the story?
I do indeed, but how do I get it if they don't want to give me the information when I write to them and ask questions?
Okay, have you communicated with General Dumisani Khumalo, the project leader of the PKTT, when you received information about the things that is alleged the PKTT is doing?
No, I stopped communicating with him because...
So you did not solicit a view from the PKTT before making findings about the PKTT?
Look, I am reporting what many people have said independently about the actions. I'm reporting in some of the stuff that's on court records with lawyers that are working for these people. I have tried, in the first days of democracy, I would get responses from the police. I've given up largely because I have a lot of letters on record. I mean, I wrote to General Masemola and said, the political killings task team, look, here are attached statements. What are you doing about it? I never got a reply. So that's why I copy to the police, so that they can say, come back to me and say, no, this is wrong, and give me an explanation, and they don't do it.
Okay, let's pass that, Doc. Section 16, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislators Act requires you to give Parliament information wherever you are required to. Then on what basis are you refusing the Ad Hoc Committee to give the information that it requires, including the names that were requiring you to give the Ad Hoc Committee?
May I just explain? I don't know. I have this very few cases here where I have not spoken personally to people, and very few cases I've given names. The only people whose names I have not given are people that I cannot, according to my own professional ethics as a social worker, as an anthropologist, as a human rights defender, reveal names because they might endanger the lives of the people, and they are police members. I'm trying to explain this because I think the Honourable Chairperson put it very well. I thought I'd explain by referring to ethics. But I also I am not in a position to investigate them myself, and Parliament does not have the capacity in terms of resources to have a skilled forensic investigator to do some of the work that needs investigating. It's as simple as that. So I cannot go blurting out names of people who might be killed before there's an investigation.
Okay, Doc, we'll pursue that. Let's go to your paragraph 5. Paragraph 5. So we're going to compare this paragraph against the background. You are saying that you can't say names of people who are in the police service because you might be risking them losing their lives. I mean, their lives or their jobs or getting persecuted. That's what you said, Prof.
Well, those that are not, if I can just reply, these are people that are not already publicly named. All the people I'm referring to have been in court reports, have been in the media. I am referring to members who are not in the public domain.
Yeah, because it looks like there are some you mentioned. You have mentioned Captain Fine of the National Intervention Unit who was promoted at some point. You mentioned Magistrate Kumalo, who you say has even been reported to the Magistrate Commission. So as it appears, what would think that you mention those you don't like and you don't mention those you hold dear? What will be your view on that?
Okay. Right. Everybody knows that Colonel Finn is running around with this task team. You know, the people are saying it, it's not secret. These are people we are paying. We taxpayers, these are public servants. We're entitled to name them if they're doing an official job like this. They're not, that's one thing.
But Prof, you said, Doc, you said, apologies for interjecting. You said, there is a member of the police service who contacted you after the political killings task team dissolution letter, who wanted to give Minister Nkunu information. So that person, you pay that person as a taxpayer as well, but you are refusing to mention him. But if that's the logic you want to use, that these are public servants, you pay them, you are taxpayers, but the same person you are hiding from Parliament is a person who is in the public service who actually is under the payroll of the state.
I think anyone who has access to intelligence information in the police is surely not named publicly. This man is just a very experienced detective. He's more or less retired. I think he may have retired by now. But he's very much, these retired detectives I hear keep in contact with each other, the retired police. Now, he would definitely be at risk. And I could not mention a name unless I asked him. He may end up giving evidence himself. I would like him to, but he has to decide. As for the magistrate Kumalo, it's in a report done for the court. Court proceedings are open. It's in a report done by the advocate for one of the accused in the case, applying for the case to be reviewed. Not only that, Magistrate Kumalo's name is on a charge sheet for our former Chief Magistrate Nzimande, who's being charged by the Magistrates Commission. And on the charge sheet is the very same Magistrate Khumalo's name as having paid to get his position. Now, that's a court document. It's public. So, you know, I mean, there's a difference here with people that talk to me in complete confidence and don't want to lose their jobs. And all I am asking is for people, and I mean, you wanted the information about my communications with Nkunu. So if I'm going to be honest, I have to say, well, this is what I did.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Let's go to your paragraph 13 and 14. You talk about people who are held in custody and who are refused bail.
13, yes.
13 and 14.
Yes.
We're talking about people who actually refuse bail and try to pinpoint that to the PKTT.
Yes, so that's point 13, right?
Yeah,
yes.
And 14 is speaking about almost the same thing.
Yeah.
So how is it a problem of the PKTT that people were refused bail by judicial officers?
Because in one case, the charges should have been withdrawn immediately. Within days of charging these members, I've been dealing with a lawyer for these members as well. Within days of charging the members, the PKTT, and it's the only political case, right, that's their mandate. The PKTT were on duty that night. There's OB entries, AVL entries, phone record entries, and a statement from their station, their commander, that they could not have got over an hour's journey away and killed someone. Right. That case was never withdrawn. The other three cases, the state dragged its heel by wasting court days. I mean, one day, 5 days set aside, the prosecutor gets to court, sorry, not using today, I'm not prepared. I don't know, how do you get away with not being prepared as a prosecutor that we are paying? They're paying lawyers for that day because the lawyer's only here when they get to court, that the prosecutor's decided he's not prepared. We've charted these delaying tactics, deliberate. That's the one where they didn't use the day when he went to the High Court.
But
now,
you understand, Doc, that bail refusal is a judicial decision, not a PKTT decision or an NPA decision.
I have explained that the problem goes back to Advocate Thaba, against whom there are very serious allegations, and all I wanted and asked of the National Director of Public Prosecutions that she would deploy a very senior, completely independent judicial person to check the dockets, and she refused to do. So that's the same prosecutor that there's another affidavit about how he's trying to fabricate evidence. Now, there are cases where police are given bail when they kill people. Most cases, the police get bail because they've got a fixed abode. And the case has been dragged on unnecessarily.
Okay, Doc. No, it's fine.
And there's a statement, the Constitution says you are entitled to a speedy, that there should not be an undue, this is an unreasonable delay when it drags on like this. The minute the defense gets to be able to present its case 3 years after the beginning, and there's another 6 months delay.
Okay, let's pass that side apart. You reckon that it was completely unnecessary for the PKTT to be established?
Yes.
Do you know the process leading to the PKTT establishment?
Only from what I know the process very well. I was part and parcel of the Madlanga Commission. They relied on me for information. I gave them evidence. I've got their report. I also know the political situation in KZN very, very well. I mean, I know there's all sorts of factions in politics. I know, the same everywhere. Anyway, I know it's very dangerous because we are the hitmen.
Honorable Nduli is disturbing my witness.
Yeah.
Sorry, point of order, Chair. Can she speak to the mic, please? Because she's...
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm... Must I address the chairperson with this or with the questioner, Chair?
Still look at him because I see that both of you are enjoying the eye contact.
Okay. No, look. Okay, let me get back to...
It's a whole vibe happening there, Chair.
We don't know. All we can say is these people are in politics and the motive may or may not have been political. We had a very good, I'm saying because I can speak from experience, that the provincial team was doing a good job. Now, you asked about the...
Doc, the process leading to the establishment.
The process. I know that Mr. Clearly, former Minister Clearly, or whatever he wants to be called, because he loves his uniforms and being called a general, I know that he's a very powerful politician. He's a populist. He's got a lot of... He was on the national executive, I think, at that stage. So he's got a lot of sway in politics, right?
Doc.
And I think that
the process leading to the...
Yeah, I think that he drove it. That's what I'm saying. I think he drove it without a doubt. And I think, let's say this, let me put it in academic terms. Suppose they didn't like what came out at the Morani Commission and suppose they didn't like the fact that a lot of arrests had been made that were going to lead to some pretty senior politicians. And that was the case in two of the cases.
Let's do like that, Doc. Let's stop.
Okay. So for all we know, they could have deliberately set up a team to sabotage.
Just a moment, Honorable Ngon. You went to testify at the Madlanga Commission.
Yes.
And when was it?
2017. And the report was released in the middle of 2018, around the time the task team was established.
Okay. And then it is your submission here that the PKTT is as a result of the Madlanga Commission.
Well, yes, that's common knowledge. They say it was because of the Morani Commission it was actually set up. That's what the official explanation was.
Okay. And then the honorable member, when he asked you, you said that you were actively involved in the process.
Yes.
Leading to the formation of the PKTT.
No, I was involved in the process involving the Morani Commission. The evidence leader came to me wanting lists of people killed.
Okay.
Which I gave him, and I gave evidence to the commission. So
the process leading to the PKTT, you were not actively involved.
No, I wasn't. But I mean, I looked as far as I could when I was asked to write that article. I don't know whether there was as far as I know, there was no official notice of establishing it. It was obviously an interministerial decision. Yes, you can go ahead and let's have a team. That's the way I read it.
Okay.
But I do know that it was the minister communicated to the National Commissioner at the time who established a structure for the team.
It's fine. I want to hand back to Honorable Ngola to continue.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Doc, it does appear that you really do not know how the PKTT was established. This is what happened. This is what happened, Doc. There was a person who was murdered in KwaZulu-Natal. Then President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the home of that person and later established an interministerial committee, which is a subcommittee of cabinet, which has actually made recommendations that a task team be established to deal with political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, let's leave it now. The second question would be, you reckon that those who were there before the establishment of the PKTT were actually doing the job greater than this. Do you know how many cases were registered, politically aligned killings registered before the establishment of the PKTT?
Well, they were working from the lists I had. They've quoted the lists that I gave to Madlanga Commission. And you mentioned, yes, I know the case you're talking about. It was a very prominent Ramaphosa supporter called Mqunu in Pietermaritzburg. He was murdered, and the provincial detectives had arrested and charged people. And the task team came in and withdrew the charges. Yeah, that's what happened.
Doc, I am looking for stats. I'm saying, how many politically related killings cases were registered before the establishment of the political killings task team?
I think it was, look, I don't have those lists with me, but they were at least, but that was up until the end of 2017, I think it was something in the region. It depends on the period. I think for the period Morani wanted, there were about 150 deaths. I think something like that, but I couldn't tell you offhand. I don't have the figures here.
This was saying 150.
Before, let's do this intervention, Doc. You know, South Africans are following the proceedings, and I announced it this morning that we sometimes get feedback about the things that they see and also matters that are of interest to them. The honorable member is asking you a question about a victim who was killed in KwaZulu-Natal. And I guess that he belongs to a family there. And the family may still be grieving by now because the chapter has not been closed. And I just want to persuade you to reconsider the statement that you made to say no, a prominent Ramaphosa supporter. I don't think that will be appropriate.
Okay.
You can imagine a family of Mqunu if they are watching the proceedings now, and their late family member is being described as somebody's supporter, not as a citizen who unfortunately lost his life due to the political killings that were happening in that project. Do you agree with me that it might have not been appropriate to frame it the way you did?
Look, I'm not sure because it was common knowledge. It was kind of common knowledge within the ANC itself from people I spoke to because of the factions in the ANC. And that was why Ramaphosa came here, you see. So I'm not sure. I can't answer your question because I hadn't thought about it that way.
Just listen to me, Doc.
Yeah.
When you come here, we say that the senior counsel must confirm that you are the witness that we expected. And the senior counsel, when he introduces you, he says you are Dr. Elizabeth Mary de Haas. He does not say you are a supporter of a rugby football team or you are an affiliate of a congregation at a particular township or village elsewhere. You are Dr. Elizabeth Mary de Haas, belonging to the de Haas family. If there is a family ceremony at home and they invite us, they say the de Haas family invites you to come and celebrate with them. on the achievements of their daughter. They don't say, we are inviting you to an event of a supporter of a Soviet Lahanyan. You do hear what I'm saying?
No, I do.
That's exactly why I say I must persuade you to understand that to describe a person as a prominent Ramaphosa supporter cannot be appropriate, and you must be persuaded to withdraw that statement.
No, I'm happy to withdraw it. I only mentioned it because of President Ramaphosa coming here, because, you know, it was one of his main people in Maritzburg. So I'm happy to withdraw it.
No, yeah, it's all about, it's not about who supports who, but the context within which the name is being mentioned is that even up to today, the family has not got closure on that matter. And so we should be able to gauge the emotions around the matter. And those who knew the late Mqunu and those who are his family, every time the name is being mentioned, the fact that the family has not got closure on the matter, it always evokes emotions.
Of course.
Yes, and we must be measured in the manner we talk about the name. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm quite happy to withdraw it. It was a response to the honourable member's question about comment about President Ramaphosa coming here. That's all. But the family were quoted after the charges were withdrawn by the political killings task team. The important charges, the murder charges, after they were withdrawn, the family were quoted publicly as being very upset about it. So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm quite happy to strike that off the record or whatever you do, that he was a Ramaphosa supporter. I was trying to explain why it was important at that point in time for Ramaphosa to show his full support for the family. That's all. Because the subject came up, but it doesn't have to be part of it at all. I mean, to finish that comment there, that the thing is that President Ramaphosa would have been very sympathetic to one of their key people provincially, when was this, 2018, he'd just been appointed Minister of Police. He would have been very supportive to a suggestion that there be a special team. It stands to reason, that he would support it. But my thing is this: I suspect that the motivation was, well, let's keep a good eye on what's happening here.
Let's not be Honourable Ngola. Do you still have further questions?
But carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, do you know how many politically related cases were registered after the political killings task team establishment?
I've got a list, but not with me.
Doc, do you know how many?
I don't know how many. I can't tell you the number because I haven't even got a tentative number. The list is at home.
Do you know how many accused persons have been convicted after the establishment of the PKT?
I'm trying to find out.
You don't know, Doc?
There are no, I cannot get records of the dockets they took.
Doc, you don't know?
Yeah.
I don't know what dockets they took. I know that some of them aren't even...
The answer that says I don't know is enough, Doc.
Dr. de Haas.
That's my answer. I don't...
It's enough, Doc. You're saying...
The honourable member, at the time you wrote this letter in October, did you know how many convictions have been...
I had a rough idea from the public releases. That's all, because I couldn't get details anywhere. I am still looking for them, and I will certainly...
Did you know at the time? Did you know or didn't you know?
I had a rough idea, but I didn't know for sure because I didn't have the statistics and the breakdowns. That's the reason.
He did not know, honorable member. Can we move to the next question?
Yes, Chair, I'm quickly moving. So you don't know how many cases were registered, how many convictions were registered before and after. So let's take it that you don't know, and you are in no space to actually compare something we are not aware about. Let's pass that thing. Let's go to specifically the Magaga case. The Cindy Magaga case.
Yes.
Yeah, you make mention of it on paragraph 15 of your it's paragraph 17.1. Yeah, you make mention of the Magaga case. Do you know who was the detective who was leading the case?
The provincial team were investigating the case. That's why the docket was transferred to the political killings team. In fact, the imprisoned Dlamini was one of the investigators.
Okay. Who made a breakthrough in the case?
Who?
Who made the breakthrough?
Yes,
in relation
the team made the breakthrough, yeah.
Who arrested the mayor and the other accused?
Yeah. They were they got the information together, which led to them being charged.
What was the role of General Dumisani Khumalo in that investigation?
I don't know where he was then, quite honestly, because he was, as I said, he was floating around doing all the arrangements, the project arrangements, and then he figured at some stages in alleged instructions to some of the members.
Did General Khumalo not lead the breakthrough in the case?
In that, as far as I know.
General Khumalo was not involved?
Well, certainly not in any of the investigations.
We have got a different evidence in front of us, but it's fine, let's pass. You speak about organizational structures. Particularly, you speak about an organizational structure of the PKTT. And we are comparing that with an E2 of 1990, that it had a better organizational structure compared to the PKTT.
The structure, can I answer that? The structure in the 90s was the typical type of structure that had been set up for short-term task investigations for political killings.
So did you consciously compare apartheid police to a democratic dispensation?
It was democratic. It was the Mandela government and Favers was the national commissioner. This was the late 90s.
Okay. Do you perhaps know that the more the population grows, the more the needs of society actually change?
In some respects, yes. But I mean, policing, it stands to reason that if you have a task team, it's for a specific purpose and it is controlled by senior detectives.
Okay. You speak about that it was unnecessary for the PKTT to be established to protect politicians who you pay handsomely and they're doing no job.
Some are, some aren't.
Do you know how much a ward councillor of a grade 3 municipality earns? Have you made a research to that effect?
Let me just explain this. I deal with poor people who don't even have jobs or they're informal sector. They get no protection. When someone's killed, the cases seldom get to court. So we're talking relative here, relative to that. I also know that some councillors wouldn't be there if they had to apply in the open market for a job. And a lot of these councillors have protection, remember, they can draw on.
Doc,
Yeah. So
have you made a research on how much does a ward councillor of a grade 2 municipality earns?
no, I haven't.
You haven't.
I'll tell you why. Because it wasn't a paid job
Doc,
in the past.
That response of you haven't is enough. With what authority do you think that these politicians, you pay them handsomely? And you'll recall that we talk about mostly councillors here, because it's councillors who are mostly affected by the political killings. So with what authority, if you have not made any research of how much what councillors earn, with what authority do you say you pay them handsomely and they're doing nothing?
Relative. I'm not saying they're all doing nothing. I'm saying a lot of them aren't. We have to
no, Doc. In the statement, you did not say some of them.
I didn't. I do not. I could have found out what they earned, but
Doc,
this is relative to
Doc,
the majority of the population.
Doc,
getting
this is your statement.
Yes.
You signed on it.
Yes.
You initialed every page. You did not say some politicians. You said politicians who are doing nothing, who you pay handsomely. Now, I'm asking, if you have not done a research of how much a ward councillor of a grade 2 municipality earns, with what authority are you saying you pay them handsomely?
Well,
where did you get that?
As I've seen, they make a reasonable living out of being a councillor. And I don't think compared with so many people in this country who can't even find a job, it's a relative term and it's a general term.
The time has come to an end, and I see.
Deleted my term.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
There was at some point where I interjected. I can give you 3 more minutes. And Doctor, may you please, like I requested, be precise when you answer questions. If the questions requires a yes or no answer, just say yes or say no. Don't say yes and no. You just say yes or no.
I'm sorry, but sometimes it needed qualification.
Responding to me, he has not asked a question.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Chair, can you also consider that Honorable Sokanyile says must also proceed on her behalf? Okay. Doc, do you believe on the principle of governing on the will of the people?
Yes, I do. And again, I could qualify that. Anyway, carry on.
Okay. Do you not think that the perpetual killing of public representatives is actually silencing the will of the people?
No. You wouldn't get such competition to be a councillor if people felt threatened by being a councillor.
No. Still you don't get me. I'm saying you have got councillors elected by communities whom are ascending to be councillors on the basis of being voted by the majority in a ward. Isn't that the will of the people?
Yeah, that's a subject that we need a lot longer to discuss, because what I find is that we haven't done nearly enough voter education about why people vote for people when they never ever get to see their councillors.
The why is a different discussion. Yeah. But the point is, those elected public representatives elected on the basis of the will of the people, and those that which perpetually continue to kill them are actually silencing the will of the people. Isn't that true?
No, I don't agree, because, I mean, what about, I mean, it's superficially maybe, but what about all the other important people that are working in the community that are getting...
You're focusing on a different subject, I'm saying.
Yeah, but we're talking...
We agree, me and you now, that those who are elected ward councillors, for example, are elected on the basis of the will of the people, then if there is a grouping that perpetually seek to murder or unalive those who are elected, that is actually silencing the will of the people of that community. Do you agree?
Can I just explain? You would need.
No, don't explain. Don't explain, Doc. The chair is on my neck. Don't explain.
That councillors are generally at risk. They're not. A lot of councillors just get on with doing their jobs and they're not.
No, Doc, still you're not answering me.
I've answered you.
We have not. We have not, Doc. Is killing a person who is as a result of the will of the people, not silencing the will of those people? It is. Do you agree that if we elect you as our ward councillor, as the people of this parliament community, is our will as the people, then those who will come and kill you are actually silencing our will, which is the people.
Well, what if the councillor was corrupt? You might be doing.
No, let's leave that.
No, but Doctor,
let's leave that.
No, Doctor. Even if a person is corrupt, the person does not deserve to be killed.
No, nobody deserves to be killed. Nobody, no matter how crooked or corrupt, nobody.
Honorable Ngola, your time has come to an end, unfortunately. We are going to move to the MKP.
Yeah, I wanted us to explore the reason for the establishment.
Is it yourself, Honorable Nomvalo, and who?
Yes, myself and I was taking us all together.
We allocate 20 minutes per speaker. We're taking 2 from you now.
2.
Who is speaking? Who are the 2 speakers now from you?
Myself and comrades Kosan.
Listen, your time starts now.
I'm listening, Chair.
I'm
listening.
Yeah, it's going to end at 10 minutes past.
But I'm being disturbed here.
I'm saying that your time, both of you, is going to end at 10 minutes past 5, plus the discretionary 5 minutes of the chair. Discretionary.
Yeah.
So
we appreciate in advance, Chair. Doc, how are you? Are you okay, Doc? Do you understand how the South African justice system operates?
Sorry, do I understand how South Africans?
Justice system. Do you know how the justice cluster is designed? The South African justice cluster.
I know how the justice is supposed to work. I have the basic outline of it, and I know that for most people it doesn't work.
Do you understand the role of each and every component in a justice cluster?
The justice cluster, well, I know what the NPA, what the police, what the various security industries are supposed to do, and I know there's a military, and I know there's a correctional services.
But the question is, do you understand each role of each cluster? I mean, of each component?
Yeah, it's in the Constitution.
Of each entity, rather, do you understand?
Well, more or less. I mean, I can't give you chapter and verse, but I check the Constitution regularly to see what they're supposed to be doing.
Do you understand the work of the NPA?
I do, yes.
Do you understand the work of the police?
Yes, I mean, I understand the role of the police, the SAPS Act, the constitutional provisions about ministers and what they should do.
Yeah, before I go to my ultimate question, because these are just questions leading to an ultimate question. The problem with you is that you, in your evidence, largely that you have tendered so far, you keep on saying you don't know. And when we were intervening here, when you were being evasive, I said to you, largely you are relying on hearsay. And the unfortunate part is that the hearsay evidence is evidence whose credibility relies on a person other than the person giving evidence. So the evidence that you are giving here, its credibility doesn't rely on you, because you distance yourself from it while you are the one who gave it here. That is my problem. And I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the fact that your evidence or your perspective on the PKTT influenced an executive decision. That's why I have a problem. I don't have a problem with you damsacking. That is none of my business. But the problem here is that we have damsacked at the expense of South Africans. That is my biggest problem with you. Now, if you say you understand the role of the NPA versus the role of the SAPS, why would you blame the police for bail applications and for the withdrawal of cases? How do they feature?
I've made it perfectly clear that the decision is with the NPA and that we have a problem with the NPA, because I have worked with prosecutors from the 90s. I know what they're supposed to do, and I know that we have a problem with prosecutors themselves, especially the one, how come that we had things going well with good prosecutors in the province, both at Cleveland's, even with the Magaka case, until they were removed, and we get a man who's against whom there are very serious complaints being made in Gauteng. Is it just a coincidence? Right. So I've said it, informally, we have more of a problem with the NPA than we do with the police, because they're supposed to be the people that are saying, go back and get more evidence. We saw this, if I could give a very brief example. And this is something I know so well, day in, day out. When the carnage started in Cleveland's hostel in Durban, it was all about the councillor. And the minute people said you're not delivering, they started killing the people.
Yeah, no, Doc, for the sake of my time, I think I have to cut you.
Quickly.
No, Doc. We're sharing time, remember, yeah. So you have to do justice to my time as well.
That the prosecutors are a problem in many areas.
Yeah. Do you know how the PKTT was designed?
I know it was designed. It was designed to be headed by the national deputy.
No.
That's
do you know which role players or professionals who were part of the PKTT or entities from the justice cluster?
They were supposed to be. You see, there's an ideal and there's a real. They were supposed to be interministerial. Supposed to be. But we've never seen a report.
No, I mean at a grassroots level. Do you know the components or entities of the justice cluster who were part of the PKTT?
They were supposed to be the correctional services, the prosecution, intelligence, police, and forgotten the other one now off the top of my head.
So that's
supposed to be.
But they were never part.
I've never seen a pronouncement coming from that interministerial team. It was always in the rare pronouncements. I think there were two of them.
So if I put it to you that it consisted of the police and the NPA as well, then that would mean you don't know how it was formulated.
No, I know that. I've just said it. It was police, justice, interministerials.
No, remember you said they were supposed to be, and you further said you were not aware if they were part because an announcement was not made. You remember? That's what you said.
And then, no, what happened is it was announced as interministerial with those components, right? Then after that, the only public announcents, and there were very few, I can remember two, but clearly there was no mention of any reports coming from an interministerial team in the public.
In the public?
So.
In the public?
Yeah.
So you analyzed it at a first value? When you say in the public, because you don't know if such reports were given in internal meetings. Because there was a reporting mechanism, remember? Internal reporting mechanism that was put in place. So you don't know whether that mechanism or those processes were followed
Well,
to tender reports?
should they not have been public? What?
Or your expectation was that maybe a media briefing should be called and they are made available to the public? Is that what you are saying?
It was clearly who called the media briefing.
Okay. You know, another problem I have here is that I think from page 1 until the last page of your statement, you keep the gist of your concerns around the operation of the PKTT is centered around the alleged victimization of victims. So the conclusion which I draw here is that you were mostly concerned about the victims and not, the accused, sorry. It's centered around the accused people. Some are in custody, some were not arrested. Some, according to your allegation, were harassed by the police. And you say nothing about the victims and the families who lost their loved ones.
On the contrary, I'm very concerned. Mrs. Magaka Senior has been sitting in court for 7 years with no progress. And that was why, and the hitman wanted to confess and tell the story. She just wanted to know why her son was killed. And she's not the only one. Some of those cases have dragged on and on. And why are we not saying, but how many more people? The biggest problem I have in what I do is getting justice for people. It's almost impossible. People have no closure. And we're not talking just a select group of politicians. We're talking South Africans generally. So it's part of the problem, and there is this deliberate delaying tactic.
Okay, somewhere in your statement you are saying political killings in 2016 were mostly precipitated by internal ANC political dynamics, and they were mostly triggered by Zuma versus Ramaphosa faction. Who told you that?
People in the ANC. I was even given a copy of a hit list at one stage.
No, because fortunately I was a member of the ANC at that time. I think in my region, for instance, and my region was one of the hotspot areas in KZN.
Which one was that?
Herikwala region.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I think we lost about four or five comrades.
Yeah.
And what you are saying does not feature in the reasons for political killings at that time. It doesn't feature anywhere. There was no Zuma and Ramaphosa faction which led to to these political killings. People were just fighting for power in a regional jurisdiction. So where do you get this from? I've got a problem really, because seemingly here you are giving us unscientific perspectives. And the problem with these perspectives of yours, is that they influenced an executive decision. And you come here, you tell us, I don't know, and you are thumb-sucking. You never engaged in any scientific process. You were not an ANC member, you were not in the leadership, you never did any inquiry.
Oh, I did.
In the ANC to establish the reasons for these political killings.
I did speak to people in the ANC, and we picked up a lot about the conflict over what was happening, even in Cleveland's hostel, and in different places. So, it matters not at all. It's a minor detail about the politics of all this. The deaths are the deaths, whether they're Ramaphosa, whether they're Zuma, whether they're any other supporter. It's not a major thing in the disbandment of the task team. I'm saying that when the task team was disbanded, there was already a conviction for one of those pre-election deaths, and there were other investigations.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm saying to you, Doc, you are wrong to say that the political killings in KZN around 2016 were precipitated by the prevalence of the Zuma and Ramaphosa factions, respectively, in the province. You are wrong. That is unscientific.
Well, are you able to be objective if you're a member? Yeah.
I told you, I just gave you a scenario of my region. I told you that in my region, none of what you are saying transpired. In my region, 5 comrades died. It's all known, it's there in the public domain that, for instance, the prominent murder of Cindy Zomakaka was as a result of corruption allegations. Really. So there was no Zuma and Ramaphosa factionalism there.
That was after the elections, the death of Magaka.
No, but I'm saying what you are saying is unscientific. Where did it happen? Who belonged to a Zuma faction who was killed? Or who belonged to a Ramaphosa faction who was killed?
Joe Dlamini, who was in the Ramaphosa faction, who was the top of the hit list, who got killed.
You want to write it down? Who?
He was called Joe Dlamini. He was a traffic officer. I think he was Joe Dlamini. It's in that article. He was
Joe Dlamini from which region?
Pietermaritzburg.
Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah.
From which branch?
Oh gosh, as if I can remember that now. He was on the hit list. He was number 1 on the hit list, and there was a conviction.
He was number 1 of?
On the hit list that was going around at the time before the election.
Were the perpetrators arrested?
Yes, by the provincial team.
Were they sentenced?
Yes.
Under which charge?
Murder.
Under murder.
Yeah.
Were the reasons were they established for that murder? Were reasons established?
I haven't look, I know there was a conviction. I only used that to illustrate the fact that the provincial team was doing convictions. He was murdered, he was a politician. Right.
Yeah, but,
I'm not, I think we're off the topic here. I'm not saying one other faction is in.
Doctor,
yeah.
What the honorable member wants to ask you is, after the conviction was made, did you get hold of the judgment?
No, because it was in progress at the time I wrote. I got that information from sources within the ANC, including one man whose name was, or at least one that was on the hit list.
But there are grounds on which the presiding officer arrives at the conclusion, at the conviction.
I know.
That is what he wants to know.
Yeah. No, it didn't concern me afterwards. I was only looking at who got convicted and who didn't want. And I agree with you, because it's exactly what happened in the Ntuli case that they boast about.
Yeah, let's allow the honourable member to proceed with his line of question.
Yeah, you are also saying, Doc, in your statement that the establishment of the PKTT was unnecessary. And that is your reason. I'm quoting you verbatim. In that it was led by General Mkwanas, General Kumalo, and Captain, I think it's Flying, from the NIU.
Good.
So is that your only reason? Is that the only reason that you rely on to suggest that the PKTT was unnecessary? Because the expectation, as I was reading your statement, was that you will go further to explain why you say it was unnecessary. You have just limited it on who was leading it, and it ends there.
No, it's one of the reasons. I mean, to start with, I've never heard of an investigative team that hasn't got a senior detective leading it. I mean, it's just one of the reasons.
Okay. So you and my observation based on your statement is that you never agreed with its establishment from the inception, correct?
No, at the inception, I had an open mind. It was a couple of years later when I saw very little.
No, but why are you saying? Because you are saying in your statement, the provincial team that was there before the PKTT was more efficient and effective. That's what you are saying in your statement. So that means if your belief is that it was more efficient and effective, then there was no need for the establishment of this one. And you even say the arrest of Sindiso Makaka was made by a detective of the provincial team, not the PKTT. The PKTT hubotized it because cases were later withdrawn. That's what you are saying in your statement. So that is why I'm saying to you, you never agreed with its establishment from inception.
Oh, I need to explain. I didn't understand why.
Can you speak through your mic?
Say yes, no, because I didn't.
No. Your mic.
Yeah,
Not yes, no. Your mic, yeah.
I didn't understand why it should be established, but we had all this going on about, well, the Madlanga Commission said it should be. I thought, well, let's see what it does. And then I couldn't actually find out much about it, what it does. And 2 years later, it didn't seem to have done much at all.
You are also saying that some accused people did not get legal representations, and you attribute that demise to the PKTT.
No. I'm not saying it's because of the PKTT. It's much wider than that. People are being let down. The PKTT victims, like the let's use the hitman because it's such a Nglegwa. I mean, they're getting legal advice, but not. The lawyers are often, the legal aid offers are often inexperienced, and the prosecution is quite intimidating, and various people independently have given information about bribery being fairly common. So I don't know who is getting bribed and who isn't. But
no, but do you know that because you have made that criticism under your criticism or within the criticism of the PKTT, the issue of legal representation. Do you know that it's a responsibility of the Legal Aid Board to give legal representation to people who qualify to get it?
I know that.
So the police enter nowhere in that space. If people who deserve to get free legal representation through legal aid don't get it, then a blame can be attributed to the legal aid, not to the PKTT.
I didn't blame the PKTT for it. These victims are like other victims. You know, if I say to them, but did you ask your lawyer to do this? I asked him and he didn't do it. Or what is your lawyer? Well, the lawyer doesn't listen to me. Now, these are, this is a comment generally I'm talking about. And because of the PKTT having this prosecutor that is widely accused of bringing cases that are fabricated, if that's the case, then people suffer even more if they haven't got a very smart lawyer. I mean, in the case of Dlamini, his co-accused, I kept saying to him, but look, if you think this magistrate is partisan, you can actually apply, if you can give evidence if you can talk about that, you can apply for a change of magistrate. He said, I asked my lawyer to do it, and he didn't do it. Then along comes an advocate for the co-accused, and he's quite sharp. And when the judgment finally happens, he checks the judgment, and he finds that it's fabricated evidence of the judgment, non-existent case law. So when he goes back to court...
Yeah, no. I think,
so what I'm saying is he had a good lawyer that picked it up.
Okay. Now my last question. You are saying, the PKTT is grossly irregular. What do you mean? And based on which law are you saying it's grossly irregular?
Okay. It doesn't have any permanent senior leadership in detective service.
So that is your reason.
I have a list of people who...
No. If please, because I'm running out of time. Doc, please. In terms of which law, do you have any law which supports your argument that it is grossly irregular? In terms of which law? If there's no law, it's okay. Say I can't cite any law. I will leave it there. I won't pursue it further.
There's no law that talks about...
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think I've run out of time. Thank you very much. Honorable Kosana can come in.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo. Jali, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, can you please, when you respond, use your mic, please?
Right.
Thank you. Chair, I'm going to start by asking Dr. De Haas, before we go anywhere, on what legal authority do you believe you can involve yourself so intimately in such operation?
I'm a human rights defender, which is an internationally recognized status of acting to protect people from harm. It is that status. Don't come to me now with this thing about locus standi, because even the Constitution, if I recall correctly, allows somebody who's not a lawyer to appeal on behalf of someone, to ask for example, for example, what I've done often is that I've actually asked for a review of a decision not to prosecute, and I've gone to the national prosecutor. And I can do that.
Thank you. I just want answers.
Yeah.
I know you're a doctor and a professor, so it's easy to, lecturing someone. But here I need answers.
Given you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we are not SAPS. We are not IPD. We are not IGI. We are not a sworn officer. Am I right?
I'm not, but don't you understand that when the police force has been as badly corrupted as ours has, and we're still fortunate to have a lot of good police at all levels, because the evidence is there, even in media reports about the nepotism and the people suddenly being brigadiers and they've never been in the police. So don't lecture me about that, because the problem is that you need oversight of the police. You can't rely on the police to tell you the truth if you're criticizing the police.
Yeah, but Doc, you are contradicting yourself. You said earlier, yourself now, you say you cannot rely on the police. But you gave us a statement in your statements here. Wait, Doc. You said that you've been given information by some police who, according to you, are credible.
Yes.
Now you can't say to me we don't have a police. They are not credible now. We are changing your own statement.
No, I'm not.
No, you are saying now to us, to the committee, not me, that we don't have a credible police men and women. But the people who gave you this information are police, am I right?
Have I not just said we are lucky to still have credible police? We're talking now general police management since 2019 has been getting more and more problems.
Thank you.
Right. But we're talking that there are still credible people in the police, and those are the people I am supporting.
So in other words, the only credible people are those who are coming to you. Those who don't come to you are not credible. Wait, Doc. Wait for the question, please. I always ask, don't be emotional. Let me ask you a simple question. Because you've been following this Ad Hoc Committee, am I right? You've been following it.
Listen to everything. I've got too much else to do.
Thank you. Now, is General Mkhwanazi credible?
I don't believe he is. And
I
don't believe General Mkhwanazi is credible.
And is General Malo credible?
Nope, definitely not.
Is General Sibia credible?
Pardon?
Is General Sibia credible?
No, that I don't know. I haven't done enough to deal with him.
No, but
I don't know if he's credible.
No, but Doc, others you know. The other two I ask you, you know that they're not credible according to.
And Masemola, he perjured himself to Parliament.
No, I'm not. I'm not yet there, Doc.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come later on that.
Honorable Skosana, let's hear the last statement that you say, Doc. What are you saying? You say Masemola what?
He perjured himself to Parliament. You can ask the committee. I put a formal complaint in. What happened was, at the end of 2022, just after Patricia Mashale had almost been killed, they asked us to give evidence. They didn't let us, and Masemola gave evidence that was lies.
I was not saying that. You must explain. I just want to hear this. You say Commissioner Masemola perjured himself to Parliament.
Yes. And I'm also told that General Mkhwanazi changed his sworn statement. I don't know if that's correct.
No, Doctor. Doctor.
I don't.
You know, when I talk to you, I talk to you as a young South African who must learn from you. So, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament?
He gave in December, or was it the 30th of November, 2022?
No, yes.
He did. He told lies about Patricia Mashale. That's when it happened.
Doctor, the question is, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament?
Because the facts were shown to be wrong.
Whose decision is it?
Various people, starting with the decision was for an interrogation by Parliament to see if it was correct.
This Ad Hoc Committee is still conducting investigations.
Okay.
It has not concluded its business. But that's why I'm asking yourself, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before a committee of Parliament? Whose decision is it?
I first wrote to the Speaker because the problem was that what he said was repeated and published without any. And then I sent a formal complaint to the police committee.
Can I respectfully ask you to withdraw that statement, because as a committee we have never arrived at that decision. As the chairperson of this committee, the committee you speak about is chaired by me sitting here.
Okay.
We haven't arrived at any decision that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament. May you please withdraw that?
Well, can I say he allegedly perjured himself because... No.
Dr. De Haas, there is no other way to say it. There is only one way.
All right.
The one way is the one that I'm saying to say.
You can withdraw it. I'm fine with that.
May you respectfully say I withdraw the statement because the committee has not arrived at that decision.
Please do that.
Yes.
I would appreciate it.
Can you do that?
Please do it,
I want to hear you saying that I withdraw.
I withdraw that because the committee is not dealing with it and has, as far as I know, not dealing with it. I answered a question.
Yes. May you say, I withdraw the statement I made about Commissioner Masemola.
I withdraw the statement I made about Commissioner Masemola.
Thank you so much, Jali. May you proceed.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's only 3 questions in 10 minutes. It's disappointing, but be that as it may, can you please explain, Doc, because you are a private individual, how did you come to a position to position yourself as an oversight mechanism over detectives, prosecutors, and intelligence structures?
It's part of my position as a human rights defender to help people who are at risk and who are being harassed, persecuted for what and apparently, I mean, you know, let me just say I'm quite astonished because I don't know. I reported 4 years ago to Parliament that General Khumalo's members were seizing phones without a court order. Now, I would have thought that Parliament would have said, but hang on a sec, let's just check this out and see if it's really happening.
Chair, I sit in the police portfolio committee we are talking about. I sit in that committee for your information, Doc. In paragraph 2, you base your assertions on official you spoke to, which you don't want to give us names as we speak. And I'm not sure who authorized them. And how do you come to a conclusion that what they gave you, because there's no OD here, you don't know the other side of the story. In my view, I'll be honest and frank to you. Your hate towards General Khumalo.
No, I don't hate it.
No, wait, Doc. Wait, Doc. Because your statement here before us, like many others, like Sibia who came here to say what General Mkhwanazi was talking about is a dream. But we know now, the country as well knows today that his bravery. We are not taking sides. Remember, we are still probing here. You are giving us, what you gave us here are allegations as well. Do you agree with that? Please don't explain. Do you agree that what you are telling us, like any other witness, are still allegations before us?
Look, when you speak to somebody that you know very well, and somebody who's always been very honest, and the phones have gone, and when the phones come back, one is damaged. The person knows the law. All they had to do was come back and say, well, here's the order. And they didn't.
Doc, are you sure that those phones were damaged by the police? Are you sure of that?
Am I sure? Sorry?
Are you sure that those gadgets you are talking about were damaged by the police?
One was, apparently. The owner told me that. The phone was damaged when he got it. So I'm not supposed to believe people that I know very well that have always told the truth.
Doc, you say you know these people very well. That's you who are telling us that. Must we believe you? That you know them very, very well? Are those your informers?
No, this is Tabisa Zulu.
No. I'm saying, are those your informers? Because you know them very well.
I told you that the informers that I won't mention names of are police members.
So why should this committee rely on hearsay obtained throughout irregular means? Because what you are telling us, the police can go as well. They know where to go. There's IP.
The police can, sorry, what did you say about the police can also do this?
I said to you, why should this committee rely on a hearsay obtained through irregular means?
What do you mean irregular means? If I've made an affidavit about it, about what I was told, what I asked Khumalo, what I asked Mkhwanazi. If I don't get feedback from them, how can I prove whether it's true or false? I expected Parliament to question them or to get it investigated.
Okay, let's go to, because I know I'm not going to win on this one. But the fact remains that the statement which you gave us is allegation, is not facts. Until we finish this probe. Now I'm going to go to your political narratives vis-a-vis evidence. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC factions to secure municipal control. Who told you that?
Oh, gosh, we were hearing it all over the place, including in eThekwini especially, where
Sorry, Chair.
Reported it in media.
Chair, through you, Chair. Let me repeat my question again. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC faction to secure municipal control. My question is, who told you that?
People,
Or unless you are an intelligent analyst.
well, it was almost common knowledge, and certainly people in the ANC told me that. Well, this one supports this one supports that one supports this one. And we were looking at the councillors in the Tekwini particularly.
You had no access to classified briefings, am I right?
No. I don't personally have any access to anything classified. I think there's too much classification. We've got to get oversight going.
So what gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
Sorry, what classification are you talking about?
What gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
What I am reporting is what ANC people were telling me at the time, and they can contest it.
They show you
to them to contest it if they wish.
Do they show you their membership card to say these are?
Well, I know some of them are. I have a pretty good network. Yeah,
but some, no, not all of them.
And we had a more or less a good idea of what was going on in the areas at Glebelands around there. And but I mean, this is all past history. It's got nothing to do with the task team.
No, listen. We are talking about the killings here. All these questions here. I'm not taking, I'm sucking anywhere outside the terms of reference which we have.
Yes.
Thank you. Why do you freely attribute to political motives killings, but later on paragraph 17.3, criticize us for defining political killings? Is that not the contradiction?
Sorry, 17?
Paragraph 17.3.
I'm sorry, it's this one.
Like the reconstruction of PKT structures.
17.3. I mean, I tried to explain, I've worked with, since 1990, since the establishment of the Goldstone Commission, and there's been a consistent teams that always have senior detectives in charge.
Yeah, in fact, let me just help you. Judge Goldstone was an apartheid judge in 1990. We're not transformed in this country during those years. And I want to put it to you that those issues which you are really familiar with invoke the pains of South Africans. If you are talking about Judge Goldstone as if he's an angel, with me, we are completely wrong. But be that as it may, let's go further because there's no time now. In paragraph 7, you allege that Minister Cele went behind their backs.
That's what police told me.
Yeah.
And yep.
Were you present, or is it hearsay as well? Were you present, or is it a hearsay?
I said this was what they were saying. I didn't say I was present.
So you agree with me that almost what you gave us on your statement is hearsay?
No.
It's hearsay.
No, it's not. I know a lot of this to be as factual as can be. I mean, tell me, have any of you asked whether it's true that Mkhwanazi went and stopped the arrest of a human trafficker on the instructions of Cele? This is a police note. Has anyone asked that? Because I don't know if it's true.
Let's not off-ramp talk. Intelligence claim without verification is false.
Look, that's a whole subject in itself. I just want to say one thing in my own defense. Do you know, in the middle of the 80s, when this violence broke out, I quoted a line from Bob Dylan's song.
Yeah, wait.
Death will it take till we know how many people have died. Look, and that was I was blaming the white government. Look at the people who are dying now. And a black government, and nobody cares about them, but they care about politicians dying. I mean, this is what bugs me. I'm dealing with poor people getting killed, no justice.
Let me tell you, Doc. Chair,
Everyone does anything. It's money spent on the task team.
Dr. De Haas.
Yeah. If you want to, I think we
Dr. De Haas. Yeah. Dr. De Haas. Honorable Skosana is a young South African. And when a young South African appeals to the chair to say he needs protection from a senior citizen, I get worried. Because, you know, I have respectfully requested you that sitting here as young South Africans, we want to tap wisdom from you. And I want him to tap wisdom from you. Honorable Skosan.
Yes, before I conclude, because I know the chair will be saying to me, it's time up. Let me say this quickly. Yeah. In paragraph 30 to 32, you present extremely a serious intelligence allegation. You then admit in your own way, I have no way of confirming any of these allegations. If you cannot confirm them yourself, why are you presenting them as evidence to Parliament?
No.
Did you at any point verify these claims with intelligence, with the Inspector General of Intelligence? And what statutory authority do you have to receive crime intelligence information? Your contradiction about sense of Mkhunu leaves much to be desired. Can you respond on that before I give you my last question?
All I can say is I wanted to make it clear I was asked what I knew about intelligence. I gave a very general report about what I had heard, not specifics, allegations, and I said I have no way of knowing whether these allegations are true. I would not have even included that had I not been asked to do it.
In fact, you said in your own way that you expected Minister Mkhunu to do nothing. But there's a claim that you wrote a letter to Minister Mkhunu to disband PKTT. Am I right?
Yes, I think that's not disputed. It's there.
Lastly, Chair, Dr. De Haas, much of your affidavit is, if you will remember, I just want you to remember, and when you respond on me, please be factual, because and confirm whether what I'm going to put to you, is it in your own weight, or am I right? Hearsay, Chair, I want to make it clear. No, wait, Doc. The statement which were given to us is hearsay, unverified allegations, opinions, narratives from accused persons, leaked intelligence, and reconstruction based on anonymous sources. Why should this committee treat any of this so-called reliable evidence put before us?
Can I explain that most of it is not hearsay to me? It's what lawyers, what victims, what community members have told me. I don't know I raised intelligence because I was asked to and because I wanted to motivate this committee, or not this Parliament, to rush that civilian control of intelligence through. Remember Cindy Mufamadi's report saying it's urgent because of the creeping culture of secrecy. That's why I put that there.
Let me say this to you, Doc. You spoke about the 1980s. The national commissioner, then he was working for the special branch. Wait, no, I haven't finished. I don't know what I don't know what you're going to answer, because I'm still telling you that some of us, he tortured us in the 80s. Now,
sure.
want to put it to you, Doc, that your statements as well, as I said, when we started, some of the journalists, not all of them, I gave names times ago. You know, Karen Morgan, Anden Passon. You know them. You know, you operate like them.
Well,
Marian Dam and others. You know, you sensationalize this. And unfortunately, Minister Senzo Mkhunu as well listen to you. But you can't direct Parliament to do what you want. We need facts here. No, not dumb side. We don't need essays here.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you, Doc, and thank you, Chair, for your time.
Honorable Skusana, thank you so much. Honorable Nomvalo, your hand was up.
Yes, it was up for a follow-up question, Chair. I just wanted to ask from Dr. Mary de Haas. Doc, do you know what hearsay is?
very well.
Because you seem to have a particular understanding of what it means.
I've tried to explain.
And please don't be too long.
To me, and gives me very detailed evidence. It's not hearsay. It's direct.
No. Wait, Mary.
To you, it's hearsay.
Doc, when we say hearsay, we mean to us because we are presenting what you know to us. You are not presenting to yourself. I said to you, I gave you a legal definition of what hearsay evidence is. That hearsay is an information whose credibility relies on the other person, other than the person who is giving that information. So here, you are giving an information. And the credibility of the information you are giving doesn't rely on you because you are saying, I was told. So it means it relies on the person who told you. That is why we are saying it's hearsay. Had those people who told you, who are invisible to us, written statements, had they wrote statement under oath for you to attach them to your statements, we will be speaking a different language. So it's people of Umkosi who told you Umkosi and you come and present it here as facts. That is what we are saying. So the credibility of what you are telling us does not rely on you. It relies on the people who told you. And it's hearsay to us. Do you agree with that?
I agree. And this is why I have been writing to Parliament and asked them to hold people to account. If there's an allegation that people are seizing phones without a court order, have you brought them in? Have you got a copy of the order? That's the only way you'll ever verify it.
Yeah. No. I just wanted us to have a common understanding on the meaning of hearsay.
She confirmed.
Then we leave it there. So you agree with me?
She confirmed, Honorable Nomva.
Thank you.
Can I check this with you? Did I hear you calling Mary?
No, I later changed. I said.
Did I hear you?
I later changed. I said, Doc.
Yeah, just say to her that because sometimes in the conversation we have to throw word after word. I unfortunately called you Mary when I was not supposed to have done so.
But I corrected it, and she did not raise any discomfort. I corrected it immediately. I realized that I made a mistake.
I heard it from where I'm sitting. That is why. And
it was corrected. It means that the only part you missed is a correction because I corrected.
No, because I know you to always be a person of good intentions.
Exactly.
That is why she must not live here with a wrong impression about you.
No, but it was corrected, Doc.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It was corrected.
Chief Whip.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. De Haas. I just want to make a follow-up on the flowing from what we have just agreed. I take it that you are conceding to the explanation of the meaning of hearsays as provided for by Honorable Nomvalo. Can I ascertain if you are agreeing with his explanation?
Well, technically, perhaps, but I mean, Can I explain? If I get somebody telling me something and I can verify it from somebody else, as with some of what's in these letters, I am leaving it to somebody else to interrogate it further. That's why I report to the police. That's why I report to Parliament. I'm asking them to take what I'm giving them to verify it.
Okay. So therefore, in that context, should we therefore conclude that all your unverified allegations are not the basis upon which we can depend on as we prepare our report as a committee?
May I ask if you have asked General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo for verification of everything they've said?
Okay, I'll answer your question, but you please answer mine first, because I asked her first.
Look, I am reporting what I believe is true from different sources about the political killings team.
That's not an answer to
If you say it's hearsay, well, that's your opinion. To me, it's not. To me, it's empirical, factual information.
Okay, let me explain. I thought we are logical people. And so, because we are logical people who are following a particular rationality in our conversation, that is why I said it therefore flows from what Honorable Nomvalo has said, that therefore it would be rational for us as a Committee of Parliament to treat your evidence before us to a larger extent as he has said, because it's until there's a verification about it.
Well, as long as you treat everybody else's evidence in the same way, I wouldn't have a problem.
So if...
Yeah, no, I hear you. Dr. de Haas, I'm listening to your responses to Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli. And you are saying these matters came to my attention. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And I'm considering the information that I have gathered in serious light. And in several occasions, I would have returned to Parliament or I would have returned to authorities for them maybe to investigate these matters further. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And then when they have investigated, you expect them to either report back, even if they don't report back to you, but just to report back to the people they represent in government. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, more or less. It's you like a court to assess. Yeah.
And that the evidence that you have deposed in your statement, and maybe that you would have presented here orally, is evidence which is still pending verification, because at the time you wrote, it was still not verified.
No, because I had no way of verifying it, did I? Unless the cases are in court.
No, I'm not. Yeah. Look, on your part.
On my part.
On your part, you might have consulted one or two people and they corroborated. But on the part of the authorities, let's say the police commissioner, the minister, or the chairperson of a portfolio committee in Parliament, or a speaker of Parliament, have not returned back to you to say, the information that you gave us, we investigated it, and now we are satisfied that it holds true.
No, nothing like that has happened. That's why I was very glad that there were to be investigations. When, I mean, again, regretfully, I shall not name the commission.
So when you heard that there is going to be an ad hoc committee to investigate, you got excited.
Well, I was very pleased that Parliament was sitting up and paying attention to what was a serious matter, because
that is what the Chief Whip wants to know from you, that that some of the information here, by your own evidence, still have to be verified.
Well, of course, until cases, the verification in criminal matters is done by a court to the best of its ability, and then it gets contested. I mean, there was one case the task team got convictions for. It had to go all the way to the Concourt before Concourt threw it out because of procedural irregularity. So it's a long process verifying, isn't it?
Yes, because remember the cases that you make reference to here, most of them are, in fact, not most of them, all of them are cases of murder. So yeah, these are very, very complex investigations. And some of the allegations that you make, they go beyond superficial statements. They have to be intensively investigated, and some even scientifically. So you are saying before this committee that some of the information deposed here still has to be verified.
Well, if the cases are in court, I mean, the court will assess in due course, and maybe there'll be an appeal, and you know how it goes.
And that most of the information that you have, you got it from people who are working in the police services.
There are medical certificates about abuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some information you might have got from community members.
Yes.
And those,
quite a lot.
And those are the people that you have said here, for ethical reasons, you may not mention their names.
Yes.
Those are your sources.
Yeah.
And that the members, Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli, when they say there is evidence that you presented here, which is hearsay, it is not hearsay to you in this context because people might have confided with you and even shown you some material evidence. That is why, from your point, you may argue that is not hearsay. But here, before this committee, because that confidential information is not brought forth, it becomes hearsay. Do you agree?
Well, like the other evidence that hasn't been corroborated, I guess any of the evidence that's not watered, surely, am I right to say?
Listen to what I'm saying. To you as a researcher,
yeah,
the information has been corroborated because people might have shown you material evidence on which you can rely. Let's say somebody says, I want to show you a medical report. And then they produce the medical report to you. It does no longer become a hearsay to you. But when you appear before a committee of parliament, you appear before a court of law, you make a statement and say, Soviet was suffering from this kind of illness. And they ask you, where is the medical report? You say, no, I can't produce it because it's a confidential matter. It becomes hearsay. Do you agree with me? That is exactly the point that the two honorable members were probing for you to through your wisdom, come to a point where you say, yes, I agree with you that because I would have confirmed the information myself and it's confidential, I would not be able to bring any evidence before you unless my sources volunteer to come and present it before you. For me, it might not be hearsay because I have confirmed it. But before the committee, in the absence of any evidence, even if I, as Dr. de Haas, might have seen it, but when I appear before you without any material evidence, you rightfully consider that as a hearsay evidence.
Yes, although, can I just make one point? You must remember that in two of the cases that the task team did, let's take Mzinti case, because that's well documented. The case was withdrawn by the court So I presume they found too that there was no evidence in terms of the section of the CPA.
Yes, it's true. They will find, even if you have the evidence, the court will found that there is no evidence because it has not been presented before court. You get it? Yes.
Yeah, it was a court outcome.
So you agree with what we are saying, that you might have confirmed, you might have seen documents, you might have seen this and that. But if that information never appears before any competent authority, it will remain hearsay, regardless of how truthful that information is. And that is why in your own word of mouth, you have also said, I have written to several authorities because I wanted them to further investigate these allegations. Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance, Chief Whip, are you satisfied? Okay. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair.
Is it you and Honorable Kola Barnett?
That's correct, yes, Chair.
You will tell me when you are done. Thank you so much.
Yes, Chair. I just want to confirm we have half an hour to split between the two of us, correct? Do we have half an hour between the two of us?
You have 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
2020, so it means at 6:10,
yeah.
When we break, you are the ones who will take us to break.
Okay.
Because we can't go beyond 3 hours in a session.
100%.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. de Haas. I want to start by asking, do you enjoy speaking to the media or to give interviews and statements or public talks about these kinds of allegations?
I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy any of this. I don't get paid for it. I risk my life, I give my time, but nobody else does it. And that's why I do it. Yeah, sorry. Of course, sorry. Are we still working both ways?
Would you say that in these public forums you present your views with a great deal of confidence? Would you agree?
Generally speaking, yes, I think so. I do. I try to. I mean, when I put out public reports, people can say that's wrong. They can interrogate it further because I'm very against any secrecy.
May you please come and sit here so that you can face it? Because I see that I have been a teacher before. You know, a teacher always wants to get that. Yeah, you sit here and then talk directly to. Okay.
Answering that, I'm a scientist. I understand I've got quite a loud voice anyway. Oh gosh. Where do you want to go?
The chair to go up a bit. Yeah.
Thanks.
So you can sit down. That's it.
I understand how society works and how power structures work, and how in a democracy we need maximum freedom of information, and we need bureaucracies that aren't patronage networks, and we don't have them. They're a counter to governance to balance the power in society. So I start with that context, and then I try to do my best to see what's happening in the police, where the abuses are, and I try to I'm asked for comment, and I don't much like it. It can be quite a nuisance, especially television. I hate it. And at the same time, I do want to convey information publicly because the public can then run with it, find out for itself, do things, including political parties. I mean, I started back in the 80s by complaining to a political party to ask them to do something. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. So by what we've heard today, the allegations that you made are not based on your own direct or personal knowledge, are they?
Well, personal knowledge in terms of what people have told me.
No, but what you've experienced.
Some of it I've experienced on the other end of my phone with people.
No, but you've physically experienced.
Well, it depends what you mean with physically experienced.
I'm saying that it's not gossip. It's not gossip, it's fact.
Let's put it that way, but I haven't been through what the people I talk to are experiencing.
Have allegedly experienced.
Well, they tell me are experiencing. Of course, it's all alleged until you, well, I see sometimes you have the medical evidence in these things, or sometimes people are threatened and they get killed, and that's evidence.
Respectfully, Doctor, we don't have the luxury of saying that and just saying we report something for someone else to deal with. I'm going to come to that now in my next few questions, but I want to use an example for you. Were you present in the events that you previously accused General Johan Boysen of? I think it was just before 2018 around there regarding the Cato Manor Squad. Did you experience any of the things that you accused them of?
Well, okay. Let's look at that. I don't know why you're bringing this in.
No, it's very relevant. I'll show you now.
Very relevant. I was getting complaints from taxi operators about members of his unit taking kickbacks and working with one faction in the taxis.
But did you see evidence of that?
Well, there's a person who wanted desperately to give evidence who was working with them.
Respectfully, Doctor, did you or did you not see evidence?
I've seen the videos of it.
No, but did you see evidence, yes or no?
Okay. There was one man who was killed by the unit. The police told me what had happened because the networks, a man who'd witnessed it, and he had no vested interest. He was a white guy, he was horrified. He told me exactly what they'd done. The lawyer himself, a lawyer had also phoned me and said, what was Boysen doing there? Now, I don't know why you're bringing this up.
I'll show you now. But that's not, you don't have to question that. I'll show you why. There's a run-up in this because I'm concerned about the lack of evidence. Despite all your public statements, not one of the things you've said so far, you keep on saying you wrote to Parliament. Trust me, I know. I've got an entire folder with letters, but very few case numbers where you made statements with specific cases, with specific evidence, where you were able to literally go and open a docket at a police station. So my questions regarding that, have you ever gone to the police, let's say in the last 5 years, for a formal sworn statement?
Yes.
Where are they? Why haven't you?
No, hang on a sec. Depends what you're asking.
No, regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement. Similar to with Johan Boysen, let's talk about the statement that you've submitted to us. Have you done anything to lay charges at the police?
Now, hang on a sec. This is not quite the same thing. I never opened. I wrote to the organised crime unit. It was not up to me. People I worked with opened cases, not me. I just wrote and asked questions. I did not personally ever, until what happened then was, before the Sunday Times, I think, wrote that article, they were looking at taxi violence, and I put them in touch with taxi members. Right. There was I don't know, you may not have seen this. A taxi driver whose members had all been shot dead got an interdict to stop him being killed. And it was against, clearly as MEC, against Boysen, against the minister. And the evidence was there, torture, this, that. He got the interdict. And a few weeks later, he was shot dead by the very people that he got the interdict against. Now, I mean, I wasn't.
Do you know that? Do you have evidence for that? Do you have evidence for that, or is it just hearsay?
Well, it's a court finding that it was serious and that there was an interdict.
No, but was there evidence that was the reason for him being shot?
Well, it was linked to the taxi conflict in the area.
No, but you see, this.
What I'm saying, okay.
I'm going to come back.
Let me give you one case where the evidence is crystal clear. a 16-year-old child.
No, but is this relevant to this, to what I've asked you?
Well, I'm talking about evidence. I'm saying in some of these cases there's evidence. And this is not about the case.
No, but any of the questions I've asked you now, do you have evidence for any of those?
What do you mean? The question about what I wrote to the task team about, what I wrote about the task team.
So, yeah, let's say for the task team, did you open any cases regarding it? Do you go put down or make any statements or open a docket regarding the task team allegations that you've made?
Who could I open it with?
With the police, the South African Police Service.
Well, when the provincial commissioner is helping to run the task team, what's the use of going to the police to open a case when these people are already facing cases and it's up to the court to decide? Why should I open a case?
Yeah, but that's a very convenient answer because you speak about it publicly and you condemn a whole lot of things, which is your right. But then you need to probably prove why you've condemned certain things. I might even agree with you on certain things. The point is just that you can't just haphazardly say these things in the media as though it is fact when we actually don't know if it is fact. Have you ever submitted any kind of an affidavit to any court or possibly to the MPA or let's say to IDAC regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement?
Well, as I've explained, I didn't know that IDAC would. I didn't know that I could go to IDAC. I think I have sent it to some judicial bodies and got nowhere to ask, what do I do about this? But you see, what you're saying is, I can't do much until these cases proceed in court. But when there are common themes about abuse, about acting unlawfully, and when there's no need whatsoever for this team, the only people I can go to are the minister and the parliament to try and take it further.
Isn't it a fact that by speaking publicly but not officially, you avoid any legal consequences for your words?
No, not at all. I mean,
but you said you make it public while you leave it for someone else to verify. So that means I can go on any platform and I can say what I like, and Honourable Ngola or Honourable Matthys, any one of them would need to go and verify it.
I do it because I've been doing it for 40 years and I've been proven right, including by charges against hitmen brought on my evidence.
But on 2018 with Voisin, you were found to be wrong. High Court overturned it. There was an interdict and the court made it very clear that what you had said was not accurate.
I'd said, I didn't make statements against Voisin, I challenged.
No, I've got the article in front of me, News 24, I'll send you the link. The next one, you will agree that such a possibility exists. Let me start with this one maybe.
No, I'm confused now because I wrote to I believe that if you want to focus on Voisin, I believe the racketeering charges were wrong. There was no evidence, but I believe that in some of those cases, like the taxi driver, there was independent police.
Let me refresh your memory, Doctor. You said that the original report on the Cato Manor squad, you couldn't see why anything would be wrong in it. That's what you said, despite the fact that court later proved the relevant.
I did not approve of the charging. I never said that the racketeering charges. I did say that I realized that there were charges that should have been brought. In fact, Advocate Batoy sent the dockets back and told the advocate in KZN
so you can see there was a mistake in what you said. There was a mistake in what you said.
Mistake. What was I talking about?
Well, I'm telling you now that regarding today and the questions we've asked or I've asked you regarding General Boyson, is that I would not go as far as even saying yes. I hear what some of my colleagues say. I would sue you for defamation. You just haphazardly say things about people. We don't have that luxury because if we do that, we get ethics complaints against us. And I can refresh your memory on that as well. Are you aware that General Boyson took your allegations to High Court? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and have you?
And you're aware that the High Court ruled. Are you aware that the High Court ruled in his favour, finding the allegations to be baseless? Are you aware of that?
They found the allegations against racketeering were based. The cases dragged on. They were withdrawn. They were sent back to the provincial DPP for an individual assessment, which I think should have happened. They should have
But
been...
you are aware, the point is you are aware that High Court ruled in General Boyson's favour, finding that the allegations were baseless.
When was that? That they ruled that it was baseless?
2018, I'll send you that link as well. The court, after examining the actual evidence, disproved the very gossip you have been spreading. Your campaign against General Boyson, in fact, has been legally discredited by a judge. And you've previously justified your refusal to name names by citing a right to remain silent. Am I correct?
Hang on. Is this when the charges... I'm confused. Is this when the charges against all of them were withdrawn after years and years of the carrying on? Because the Boyson charges had been withdrawn before that, as I remember. And I think the Boyson charges were completely out of order. There was at that stage, no evidence for racketeering.
Dr. De Haas, let's clear the slate, because I think we're speaking past each other. In terms of what was said today, you have previously, or you said today, that the right to remain silent is a protection for an accused person facing criminal charges, isn't it?
That is part of what's allowed.
You're not the accused here. You're a witness, or at least you are posing as one. Do you understand the difference?
Well, I was called because I'm a witness, I take it. Or no, I was called to give evidence. I'm not a witness to any... But what I don't understand is I don't know what this has all got to do with what is happening with the task team, because it's a very different situation.
Well, it's quite simple. You made certain allegations. You don't have evidence to back it up. We need to see the evidence in order for us to write a report, to make recommendations to Parliament. So you're not the accuser, you're a witness. A witness has a moral duty to come forward with evidence, not to hide behind the rights of the accused. So do you understand that?
The accused also have rights, you know.
But you're not the accused. That's my point. You're not the accused, though. You're the witness. So when you invoke the right to remain silent, you're either fundamentally confused about the law, or you're using it as a shield to avoid accountability for your unsubstantiated claim. So which one is it?
Look, the only thing I have refused to divulge is the names of policemen who gave me information. The rest is public. And I wrote to Parliament hoping they would call people in and interrogate the matter. Right. You know, did you get orders? Tell us. Show us the orders you got. Did you get this, that, the other? Now, I have a duty as a human rights defender to report abuses. I have got nowhere, I'm afraid, and I mean, that's another whole story, that IPID itself is not functioning properly. There's a whole story there.
But and let's pause.
So what I could do is go to Parliament and say, will you just call the minister in and ask him these questions and see if...
You just said you have a duty to protect people's rights, correct?
Yes.
Don't you have the same duty to not defame people or to not make wild accusations without evidence?
Wild allegations. I'm making allegations.
So everything in your statement you've got evidence for.
Look,
don't get me wrong. I know that sometimes we have to join the dots.
Evidence. In this statement, I'm reporting very clearly what people told me and what appears to be credible information that I want investigated. That's why I wrote
what
this.
Appears to be.
How do you know? You can't say. It seems
you just said it. I'm just quoting you.
But I'm just saying, it seems very likely when different people say the same things quite independently, when they talk about the torture, when they talk about the seizures, when they talk about this, there's a parallel, different people who don't even know each other. I have a duty to say this is a pattern. It's a pattern that's that's emerging. And that's what I'm saying, and I want it investigated.
You are 100% correct that you need to report those things. What I'm saying to you is that if you make accusations, public statements and accusations, like earlier when you were saying certain people aren't legitimate, I can't remember the exact word that Honourable Skosana used, but I think you asked if certain people were credible. If you make a statement like that, you need to be able to back it up. You can't just make a statement because of what someone else said. I understand that sometimes you need to join the dots, 100%. Sometimes we don't know 100% of something. We know 80% of it. And I get that then we have to speak about context and openly say we're not sure about this or that. But to just go out with sweeping statements and to create the impression like everything is wrong or everything is fine creates a significant misrepresentation. I want to ask you, and just as a correction, maybe, you said earlier that Parliament didn't respond to your complaint from late last year. Parliament did. And in fact, Parliament even forwarded your complaints to the Minister of Police, to the National Commissioner as well. So just to let you know, that was done. And the response was sent to you. We did acknowledge receipt. In fact, Babalwa Mbengu was the one that...
Acknowledged receipt, but after that I did
but
more.
It mustn't create the impression that Parliament didn't respond.
Well, it was a receipt of something. I don't know what you did with it because you didn't tell me.
Well, I don't need to, but in January, we had that session about the political killing task team. We had the first round then. It was eventually postponed to another month, but we ended up doing it. So...
But I mean, I didn't get any notice of that, so I didn't know that you.
But then you can't exactly. Then you can't just make the statement. Before you make the statement and you sign on the dotted line, you need to make sure that it's credible. We can't just make a sweeping statement about what we do and don't do, because it creates a total and utter misperception of our work.
Well, look, I've had responses in the past to say thank you and we'll do this or do that, and I didn't, so I assumed nothing was being done, but thank you for correcting it. No, I hadn't been told that before.
Dr. Haas, I'm going to, in the chair's absence, I want to hand over to the Honourable Kola Barnard.
Yeah, no, as the acting chair, thank you, Honourable Cameron. Honourable Barnard, it's your time now.
Thank you very much. Just to go back, because I was there during the whole business of the looted 45 million, or attempts to loot the 45 million, the notorious 45 million. It seems there were many careers destroyed by that revelation of that 45 million. The then Crime Intelligence Financial Officer, Brigadier Tiani Hlangwane, stopped the money and the purchase of the notorious grabbers, and was immediately facing disciplinary hearing and was eventually dismissed. Robert McBride, as head of the IPID, was very vocal about it, spoke very openly about it in the Police Portfolio Committee, and he was then promptly suspended and had to go to court. The courts cleared him, and the upshot of all of that was he was refused a second term. What confused me was when we were listening to Cedric Nkabinda, who I gather is coming back, that the decision to prevent Robert McBride as then head of IPID for standing for a second term was taken elsewhere, not in Parliament, before the committee even sat to take the decision, which it seems, and indeed seemed very obvious to me during the meeting, that it was all predetermined. It was a hatchet job of note. In fact, I think I walked out in utter horror at what was going on. And it seemed to me that at that stage, Parliament was just being treated as a rubber stamp organisation. The decision's already taken, there's the rubber stamp, just click it, tick the box, move on. Is this perhaps an example of the political interference that has been so much spoken about of late?
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was because, I mean, my feeling is, and it's not... It's peripheral to what you've said. I mean, I think, and your committee, if I remember rightly, was a good committee. Were you on the committee before Birkman or after, during Birkman? He was a very good chair, yes. And I mean, if you look back, going right back to after Zuma became president, there was a gradual more and more interference in government institutions by ministers. And I mean, like, for example, and at that time, I mean, as I said, I can't comment, but I would agree with you that it seems to have been all arranged beforehand, before the that McBride couldn't come back. But what I do know is that, an IPID itself became very polarized, very, very polarized. After that, I think it was, I got the most awful letter from them where they were all fighting among themselves. And the other thing was that the person that was appointed to head IPID, I don't think had the competence to do it, because I'd worked with the police reporting officer, which became something else and then IPID from the beginning, and there were always prosecutors or advocates or prosecutors in charge of IPID, and I think this person lacked most of those qualifications. Be that as it may, but I think your point is very important, because I went to the Portfolio Committee in the last Parliament and gave evidence about why there had to be completely independent oversight of IPID. And I drew on a whole range of information from European countries where the ministers don't come near it, or if people have been in the police for a while. I remember saying to Berkman, we've got a head of IPID in KZN who was a police general. How can we have that? We've got policemen who were working in an area that are now in IPID. You've got to have independence. And that's in my submission. And I think the DA also agreed that the legislation that was passed, I think you opposed it. I think the DA opposed it. But the majority won the day, and I believe, and I'm saying this because I think, bear it in mind, I believe that new legislation does not give sufficient independence to IPID, because it still allows the minister to have a hand in it. That was what I think. And I think there was probably intervention by ministers then. Certainly, I know from people in KwaZulu-Natal, clearly was everywhere and doing everything himself instead, and of course he wanted Sithole out, and but I'm sure there's political interference all over the place. You can't get prosecutions of people like Clearly.
You refer on page 100 of your additional documents to what that pack, to what you call malicious arrests, this in relation to the PKTT. Please expound on that claim.
They appear to be malicious. They certainly do. The fact that charges were completely withdrawn against Mzindli on fairly minor stuff for which he'd been refused bail, and against another man too, Vete, they were withdrawn. Dlamini, why on earth is he being charged and refused bail for allegedly defeating the ends of justice? And he told me that in the disciplinary case, the one witness they relied on had admitted that he'd been told to sign the statement. So that appears malicious. I can't speak about the Cato Manor people, but there is a consensus out there in the community, but hey, they didn't do it. And even a policeman told me that the other day. They're not the people who did it. And I've traced it back again to factual disparities in Tekwini that are likely. But my problem, with it's not just the task team doing this. In Glebelands, they went in and they kept charging people because they were opposing the councillor. And I went in, one of them was charged. He was badly tortured. Limping. He'd been really abused. I went into his hearing and I was sitting there, and one after the other was getting up and charges were being withdrawn. And the charges were withdrawn against the abuse guy. He'd lost his job in the meantime. And it became a common thing to deal with political enemies. They brought malicious charges in the 90s against Vilagazi, who was arresting IFP wards. They then brought malicious charges against the top investigator who was getting to the root of the intra-ANC violence enrichment. And they were maliciously charged. So I've seen this happening, and I'm wondering if it's a way of kind of discouraging. I mean, nothing's proof until you get everything out in the open in a court case, and people can go along and give their evidence. But what I am concerned about is this creeping culture of secrecy, and this is why I will defend myself about giving the only opinions I give to the media. It's sending people off to do their own work that I'm hoping to do when I go public. But I'm really concerned. I'd also given evidence about that secrecy bill. Very alarmed. There was a creeping culture of secrecy. The Mufamadi report said 6 years ago it is urgent to get civilian control back. And it hasn't happened yet because, as you know, the Honourable Kola Barnard, as you know, that report was driven through Parliament last year, the law was, and only enacted this year. So we've lost 6 years, and in the meantime, there's no real control over the intelligence agencies to speak of, even by Parliament, until we get the Inspector General's office sorted out. I think that's a priority.
You referred to move to page 102. You say, and I'm quoting, dead men tell no tales. You're referring to the political killing task team, and you claim that the PKTT kills rather than arrests. Now, do you have any figures, any stats? Do you have any proof that that is happening? I live in KZN, and I am of the opinion that police killings have increased, but I have no proof.
No, look, I don't know if it's linked. I mean, the killings that have increased, and these are reported in the media, and your colleague, Honourable Breitenbach, sent a researcher to me to get information about it. Dozens of killings, no witnesses. In one case, I know that the man who, a member of one of the police teams, it wasn't the political killings team though, another team altogether, is apparently notorious for killing people, just shooting them dead. And I also know, because our mortuaries, you'll be hearing a lot more about that, or the Justice Portfolio Committee will. I'm a member of a medical rights group. Our mortuaries in KZN are dysfunctional, starting with when Glormo was MEC, when he also killed cancer patients with corruption. And that is in a report. I mean, it's not my hearsay. Right. Glormo also sided with criminal employees who went out on strike illegally and did everything, and they lost most of the good pathologists. The equipment doesn't work a lot of the time. To cut a long story short, our medical rights group that's got the former head of law, it's got one of our top pathologists and medical people, sent a report to the Law Commission requesting that the mortuaries be taken away from the Department of Health and put under an independent board. Because we don't know how many of these killings were deliberate and how many not, but we know in one private post-mortem that was done by the very same policeman allegedly killing other people, that the top pathologist said the 4 or 5 deceased could not have posed a threat to the police. But we can't get further. So Parliament is going to be getting more lobbying because we're going back to the Law Commission. They ignored us. We said, we want this taken away. Put on representatives of the police, justice, Department of Home Affairs, health. It's got to be an independent board. There's a trade in body parts going on in the Durban mortuary. Whole bodies disappear sometimes. So, I mean, this is the problem with any police killings right now. We don't know, but there's been a spate of them. I mean, I think for Glynis's researcher, the Honourable Breitenbach's researcher, I gave her a list of some of the names that I had, or some of the details, but we honestly don't know whether they were justified or not. But I don't know, they're not linked specifically to the political killings task team. It's linked more to the extraordinarily high numbers of people getting killed by
in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking at much of what you've written in the reports, it seems you're putting the cost of the political killing task team in juxtaposition to the relatively small number of political killings versus the over 70 daily civilians killed nationally. I don't know what it is in KwaZulu-Natal specifically. Cost-wise, the political killing task team does appear to be incredibly well-resourced, but I don't want to use the phrase bang for the buck, but you understand what I'm saying. Mm. The money spent there in relation to perhaps boosting other of the specialized units may be more effective. I don't know if the study has been done.
No, I don't know either. All I know is that right now there's an area in Camperdown, which is near Maritzburg. Some of it is restitution land, some of it's small private owned. There are 3 court interdicts on that land to stop invasions. They're being ignored. Land, housing mafias are coming in with rifles and threatening and intimidating. People are desperate. And there's not an operational response person in sight. That's where they should be. Now, and yet we're spending the money running around with the task team. Women are telling me in townships, former townships around Durban, we know about the Cape Flats, but it's mayhem in townships. They say they can't sleep at night for the gunshots. That's why I'm making this thing about guns. They say kids are running around with drugs and guns, and then nothing's being done about it. These are ordinary, decent people. We're talking about mothers who are so worried about their kids. Talking about on Saturday, the kids that were studying for the matric exams up in the Matuba area were robbed. They were studying for matric at night with their teacher, and along come the thugs, rob them, terrorize them. No, please. No, I mean, we've got to do something about police resources. We've got to balance them. I mean, the farmers are still saying they're attacked for political reasons. Well, we know that story. But, you know, I mean, it's been broadcast in America by Trump. But the point is it's rural safety. It's a symptom of lack of complete rural safety. You don't hear about all these black people that are getting killed all the time in those areas. Even people in another area, it's restitution land. The man who's leading the anti-mining movement and even one of the traditional leaders under threat of death. I mean, we've got to balance these resources properly. It's a sheer luxury to keep paying this political killings task team for what's not needed, because we must empower our detectives. We must train them well, and they can tackle everything then. I mean, these criminal cases. Yeah.
My final question. Were you surprised at all when the Inspector General of Intelligence was suddenly suspended by the President?
I was amazed because I'd had good dealings with him. I mean, I didn't know him, but I mean, we had sent him stuff confidentially because it was confidential information about all the front companies and things. And he actually wrote and thanked me for it. He was grateful for it. He seemed to be, from what I was seeing, a big improvement. But look, remember, the post had been vacant for years. But he did seem to be getting on with things, from what I've heard from other people and my own experience, that he was taking what we were sending him seriously.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett. Doctor, do you know Sibongiseni Dlomo, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo?
Oh, God.
Who was the MEC of Health in KwaZulu-Natal?
Very well. Bad news.
And then did I hear you saying that Dlomo killed a cancer patient.
Indirectly, because what happened was we had almost brand new, there's a 50-page report we sent to everybody, the Human Rights Commission, nobody did. And it was what happened was that the new cancer machines weren't serviced.
Listen to me, doctor.
The new cancer machines were not serviced and cancer patients who were treatable died.
Listen to me, doctor. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption. Is that what the statement you want to put here?
No, okay, sorry. There was a report from there was a very good investigative journalist who was following it up. I think it embarrassed people, and there was a very good DA MP, Dr. Kika, who was also involved. What happened was this, that the Office of the Treasury in KZN did a report that showed the corruption, that the money had been siphoned off irregularly, that was destined. There's also a letter I have from the head of the department saying, yes, we gave this report to Dr. Dlomo. So he did something, he did nothing, he had the report. Now that's corruption in terms of anti-corruption legislation, if you know something. Anyway, so the cancer patients died because the money to service the machines had just disappeared. Okay. We then write to the Human Rights Commission, they do nothing.
No, doctor.
What do you want me to say? You criticize that report.
I got that part. What I want to hear from you is that are you able to reiterate what you said, that Dr. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption?
Can I put it more tactfully? When Dr. Dlomo was MEC for Health, there was gross corruption in the cancer, the oncology. They were almost new machines. They weren't serviced. There was no money. There was a Treasury report about corruption. Dlomo was responsible because he knew about it and did nothing. We don't have to say he killed people, but if you are told about corruption and cancer patients die, you're responsible.
You don't want to say he killed people.
No, I don't want to say that publicly. I was responding to...
You want to withdraw that statement?
I want to withdraw. I want to withdraw.
Dr. Dlomo killed people with killed cancer patients with his corruption. Yes,
let's not say it though.
Doctor, I want to hear you saying it, that I want to withdraw the statement that I made about Dr. Dlomo.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
No, I just want to make a follow-up, Dr. de Haas. Now, in the light of, you might have noticed that I arrived when proceedings were already underway.
Okay, yeah, I saw that.
My own experience since after the lunch break has been that you have been withdrawing a lot of assertions we have made in this meeting. And some of these assertions, you would have made them as passionately as your written statement. Would I be correct to conclude that the level at which you become passionate about something and the vigorous nature of your approach in dealing with that issue should not mislead us to think that therefore because of that level of a vigorous nature to the issue is true?
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to look at what I've written and make an assessment on that. There's a lot of material I've sent to you. As I said to you, I'm sitting in a province where I'm dealing day in, day out with people who are under threat of attack or who want justice and they don't get it. So yes, I'm passionate about it. I don't want to do this. I do it reluctantly because people want me to. And you want to know how many messages I got supporting me? Well, you must do that today. Anyway, but at the same time, when I put something in writing, I can justify it with having at least interviewed, formed an assessment that I want taken forward in the finalization of court processes. And I also, because as I said, it goes even beyond the fact that we've spent all this money on what appear at this stage to be hardly any successes, given the number of political people died. We can't afford it, quite frankly. We need that money for policing for areas where people are not getting protection, where there aren't enough detectives, where there aren't enough vehicles. There's rural roads in KwaZulu-Natal where you're a long way from a police station.
Okay, sorry.
So that's what I'm arguing for, resources.
No, I understand that, Dr. De Haas. Maybe I must also, there's quite a few of us here who are from KwaZulu-Natal. So quite a few of us here. Maybe majority of the committee members here are from KZN. So you're talking to people who are familiar with, who were born there, grew up there, activists until who are in parliament now. So, but I don't get a definite answer to my question. Let me tell you why it's important we must understand you properly.
Please.
When you are engaging with us as members of parliament, and like I'm saying earlier on, you are demonstrating a very firm assertiveness on certain issues. And immediately when we interrogate those issues, you concede. And you say, no, I didn't mean that. No, then if you say that, I withdraw. It is the same level of passion and enthusiasm with the subject you are engaged on that is reflected on your written statement, which you did alone without anybody challenging you on it. So my question was, and still is, would you agree with me that therefore it doesn't mean that everything as presented here and the level of authoritative assertiveness we have demonstrated in your written script doesn't necessarily mean all of it must be taken as it is?
I want you to take what I put in writing seriously.
And not...
You've got to distinguish between open responses, because I found some of them kind of quite provocative, I guess, because I don't see what your own Boyson's got to do with this, and I don't see... But, I mean, I have agreed with you that anything is, for you, hearsay, because it's been told to me. I had very, very thorough training in interviewing people and assessing people. I ask questions, I ask other questions to try and find out more and try and for them to confirm. I mean, it doesn't help, if you can't sit down and face people. But when you interact with people, things get often more emotional. I'm sorry, this is Parliament. I'm used to these things in academic things where we're all shouting at each other and contradicting each other and things like that. But I want you to distinguish between what I think and write, because when I put things in writing, I'm more careful than when I speak.
Oh, no, then I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chief Whip. And thanks very much, honorable members, for this session. We are going to break and come back after 20 minutes. I have said that we will have a short meeting during break, but I am postponing the meeting when we conclude the session, I mean today's proceedings. Doctor?
Yes.
May we come back at 20 minutes to 7.
Okay. May I ask, Honourable Chair, how long it's likely to take? Because I was hoping to see a relative in Cape Town, but I don't think it's going to happen.
The relative is watching you here now.
No, I'm just saying, I'm only asking about time for that.
Our problems are many today.
Yeah.
I have many problems.
Let me just say to you,
we have serious problems.
This is
Honorable Novalo, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skotane,
let me honestly respond to the question by Dr. De Haas. When we come back, Honorable Matthys is going to have a conversation with you, then followed by Honorable Sols at the back, and then Honorable James, Honorable Shongwe, and then the Chief Whip. So we are left with 5 speakers. So 20 minutes by 5 is how many minutes? It's about 1 hour 40 minutes, and the SC. Oh no, he says he does not have. Maybe I can 5 or 6 minutes. I can also have a conversation with you. Yeah, somewhere.
So a couple of hours.
Yeah, around. So it takes us around to between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay, well, that's the end of that. Okay, sorry, that's all right. I just needed to know so I can let them know.
Yeah, no, we enjoyed the conversation with you. That's why I said to you, we are like your grandchildren, you see. We sit around the fire.
Indaba.
Yeah,
Indaba, my children.
Those stories of your youth. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, okay. So we're taking a break, okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
So what were you offering at the university? The University of
Ngola, you. No heaven for you. Where is Kosan? No heaven for you. Nomval. No heaven for you.
Bonani. Dr. De Haas is not here and it's now 20 minutes to 7. And Honorable Mattheis has started asking questions. And the witness is not here. She has not heard your first question. Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Chair, I think let's apply for a warrant of arrest.
Prof, my doctor. So you have deserted me here because the reason why you must sit here is because you must face the audience. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Mattheis.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Dr. Diaz. I'm the next lot, and I'm the nicest one that you're going to have in this ad hoc committee today. Just to start off with, did you read the ad hoc terms of reference? Have you gone through the ad hoc committee, this committee that you're in now? Have you gone through our terms of reference?
Sorry, I did look at them very briefly when they came through, and as I've been explaining to people, it was not helped by the fact that I've had computer problems for the last week and my home network has disappeared, so I'm having to work between a USB and a tethered data thing. So, but I did see them and they came through just at the time I was grappling with that, and I read them quickly.
Okay. So I just wanted to, and this is just by the way, Dr. Mary, is that we do have our terms of reference does allow us to appoint a forensic investigator. Okay. So it is something that we can do if the need arises. So just tell us, where were you born?
I was born in England.
You were born in England, and you grew up in England as well, or?
No, I grew up here, actually.
Oh, you grew up here.
School here.
Okay. Just some clarifications on your qualifications. You said you've got a Master of Social Science degree.
I've got a research master for my research, a cum laude one. I have a social work qualification. I have an honours and masters, and then I've got this doctorate from Rhodes, an honorary doctorate in for my work in human rights. Yeah,
okay, I got you. And then you often
a lot of publications.
Okay, and is that how you got the title of professor through your publications?
People call me that, and I would say I'm not a professor. I should have been, because I was just too busy teaching and doing this to finish a degree. But I mean, it's quite not difficult to finish a PhD, and I've published most of it. So I mean, people call me that, and they use this term professor often in America if you're an academic at university. But I didn't get the official professorship because I hadn't finished the PhD that would have got me the professorship when I was teaching. Yeah.
Okay. You also indicated that you often assist SAPS officers who have either been illegally arrested or persecuted, as you indicated. Where do you get the funding from?
Okay. No, I haven't had it for years. We had it for 10 years. Professor Zulu and I had it. It was a joint project. It was Natal Monitor, became KZN Monitor, a research project. And we got the funding from Norwegian People's Aid for 10 years, between 1995 and 2005, all very proper, audited in our research codes. And it was given initially for research on the continuing violence, and then Shobi Shabane happened. And the funders agreed to give us money for legal work, and that's how we funded legal representation for victims, families of victims at Shobi Shabane. So haven't had funding. I mean, if I publish stuff in academic journals, which don't get nearly enough time to do as much as I want of, I get funding in my research account that I can use for academic purposes only.
So it was the Norwegian government. Did they approach you, or did you approach them, or did you apply for funding?
Well, somebody who'd been in exile approached us, actually, and they had representatives here at the time. And when they were running around with me some of the time to see what was happening, and then they offered us small funding. But as I said, the funding, they then offered us more after Shobi Shabane, and that allowed us to help people with legal problems if they didn't have legal help. But it stopped in 2005.
Okay, and who was the person that assisted you in facilitating the funding? You said there was someone?
What was his name? Yeah, there was it was networked. The person, Paul Zulu knew someone who'd been in exile who was very close to ANC leadership. She's deceased now. She was Doris Kosana. And she'd been fairly well up in it. And she knew the Norwegian People's Aid people. That's how it happened. And they got interested in what was happening during the years of the violence. And I took them around, actually. They had the shock of their lives one day. when we got chased out of a shack area that was later on going to be the site of another massacre. We didn't know what all the soldiers would do anyway, and they sort of got the message that maybe there's something going on here. And stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So you've also indicated to us that you're an expert on policing and policy and the Constitution, particularly around policing. When you send information that you receive, how do you sift through that information to determine that this is the appropriate person or institution or agency to send whatever information that you get to? And do you think that you use the right information forms? For example, when you lodge a complaint to the public protector, they have a process on how and forms that need to be filled out. So just sending an email sometimes does not necessarily amount to it being a formal complaint because there's processes in place.
In the first years of democracy, I would go to the police and they would respond. And that just fell away gradually in the 2000s, and I'm lucky if I get any responses at all. I mean, there's some police that I've at stations that have been helpful. I will sometimes phone about patrols. Generally speaking, written answers are few and far between. You know, they used to be much more. Recently I just passed on the complaint. I wasn't able to evaluate. And it did get investigated, actually. And I was worried because it involved a supposed unregistered. So that I do it in different ways. We had no success whatsoever with either the Human Rights Commission or the Public Protector in KZN. But we got the investigation into Cleveland's hostel by just before, I think it was the last report that Advocate Madlanga wrote, because a lawyer with whom I work, who used to be the head of the law department, knew her well. And having the local office having turned us down, she did the investigation. So we've used different channels. And I've often sent stuff on to Parliament. I mean, at one stage, when I did complain to Parliament about torture and the fact IPID was doing nothing about it, it was, Advocate Birkman was the chair, and they followed up. They got an undertaking from the national office. They'd investigate. It was about our province. The guy came down here, he needed to see me urgently. I went out my way and he said, look, I quite agree, everything I've followed up looks right. And he got called back the very next day to head office because McBride had just arrived back and I think he wanted a meeting and that was the end of it. So we have had follow-ups in the course of the years to ask answers from, say, in that APID. So different. Yeah.
So why do you think the institutions or agencies that you, or the SAPS in particular, where you normally had a relationship with and they would respond, why do you think they stopped responding to you?
Oh, because everything changed in 2009. I mean, clearly became the National Commissioner, and we had a return to military policing, which should never have happened. I mean, the ANC had taken a very firm decision in 1995 to demilitarize policing. And it was brought back immediately because clearly likes running around in a uniform. And then it became shoot to kill. And not only that, but and I'm quoting media reports now, oh gosh, there's this man who was a bodyguard, now he's a brigadier, that we were getting all this, and I was getting reports from people about nepotism. So it started to go down, less and less responses. And we saw that with Cleveland's, for example. There was a crisis there, people were dying all the time. And I was writing to the provincial commissioner then, the woman that was suspended for the World Cup tender, which was signed off by clearly. He signed it off. He should have been charged, not her. Okay. And she she once said, oh, let's have a meeting, and then she withdrew them. Never replied to anything.
So you pretty much saying that it had more to do with who came into leadership. You don't think it had anything to do with the quality of the information that you were sending or asking about?
No, I don't think so, because I was doing what I've been doing since, I mean, in 1990, there was this big effort from people that we knew were not very nice security police, but it wasn't all this nice, you know, that we're having this change, and I knew they were lying, because at one stage before 1994, I think it was the Freyvik blood actually, there was a real theory that the police were far to the right of de Klerk and didn't like what he'd done. And there was a real, at one stage, there was even talk about, well, if there's a coup, it's not going to come from the army, who are largely behind de Klerk, but from the police. So there were those tensions, and I think they went out of their way to show, but nothing much changed, actually.
Okay. So I'm curious about how you did not know that you had an option of lodging a complaint with IDEC, given your vast experience.
No, IDEC, you mean?
Yeah, IDEC.
Oh, right. Well, I guess I guess that it didn't, I hadn't thought of looking. I'll be honest with you that I'd tried over and over again to get action from IPID and got absolutely nowhere with anything, even with cases where we produced the medical evidence about the severity of the torture. I mean, so I was kind of, there was IPID, there was, I could have gone to the civilian secretariat, but I've never ever seen much. I've seen a lot of bad laws coming out of that have had to be sent back from the civilian secretariat. One of the things I put in parting was this, in suggestions forward to think about basically, is that there's far too much power in the hands of one person, of the Minister of Police, who, regardless of who the Minister of Police is, because it's the Minister of Police who decides on the head of a... I mean, now there's a bit of window dressing about, well, let's call for nominations in the new legislation. The Minister of Police is the one who appoints the head of IPID ultimately. Appoints the civilian secretariat, which is supposed to give it, and they've got civilian secretariats in the different provinces. Because I once said to one of the Director Generals, well, what are they doing if you want us to... Oh, he said, nobody knows what they do. I thought, what an admission. Anyway, we've got the civilian secretariat, and of course we've got, it's IPID, civilian secretariat, Minister of Police, of course. I mean, National Commission, no, well, that's the President. But there's got to be a recommendation somewhere. I think that there's a need, there's too much power over oversight bodies of the police with one pair of hands in the form of the minister. I think there should be more of a parliamentary role, quite honestly, in who becomes heading those particular institutions of IPID and the civilian secretariat.
Okay. So in terms of the IDEC, and you're not, so you weren't quite familiar with IDEC?
No, I mean, I thought that they had a more specialized agenda, quite honestly. I was thinking that they were into specific types of corruption. I mean, it gets quite confusing because we've got the SIU running around and we've got all sorts of people who are supposed to be doing it. But, I mean, I'm glad of that suggestion.
Okay. Have you read the terms of reference for the PKTT?
The PKTT, now where are all I know is whatever was published about it. Yeah. And it was political killings in KZN. Yeah.
So you haven't, or you didn't, the IMC, have you read their terms of reference?
Sorry,
the IMC, which was the interim ministerial.
I've never seen a report by them. No, I mean, I don't know whether they ever report it to Parliament. I mean, that's something that I could...
Have you tried to access any of those documents?
Well, I looked to see what I looked at the time I wrote that conversation article. I looked to see whatever I could find about their operations. And all I could get, it was a decision and it was media reports, basically. Okay.
So when did you conclude that the PKTT was a rogue and unnecessary task team?
Well, it was starting to show that way a couple of years. They'd had 2 years when I read that conversation article. They'd withdrawn charges in 3 high-profile cases. It was impossible. It was impossible to assess. And you see, someone asked me about how many convictions were there, and I mean, I've scoured media reports. I know that there are cases in court from people that tell me. I've scoured media reports, and there's not many high-profile cases. You know, the high-profile cases get reported in the media, and they used to be even better reported 5 years ago. So you do pick up, and I know, with people, I know more about the killings in the areas. I've never, ever heard about anyone having been convicted. Some of the cases that have happened recently, a couple of them, they said, you see, we're getting these convictions. They've been there for years. They've just dragged on. And I think in at least one of those cases, the work had been done by the provincial team. It was going back that far. In another case, it seemed that, and this may be a problem in other cases, that the man who pulled the trigger had been convicted, but he was telling everybody who would listen to him, apparently, that, but hang on, I told them who sent me, and they weren't interested in investigating. But again, this is what I want. These were the things that I was hoping that some investigation into them would look at. I mean, I'm talking about, forensic investigators looking at records and things like that.
So about 2 years ago, you'd say that you held the opinion that the PKTT was a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, 3 or 4 years, what was it now? 4 years ago, over that. There was very little to show for it at that stage. Yeah.
And largely your assessment on that and your conclusion on that, is it safe to say that it was based primarily on media reports and then the few people that you have engaged with?
No, it was more than that. I knew some of those cases. I knew the investigators.
So let's say at the moment there's 121 dockets.
Yeah.
So out of that, 1%, 2% on the cases, because you also don't know how many actual cases they have investigated over the years.
I can't make any assessment without a knowledge of what dockets they took. I mean, they took one docket I'm aware of. It's fairly high profile, but it's got nothing to do with politics as far as I know, and they made a copy of it. Okay. And they've taken other dockets that, as I said, of fraud or corruption. But, I mean, the early cases, I was able to make assessments in some of those cases because I knew the context. I knew what was happening in the area. I would hear from people if there had been arrests. So, but I mean, basically, there was no evidence. There was nothing much to go on.
Okay.
In terms of information to assess. And that was even up till the last one, which is in 2022, I think.
Okay. So without giving us the details of the cases, more or less how many of the PKTT cases did you have personal knowledge, or you engaged some of the victims personally?
Look, I can't tell you that now. I've only now pulled all those lists up because I didn't know about, the fact that I would come here, put it that way, after the establishment. And when and I dare not mention the name, that the commission that shall remain nameless was established, they reached out to me. They wanted information, and then when it was starting, I was told, look, we're never going to get to the task team part until at least the end of this year. I'd sent them the sort of stuff I've sent to you, and I then thought, right, I better go through all those lists, I better update them. Somebody wanted an updated one, I think, because I had the information, I just hadn't processed it. So that's what I was doing when you asked me to come here. And I mean, I put the lists aside. It's a very tedious business because the information is so scarce.
Okay, so we have reports since we had the press conference and the Ad Hoc Committee has convened on reports on how many cases there have been, etc. So you haven't accessed any of that information.
They haven't given me a breakdown. The information I'm looking at,
yeah, we have that. So
is what the information I'm looking at is Minister Mkhunu's affidavit, where they are reporting to him, and that's got case numbers. I'm able to make, in some cases, I'm able to link them because it's the area. It's the case is always opened at stations that where they happened, and because my lists have got the names of people and where they were killed, I'm able to make rough assessments of whether that's a particular case. But I don't have the breakdown of all the dockets they took. And
yeah, we have that.
Do you have that? Well, I mean, I can work on that, but I mean, that will, as I said, it'll take a while. I've got to
have a more informed, it would provide a more informed characterization of the PKTT. So let's talk a little bit about destabilizing. It's not a foreign concept that, countries can be destabilized. And the justice system can also be a deliberate, program by forces that don't want to see South Africa advancing or making any developments. And one of the key methods of destabilizing a country, rather, is creating factions within departments and entities, spreading misinformation and disinformation, sort of what we see with AfriForum and what we see with the farm killings. So how do you approach when you get information before you go and you do media briefings and you write reports and you get that? How do you process your information outside of, doing your one-on-one interviews with people to ensure that you're not part of a team, consciously or unconsciously, that's part of destabilizing our justice system?
No, I actually understand the dynamics quite well. I mean, there's all sorts of ways of approaching this. Let's put it academically. I could say to you what's coming out points to the fact that team was set up to cover up politicians. That's my hypothesis. Let's say hypothesis. You have to prove me wrong. So, I've got various theories in my mind. Now, KZN is volatile. We are the heart of probably the most powerful long-distance taxi. There's a lot of ones. I mean, what happens in KwaZulu-Natal is the hitmen linked to the taxis will commit a hit and the taxis will get them off to the hostels in Gauteng. And you tell me why we've still got hostels 30 years after democracy.
So,
anyway, but that's the way it operates. And of course, we're harbour city.
So I'm just asking, so do you feel that you are confident enough to know that you're not part?
Yes, I do indeed. I do indeed. I've been in this a long time.
And that your activism is not being weaponized.
Well, anything can be weaponized, especially in the social media age.
Because when you make your decisions on whether you're going to go public and share information, that you are conscious that I'm not being weaponized to destabilize.
No, I am.
We have an entire minister who made a decision, and largely his decision, even his statement, he came here and it was based on a report that you gave to him. And whether it was intentional or not, I'm just saying. So that had a ripple effect across the entire country. We actually have a commission now and an ad hoc committee based on a report or a complaint that you have submitted. So I'm asking that at no point have you been approached to be part of a grouping or anything, to be part of something to push a particular agenda.
I want to clarify that I work completely independently. I mean, I still collaborate with Prof. Zulu, but he's teaching postgrad students and writing. We share information, but we don't work formally together. He's not doing violent stuff anymore, but we are very close friends. I am certainly not part of. There have been attempts to say I'm working for some foreign. I've heard all sorts of weird things. I'm very independent person.
We can
I
be
make my
very
own
independent.
decisions.
No, I understand that. That's why it could be unconsciously. And Chair,
you are on my discretionary 5 minutes.
oh, thank you, because I'm pretty much done. And this is
at 7:15, your time will expire.
okay. I'm actually was concluding now. I just think, Chair, as an ad hoc committee, because these PKTT reports is going to keep cropping up. We're also going to keep getting witnesses to say that this is not accurate, etc. And as a committee, I think we should make a decision or consider rather that we ask the Auditor General to audit the PKTT reports over the years. And I think it's going to be because so far we've got reports from the police themselves, and then we have witnesses come and say the information is incorrect, etc. And the most positive thing we can do is have an independent body who is mandated to do that. The AG auditors, SAPS, and the crime stats as well. So we can ask also for them to do an audit on this. And I think that will help us as we move forward to deal with information.
I would welcome that. That's what the sort of thing I was looking for, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. So thank you so much, Dr. De Haas. May we please move to Honorable Sauls, but before we do that, let me take Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thanks, Chair. Doc, when you were responding to Honorable Matthews about the investigative methodology that you espoused to test the credibility of information that you receive. Well, I didn't hear precisely your response, but what I captured in your response is that you said before the arrival or before the change of leadership, it was easy for you to test information, but it became difficult, and I think you were specific that it became worse after the arrival of General Pegicele. May you give some brief clarity on that?
Yeah, what I was saying is that I was getting less and less feedback from the police. You know, I've been writing, and I believe in putting things on record. And if I write and I say, well, can you give me a progress report on this case you're investigating, for example, people are asking me to follow it up for you. That type of thing was decreasing. I was getting very few written responses. I mean, I'd carried on phoning police stations to get patrols and trying to get answers about cases. But what was happening after clearly there were two things. First of all, well, there were more because he remilitarized the police, and you've got this military ethos in the police. And pardon me, but I tend to, okay, no, I will leave that about the military, but never mind. That was one thing, but it was just getting less accountable from my point of view in getting responses and about what was happening. Look, it did go on. I mean, for example, the Honourable Chair of the Police Portfolio mentioned the Boyson, the organised crime. Now, this is what I did when people came to me and said, these people are seen running around with the rival taxi faction. So I write and I ask about it. I don't get much response, but I did get a bit of a response. Not from, it was Olivier. I mean, I have something about a background of Olivier I won't go into here, but he was acting in charge. I think Boyson was the overall command. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is, though, that the point is that he was in charge of the organised crime, and I did.
Doc.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean to be rude, man. I think I get the gist of your response. I have limited time. I still want.
Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Yes, I still want to pursue this. Now, should I understand you to say that the investigative methodology that you used to apply you are not applying currently because of the circumstances?
Depends what you mean by it. I mean, I'm getting as much information as I can for anyone who knows anything, but I'm not getting it from the police most of the time. So what can I do?
Remember, Doc, the original question by Honorable Mateus was, how do you test the credibility of information after receiving it? That was the original question. And your reaction was that it was easy for you before the change happened in leadership. It became worse after General Pegitele came in. Now, the question is, does that mean you are no longer using the investigative methodology that you used to use under the then leadership before the arrival of General Pegitele? And if you can be very specific and brief so that the chair doesn't whip me.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. No, I haven't changed. I'm still trying to get information from the police, and I often don't get it. That's what's changed. That's all that's changed. I do my best to get, I mean, right now, police are refusing to open a case that a man wants opened against, he's under threat. It's illegal. What do I do? So I go to General...
Apologies, Doc. Really, I don't think you understand my question.
It's the same.
You are talking about getting an information. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about testing the credibility of the information that you have received. Those are two separate things. Yeah. Getting an information and testing it after receiving it are two separate things. The question was, how do you test the credibility of information that you receive from informants after receiving it?
I do my best. I still use the same methodology. I do my best. What I was doing before, asking answers from the police that don't give it to me, that's what's changed.
So if you receive an information from the police, then you ask for answers from them. From the same police. Is that the methodology that we should understand you to be using?
Look, what I'm saying is a lot of the information I supplied in those case studies were not the ones that are in the factual letters, the letters I sent to Parliament and the Minister. That information came not from the police, it came the people, apart from a few investigators who might have been involved in the cases, right. But that's first-hand information from people who are caught up in these investigations, who are ordinary people in communities. But this applies to everybody, not just the PKTT.
Yeah, no, the chair
also trying to do it for any victims.
The chair has indicated that I've actually run out of time. Lastly, did you subject this information to the same process, the one that is contained in your statement? That is my last question.
Well, if the same process is trying to get information, no, I didn't go to the police because I was not... I mean, I didn't go to police management because I wasn't even getting replies from Nkwanazi when I was sending him letters, let alone Masemola. So I didn't bother because these were the police under their command. So what did I do? But now I know I can try the independent directorate as well, perhaps.
Thank you so much. Honorable Souls, it's 20 minutes past 7 now. Please be done by 20 minutes to 8. In the event you are not done, the chair will exercise his discretionary 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening once again, Honorable Dr. Haas. On this side. Good evening.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yes, I see now. Okay, yeah.
If you don't see me, just follow the teeth.
No, I was vaguely thinking of something else. Sorry, I was, but I mean, sorry. I knew you were there somewhere, and I couldn't remember. But now you mention it, I see you. Yes. Okay.
Dr. Haas, let me start off by being very frank with you.
Please.
The methodology, though your methodology comes with very good intentions, you must understand for the purposes of the committee, the methodology of stating things that you have obviously researched, heard from certain people. But if you haven't verified them and you put it to us, those are things that we cannot use for our investigation. So what I'm going to seek to do as I studied what you submitted to us, I'm only going to zoom into things that I think that you can authoritatively answer to based on experience and based on what you state here. Okay? So we're going to do it that way. So let's start off by dealing with your experience. You speak about in the 1980s, you joined PFP. What was so important about what the party stood for during apartheid? PFP.
Do you want me to answer that first?
Yes. What does it stand for?
Okay. I joined the party.
What does the party stand for?
It was providing the only opposition there was to the Nationalist Party, mainly through Helen Suzman, and we could then give her reports on abuses by the police that she would raise in Parliament. That was, I'm not much interested in politics, but it was a thing to do, especially as the regional director of the Progressive Federal Party. Actually was the director. He had come up and he'd reached out to townships and he was working there. So we were able to work together, and he was working with lawyers, and that's how this formed. Basically, it wasn't about the politics. It was about getting some sort of opposition to the Nationalist Party.
And you also exposed the wrongdoings of apartheid police at the time.
Absolutely. We took affidavits about the abuses, and Ainsley was very involved in working with the lawyers who were, there was a lot of illegal detentions then, for example. We needed lawyers, so he was doing that. So it was a kind of increasing combination of contributions, and the Black Sash were also doing some things too.
And then also you worked closely with the Goldstone Commission. Who set up the commission?
President de Klerk set up the commission, but I know you're going to say apartheid judge, but some of the judges were okay. There were some that were very good.
Dr. de Haas, Solda, please do not assume what I'm...
Oh, somebody said it was an apartheid judge.
Just follow my line of questioning. Okay. Very good. All right. So... de Klerk did so. You are not very positive about police behavior even during that time. Tell us a little bit about that.
The time in the early days of the Goldstone Commission, do you mean?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think that's on record. The police were coming and saying, right, and I was kind of quite amiable towards them. They were welcome, and I just these were kind of white security police, put it that way, mainly. But the police, for example, the stability units that were in the townships had a very negative image in people's mind, because they went in and disarmed anything, even a few homemade meth before the killers came. And so there were negative stereotypes about the police. And of course, trust feed happened. And in the trust feed case, the police were shown to be working with the people that went in at the massacre. I mean, that was all. So when I say that, I'm saying that, they didn't necessarily change their behavior. Some tried to show that they had.
You also mentioned something about the complicity with warlords from the police at the time, and you also stood up against that.
Yeah, indeed I did, because this was later. This came out in trials. When this was after, the violence carried on for a few years after 94 in specific areas. And for example, if you take these cases that were Vilakazi was investigating up in the Mtuba area and Mandini area, we had affidavits from people about how the police were abusing them, and they were also getting abused by the police, by the warlords, under threat. But the very concrete evidence came out in a court case up at Mtuba, where the evidence was that, and there was a conviction, for the warlords, one had been taken out, I think. Some of them die when things are getting a bit hot. And the evidence was there, though, that the local police, that we had actually, the lawyer for John Wills, the lawyer for the ANC, had lodged a complaint about the local public order policing because they were also abusing people. And they apparently, according to the evidence at the trial, they'd gone in and shone the lights on the houses that had to be attacked. So this was the sort of reports we were getting then, and there were convictions in these cases I'm talking about.
So would I be correct then in saying that based on your history right from the 1980s, even during apartheid, fighting against wrongs by police, whether it be apartheid police post-apartheid, this drive that you have, it's not something that you just miraculously gained after 1994. You fought this very same thing that you're doing now since the 1980s, in apartheid and after apartheid.
Yes.
Your issue is wherever there is police corruption, wherever there is workings of police that is negatively affecting the poor, you stand up against it.
Yes, I do. I haven't stopped since. That's what's bugging me. I don't really want to do it, I can tell you, but I haven't stopped because people keep asking me.
And this is what you have tabled to us. So I'm taking this from your statements here. So you have experience in that. Which other commission were you part of? That there was one more. Was it Morana or?
Well, there was the Morani. It was my information about hit squad killings up in the north coast in what is now isikaleni. I was often up in isikaleni. But my information about the hitmen who were killing people all over the place was given to the Goldstone Commission, who ensured that a credible team of detectives investigated, and there was a conviction. That was Romeo Mbambo and two others that also named. That was my information that I passed on, that was followed up by the police, and there were convictions.
All right. So you can then, based on that background, your opinion can be considered authoritative and credible around my next question. You've just proven that. My next question would be, in the formulation of a political task team or a task team, is it important or imperative for it to be headed by a senior detective, and why?
It's always been the case because detectives have to inspect dockets and evaluate the evidence that the people under them have actually accumulated. And if you're not a detective, you can't do that. And the further control is exercised by the prosecutors, who then look at the dockets and say, well, this is good, or you need to go back and get more evidence. Ever since I've worked with the police, this is the way it's been, put it that way. It makes sense. How can you, if you're not a detective, you know, if you're not experienced detective, you only get to be senior in most cases, although there's a bit of a not quite so simple now, but normally you get to be more senior when you've got experience, and you're in a position to do that because somebody has got to keep checking on the quality of the evidence, even before it goes for the prosecutor.
You raised that element as a concern with the current PKTT. What is your concern around that?
There's no senior people that are, I mean, there was supposed to be. As I said to you, the national deputy for detectives was in overall charge. He had to have the reports, but there was a brigadier who was the local provincial person, and that brigadier very soon left. And people say, well, no. And they all say the same thing. No, he couldn't take it anymore because he was getting instructions and he was in charge of investigations. He was the one that did the dockets then, I was told. So, and then it seemed, I have not come across another name that's there all the time. You know, if I would say to someone, well, who's doing the dockets now? Well, there was a captain who came in and there's a colonel. I mean, that's, you know, why? Why isn't there a fixed structure?
So who is running the PKTT now? And what is your information on whether or not he qualifies as a senior detective?
Well, I'm told, and this I don't know at this stage, I'm told that some of the people that were in the task team have gone back to their bases that they came from. You know, one might have been a stock theft sergeant somewhere, or, you know, it could have been, I mean, not all the people in the task team were detectives. But I'm not sure those that were carrying dockets that are in court, I'm not sure who is now overseeing them. I mean, in theory, it should be a senior person in the province.
All right. So
I don't know, though. I can't answer that because I do know that in the case of the police, there isn't one. There's just the prosecutor.
So what we're going to do is, like I told you at the beginning, because you don't know, we're not going to accept that as authoritative. You said earlier that the current coordinator of the PKTT, General Kumalo, is not a senior detective.
He's not a detective. He's never been, from what everybody tells me. He's been operational response.
Now, once again, are you saying that based on you are sure, or are you saying that based on what you've heard?
What I've heard is consistent across various reports, independently, that he was definitely operational response for most of the time. There's no record anyone has of his having been a detective. And I'm talking now not just people in crime intelligence, but people who were in the police for a long time, who know, you know, like a senior retired person, who had never come across him as a detective.
So your submission is confidently that currently the PKTT is not coordinated by a senior detective?
As far as I know, because I don't know whether or not those members, you see, that's the other foggy thing in all this, because some of those cases are still in court. And the investigating officers were allowed to keep those dockets that are still in court. Now, when they've gone to court, the investigation is over because it's in the hands of the prosecutor. So I don't know whether, I mean, you know, once the investigation gets to a prosecution.
So what we'll do is we will take your response to be you don't know, but we will keep for the record that we must ask and interrogate the question whether or not the current PKTT coordinator is a senior detective or has detective experience, okay? So we'll take it like that. Let's jump into your Volume 1, Annexure Bundle, Volume 1. I want us to go to the letter, page 23 to 26, MDH 5.1. There's a section in section 4. This is a letter you wrote to General Mkonazi. So I want us to spend my remaining time on this. So you must be very concise here, Doctor.
This was in 2021. Is that the letter you're referring to?
That's correct.
I think it's the only one that's in here.
Yes. So let's go to paragraph 4. The reason why I'm zooming into that is because, once again, I'm going to test the authority of your evidence, or what you are supplying as backup of your position, because you use the words you can confirm. So if you can confirm, then that means it is something that we can use. So I ignored everything else where I see that you can't really say for sure. So we're just going to zoom into where you specifically state to us you can confirm. So let's go to paragraph 4, number 4.
Sorry, could you just tell me exactly which bundle it's in here? I'm getting myself muddled, as I always do. Which page is it in the? Is it in the?
It's MD, item MDH5,
okay.
1, volume 1 of Annexure Bundle.
Okay.
Annexure Bundle, volume 1. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've got it now. The
number 4.
Commission SAPS, 11th of October. Yep.
You wrote this letter to General Mkonazi.
Yeah.
Did you get a response?
No.
Let's read 4. Would you please? I will stop you where I would want to question you. So let's read yesterday afternoon from there.
Okay, yes. General Khumalo, yes. Members of General Khumalo's team, seizure of the phones, and I think...
Point number 4, it starts with yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
Sunday, 10th October.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
It's your statement.
I received a report.
Yes.
Right. And he'd been arrested at Loop Street. I wasn't able to confirm, after speaking briefly to him, that members of the ministerial task team...
See what you're saying there. You said...
This was...
Yesterday afternoon, Sunday, 10th October, I received a report that Zulu had been arrested and detained at Loop Street. I was subsequently able to confirm, after speaking briefly with him, that members of the ministerial task team had arrested him. Now, you are saying that the PKTT has arrested him, and you are able to confirm that, right?
That's what he told me, and it was I think, from the people he described, and that was when I first heard about National Intervention Unit.
Are you able to confirm, are you sure or not? That
sure as one can be about it, because, I mean, Tabiso Zulu is very intelligent, and he's been doing his own research on these matters for many years.
You see, Doctor, you must not say as sure as one can be. You must say, I'm sure, as one can be, that this was the PKTT who has arrested this gentleman, because what you are claiming is that the PKTT, it was basically overreach. So if you are sure, you must say you are sure. I'm just using it because you use the words you can confirm, okay?
Yeah, I spoke to Khumalo, I think, yeah.
All right. Let's continue. The name of a certain Ramadi was mentioned. Conversation, the arresting officers had seized 2 cell phones in the possession and told him that they were going to download the content of the telephones. These telephones should have been stored securely at Loop Street Station, but a duty officer confirmed that the arresting officers had made an entry that they had removed the phones, but no contact details were available for me to follow up. I did speak to General Khumalo about this, And I also sent him messages complaining about it. How did you speak to General Khumalo about this?
On the telephone.
So you have telephonic records that you have spoken to him about this?
Yes, yes. I mean, I don't know if I've got the records anymore. It's 4 years ago, but I did speak to him.
Okay. That you can say for sure.
Yes, yes.
I requested that he send his email address so that he could follow up via email. But since you have not received anything back.
No, I never received anything. I think the phones were reported. There was a report, though, to the Inspector General of Intelligence by Tabiso himself.
Okay. So what you are telling us by this statement, because this is the only thing closest to what I can use as something with authority. With this, are you saying that the PKTT has arrested people, taken possession of phones on cases that was not falling within their ambit? Is that what you're saying to us?
So in this case, it wasn't, because they'd arrested him. I can't remember what they arrested him for, because he had opened a case of assault and they claimed they were coming to investigate it. Then they arrested him on another charge, and that's in further correspondence I don't have with me, but it wasn't political that they were dealing with.
All right. Dr. Haas, you also said that earlier you wanted to shed light on the fact that at one political killing, provincial police did a good job with this particular political killing, and then when the PKTT started, they took over and then withdrew the charges of that.
Not immediately.
Talk about that to us.
Okay. What happened is, and if you look, I think I made a copy of quite an interesting media report where clearly is going into figures and things like that. And what had happened, he gives the figures for the people that had been taken that were handing dockets. He said so many members and so many had been transferred from their units because we took the dockets, right? So that's how that happened. And then initially, in the first, and I haven't yet pieced together the whole timeline, because initially there was supervision of the task team. There was a brigadier in Ngwenya who was there, and he looked at the dockets. This would have been, I think he was still there. I think it would have probably been around 2020. Maybe he was, but I'm not sure. He wasn't there for more than a year or two. And one would need to say, well, but it wasn't the immediate takeover, but it was soon after the takeover that those charges, by 2020, the charges had been withdrawn in those 3 cases that had been handled by provincial people against the politicians. Because in the Magaka case, they did not immediately, they didn't withdraw the charges against any of the hitmen. They didn't give them bail either, but then a new prosecutor came in and he gave them bail, apart from the one that was Mlengwe, because I think he had another conviction.
But you are saying that the PKTT withdrew those cases?
Yeah, they did, because they were in charge then.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honorable Source?
Yes, sir.
We don't want even a minute, a discretionary minute from the chair.
If I would take a minute,
okay,
then it is something that I would want to say to Dr. Haas.
You are allowed.
Frankly. Dr. Haas, there is a scripture that says, knowledge puffs up. Knowledge puffs up. And oftentimes, I want to share with you honestly, I've never understood that scripture until today. Your vast knowledge and experience, in your wisdom, strike a balance when how you come across to people based on that. I can suspect when I look at the way you speak in your writing, even if you use the words please and I request, but you said to General Mkwanazi, please also either ascertain from General Kumalo or request the email or request he emails me directly whether the police who arrested Tabiso Zulu had obtained a warrant. It's like you are speaking to a provincial police commissioner who has people under his command. And when you, from outside, almost speaks as if you are commanding him rather than you are seeking to join hands with him, you come across as puffed up. And mine to you would be very humbly, respectfully, caution against what scripture tells us. Don't allow your knowledge to puff up. Thank you.
Well, I didn't know I was rude to General Mkwanazi. General, sorry.
You must start by saying hallelujah before you respond.
Oh, sorry.
Hallelujah.
Okay, right. Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate, even if you're, I've dealt with this sort of criticism for 40. Look, it's like déjà vu for me. People were saying this about me in the 80s. So, okay, right. But I do try to be polite when I communicate with the police. But look, they are civil servants. They should be accountable to the public. It's as simple as that. You shouldn't have to beg them to be accountable. That's what they should be doing, and most of them aren't. So, and I also learned years ago, and this sounds bad, I try to be polite when I communicate with them, but sometimes I see that they're just basically bullies, and the only way you deal with bullies is to bully them back. And then they get the message. So, but it depends. I'm not saying I do this universally with police, but you actually have to stand up to them and say, but these are people's rights. Can you just, inform them or help them or whatever they need to do?
But maybe you should consider that's perhaps the reason why you didn't get a response.
Okay.
I'm joking about it, actually.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sauls. Follow up, Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Diaz, in your opinion, was it a sound decision for the Minister of Police to largely disband the political killings task team based on the complaint that you sent and with your evidence that you've just given us that was largely based on media reports because you didn't have access to verifying information? And then, of course, you did mention that you had direct contact. You can't tell us exactly with how many of the people who were, or the cases or dockets that were part of it. Do you think it was sound decision for the minister to make that without even engaging you or even engaging the complaint that you sent? Because you and him both said you did not talk to each other. So we had a minister whose entire statement, okay, not entire, but largely his statement was based on your complaint.
Look,
so was it sound? I think you must just tell us whether you think it was sound, given what you sent to him, Doc. Was it a sound decision for a minister of police to use your complaint without investigating or engaging you? to disband the political killings task team?
I wasn't the only one who made a complaint. When I skimmed
That's
through,
not the question.
I mean, so we can't say he based it solely on.
No, he did. That's what he told us. He gave us your whole complaint.
Oh, did he? Well,
Yes.
I didn't. Yeah,
So,
but I mean,
I'm
other
asking, do
people
you think
had
it was?
complained.
No, I'm not asking about that.
Yeah.
I'm saying he didn't even call you to ask you anything about that. No one in his office tried to investigate the complaint that you made. Do you think it was sound?
I don't
It
know
wasn't
if
your
anybody
only.
did.
It wasn't. No, but I'm telling. That's what he said. So I'm asking for your opinion. Given your experience in the police, would you expect a minister of police to make a decision largely based on a complaint that you made without even engaging you or investigating what you've reported to him?
I referred to a brief discussion with Advocate Pacoli, who wanted to just verify what I was saying. For all I know, he went and did his. I have no idea, because I didn't speak to him about what happened and how, the minister got to that decision. So I don't know if anybody else did anything about it. But when I read that affidavit briefly of the ministers, it was like he'd been getting reports and wondering if it, including about finances and it could just be the last. It could be.
I'm telling you, but his statement said that, and he gave us your complaint.
Yeah.
And you were one of. So leave the other complaints aside. I'm asking, was it a sound decision based on your research and your experience in the space for the minister without investigating what you have said to base the disbandment of the PKTT?
Well, it's a difficult question to ask simply because I don't know what else he may have said. Well, my letter was a catalyst, but I can't say that he did that. I mean, I think it was a good decision to disband the team. I think it was overdue.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, but okay.
I mean, as a minister, I'm not really in a position to evaluate it because I've never ever spoken to him about all the reasons. Maybe he should have called me and asked about it. I don't know. But I've never spoken to him about, well, what else led you to disband it? We've never had that conversation. So how can I make a proper assessment, I think? But I was happy to see the team was disbanded. I would have been quite happy with an inquiry into it even. Like we're having now. Yeah.
Honorable Matthijs, are you satisfied? You say it was a good decision to disband.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable Nwala.
Thank you very much, Chair. Doc, it looks like your evidence is based largely on one aspect of the PKTT, which is SAPS.
Which is?
SAPS. Are you aware that the PKTT is a multidisciplinary team?
Yeah. Well, yes, but I haven't seen evidence of it. I've seen the intelligence aspect, and that's all I know.
You haven't seen evidence of what?
Oh, of course, the multidisciplinary, the justice is in it too. Yeah. But I've never seen public pronouncements. I've only seen a minister saying that we've got this team, and I know that they've spoken, I think, in the Madlanga Commission about how they're working with justice people, and that came in when one of them arrived. They weren't initially. There were no dedicated prosecutors.
Are you aware that the PKTT comprised SAPS, NPA, crime intelligence, state security, correctional services?
Yes, they have different roles. Crime intelligence.
Are you aware that it was comprised by a multidisciplinary team?
According to the announcement, I don't know how it worked in practice, apart from the fact that they did get a dedicated prosecutor when Ngaba moved here. And the point is, intelligence is part and parcel of all investigations. You don't have to be a multidisciplinary team to access information from crime intelligence. It's a separate component.
Okay.
So it's not new to access intelligence for it, but you should at least note your things to different prosecutors.
Lastly, Doc, you wrote a letter to the minister that he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve the PKTT. Two big issues. Is it a concession that the person who bears power to dissolve the task team was the National Commissioner, not the minister?
No. The National Commissioner did not set up a task team. It was set up at
in your letter,
level.
Did you not say in your letter the minister must instruct the National Commissioner to immediately dissolve the task team?
Yes.
Isn't that a confession or a concession that the person who's supposed to dissolve is the National Commissioner?
Yes.
If you're saying, so we are saying the National Commissioner was supposed to dissolve.
But he had
not
to have
the
ministerial approval.
Beg your pardon?
He had to have ministerial approval. It was set up.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, and look, the role of a minister.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, may you take a deep breath, all of you.
I'm tired of going over
Yeah.
this.
Don't breathe heavily on each other's neck. You can imagine a younger South African and a senior citizen in a comrades marathon trying to run the race at the same pace. It's not possible. There must be different categories of entries. No? Yeah. Let's continue. Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. I'm saying, is it your concession that the person who was supposed to dissolve the political killings task team is the National Commissioner, not the minister? Because you wrote a letter to the minister and said he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve.
This minister was not acting in the same operational manner as the former minister. And I know that because I've been told, for example, by another very good detective.
Doctor, let's go straight to the answer.
All right. Okay.
Do you concede that the police commissioner was the relevant person to dissolve the PKTT?
If he was instructed by the national minister to do it. The national minister works through the national commissioner.
So you are saying that the minister makes a policy pronouncement and the commissioner implements that policy?
Yes.
So your interpretation is that the decision is like a policy pronouncement?
Yes, it is. We don't need this anymore. I mean, he's entitled to do that, I think, especially if it's costing a fortune.
When you say we don't need this anymore, who else do you include in that way?
Well, no. It's sorry. That was just a throwaway comment. I'm just guessing on. He came to the conclusion because I see that he is looking at finances as well.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm taking the Chief Whip, Honorable Nomvalo, and Honorable Squasan. We will come to you, Honorable James.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to do a follow-up on two issues, or maybe three issues. The first one, Dr. De Haas, it has to do with what Honorable Ngola was asking. You wrote a letter to the minister to instruct. Why didn't you just ask the minister to decide? Because why didn't you just ask the minister to dissolve? Why should the minister still go to somebody else? Because by implication, when you recognize, even as you are preparing for your letter, that the minister must confer to somebody else, you are recognizing automatically that that person might have the authority to take a decision otherwise.
the role of a minister, and I think people have lost sight of this because they're used to seeing ministers running around doing things themselves. This minister, even when he was the premier, he worked through his office. He wasn't running around like some of the others that we have. I don't know enough about him, but he was always fairly low-key administrative person in my own knowledge of what I read about him in the paper and my own very, as I said, hardly any interaction with him. But if you look, the ministers of this country should be setting the policy and should be instructing the head of department about, well, this is the new policy. Will you please implement it? And this maybe, so what I am saying is that as minister, that was his way of, that he's supposed to do it. Because when the team was set up, it was the minister who went to, General Sithole it was then, and said, we've decided to set this team up, and that it was agreed in principle that Sithole would do it. He, through the minister was giving instruction, and Sithole did it in the structure that he thought would be best to deal with the political team, but still reporting. So it's exactly the same thing in a sense. Clearly is saying, well, we're setting this team up. And I'm trying to now say to myself, because as I said, I just skimmed through Mkhulu's affidavit because I was more interested in what he could tell me about all the cases they spoke about. But he did seem to be taking into account things like what it was costing, and he probably may have heard that because, as I said, the Deputy National Commissioner tried to, according to a media report, the Deputy National Minister had brought it up with the National Commissioner. So I don't see it I see it as a perfectly rational decision by a minister who's got the power to do it in terms of the Constitution.
Okay,
just operate through the head of department.
Okay, just one last follow-up so that I don't take a lot of time for my colleagues. Now, flowing from what Honorable Matthias was saying, the one sitting next to me, about the sources that the minister relied on to take a decision. Now, let me say to you, because you, judging by your own experience, you are a very seasoned academic. You understand the value of research and the significance of decisions based on research. You don't comment on it now. I would suggest you deal with it together. Now that we have seen you saw the affidavit of the minister, you were quoted extensively there. Would you not conclude, or would it be unreasonable for a South African who has been following these developments, would it be unreasonable for them to come to the conclusion that part of the leading information at the disposal of the minister when he was taking a decision was the extensive submission made by you? And therefore, that submission made by you, as we have been dealing with it in the discussion here, is not necessarily a complete, in a sense that is a one-sided view without verification on the other side. How do you think South Africans will read and interpret that kind of a situation? Or what is your comment on that with a benefit of hindsight?
Look, it would not be, I can tell you that you can do research and it gets ignored too. I mean, I thought that if I used my research to tell the apartheid government that it was ruining black family life, that might help, and it didn't. So I'm just saying research is one thing, policy is another. Okay. But, I mean, it would not be unreasonable, I suppose, if I'm quoted extensively, and I wasn't even aware of that because I really skimmed it. I was looking for specifics in it. And It would not be unreasonable, I suppose. But of course, it's also, there's different ways of interpreting this, because it depends how critically minded you are, but it could be quite reasonable to say, right, why is he twitting her? You know, who else did he work with? I don't know if he sent his legal advisor off to find more information for all I know. I have no idea. I don't know what happened after I sent that letter. I really don't. I know that, I think I did see a quote from those two lawyers in Cape Town who are, I'm sure, raring to give their impression, tell you what happened to them. But I honestly don't know why he would have quoted me so extensively. Look, I mean, I am well known since the 1990s as doing all this stuff on violence. I think I've got a reputation in the province because I'd done all this research, and in the early days, until things started falling apart when all the infighting, you know, with Richmond, the ANC set great store on the information I was giving them. They were coming to me, they wanted it. And as I said, right from the beginning, from Mbeki and Zuma downwards, they were soliciting this information all the time. So perhaps on and they were phoning me during elections and saying there's a problem at the station, at that station, Nadia Mtetwa, for example. You know, they were coming to me. So I don't know if that was what informed his decision that I was the one who would know what was happening. I honestly don't. I can't answer.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Honorable Nombal.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair, once again. My follow-up relates to a response that has been given by Dr. Mary de Haas to a question of Honorable Ngola, who was asking if she's aware of the fact that the PKTT was multidisciplinary by its design. And the response was that you were not sure if practically it was, because you never received any report confirming such. Now, somewhere in your statement, and in particular on paragraph 10, page 5, you are saying that many cases were withdrawn by the PKTT. That is what you are saying. Now, do you agree with me that when a docket is in possession, or when the docket is in the hands of the NPA, it's only prosecutors who can withdraw cases?
Yeah.
So when you say here on paragraph 10, page 5, cases were withdrawn by the PKTT, what do you mean?
We'd have to look back then at exactly when they were withdrawn.
No, I can help you. I can help you. Some were withdrawn in 2017. No, 2017. If my memory serves me well.
I think it was more likely.
Some 2018.
In 2018.
Yes, 2018.
And it was a while after the formation it was withdrawn.
For instance, let me help you, Doc. Let me help you. Because we have also highlighted this case here, the Sindiso Makaka case, which was withdrawn in 2018, between 2018 and 2019. And it was withdrawn by prosecutors, not by the police, because it was in court already. It was enrolled in court. Now, what do you mean by this statement when you say the PKTT was withdrawing cases?
Well, why did it happen?
May you please speak through the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Well, I would ask myself a question. Why did it happen then? Because were the cases, was there in effect, I mean, people had been charged. Now, why suddenly wasn't there enough evidence to charge them? I don't know. I mean, we can dig that out quite easily for the Magaka case, I think. But I'm not sure who the prosecutor was at that stage, but initially, you see, again, this would be something one would look at the prosecutor, but the initial prosecutor was actually quite a good prosecutor. So one would have more faith in his judgment than one would do in the one that came afterwards.
Chair, I'm afraid.
I mean, I can't, yeah.
The doctor is not answering my question, and my time is very limited.
Sorry, but I can't. I mean,
she is peripheral, Doc. What do you mean here on paragraph 10, page 5, when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
Well, they were withdrawn after the PKTT came.
So we must remove the statement.
Yeah.
Withdraw it.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I'm asking, should we remove it?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was badly phrased. I did this in a huge hurry, I must tell you. I had to do a lot of work that I didn't have time for, and that's why I'm tired. Right.
Yeah,
I didn't have much time to do all this, and in places I agree the wording is not quite right. They were withdrawn after the PKTT took over, and not immediately after.
Doc, I think you are giving a topsy-turvy response. You are not responding directly to my question and precisely.
Well, yeah.
The question is, what do you mean by this statement when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
They did not, well, that was what was, the PKTT came in, the cases were withdrawn after they took the dockets.
By who?
Well, they would be withdrawn by the prosecutor, but the prosecutor was working on what evidence he had from the investigators. So for all I know, the investigators came in with evidence that contradicted the arrest. I don't know, but it happened after the PKTT.
You wrote something that you are not sure about. When you say you don't know.
It happened, but I don't know the processes that led to it.
The witness has conceded to that point.
So we must remove it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
Well, they were withdrawn after the task team took over investigations.
Yeah.
And that can be open. It can be their fault, it can be the prosecutor's.
The point, Doctor, is that the PKTT, by law and practice, does not have the authority to do what you say they did.
No.
So you agree with what Honorable Novalo is saying?
No. I agree in the sense that I don't know how the decision was taken, but it was after the PKTT took over, because they were working with the prosecutors.
The bottom of it is that it is not the decision of the PKTT.
No,
and that is why you say you also do not know how the decision was arrived at. Thank you. Yeah. Honorable Skosan, you are the last, and then we go to Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up question. I think Honorable Matthijs, when he started, she started by asking the academic credentials of Mary de Haas. Am I right?
The academic? Sorry.
Your academic credentials.
Yes.
Yes. Now, you studied at the University of Natal, am I right?
Pardon?
You studied at the University of Natal.
University of Natal?
Yes.
Yes.
That's where you got your anthropology.
Yeah, those were anthropology degrees.
So you had your master's on social science, am I right?
Yes, research masters.
And then the Rhodes University conferred you with LLD honoris causa, am I right?
Yeah, that was Rhodes afterwards.
Now, because you are given a frequent public commentary on specialized policing, intelligence, and criminal justice matters, it's very important for us here in Parliament that we must distinguish between your end academic qualifications and the honorary recognition you received then. Now, as from now, as you know, Rhodes University can call you, inverted commas, a doctor. But in Parliament, it must be very clear that you must be referred as Ms. de Haas here. Am I right?
You can do either. Some people do use that honorary term.
No, Doc.
But yeah.
I said we were calling you Doc before, but I want the public and Parliament to capture that in Parliament here, we are not a doctor, we are Ms. de Haas.
Whatever. I don't care what you call me.
No, it can't be whatever. I can't be called a professor as well.
No.
I just want us to capture that.
Let's not argue about titles, Jali. Just go straight to the point.
No. My point is that I'm making a follow-up question on that. Nothing else. Hence, I can't call the chairperson a professor. I know it's got an academic qualifications in law, but I can't call you a professor. So I want us to capture this, because remember, we were told initially that Ms. de Haas is Professor de Haas. Well, he cleared it us to today here. To say she's a doctor.
But what I'm trying to say to you, so that we don't waste time, and I'm going to patiently give you time to drive your point. But
my point is simple.
I want to say to you, get to our terms of reference, because we are not about the title that she uses.
No, Che, I'm saying for the record.
Yeah.
For the record, because you can't say to me, next time we are calling somebody a minister who's not a minister, and say, no, we should not worry about that.
So what you are saying is that the university that conferred her the honorary doctorate
and call her a doctor, yes, is fine.
Can address her as doctor.
Yes, it Rhodes, yes.
But as
in Parliament,
outside the premises of the university, we are not bound to address an honorary, a recipient of honorary doctorate as doctor.
Especially here in Parliament. Outside, I don't mind. But I'm saying when we capture facts here, it must be reflected that Ms. de Haas was here, not Dr. de Haas was here, please.
So you are trying to say that the university just decorated her?
No, Che, you don't understand me. Rhodes, they can call her a doctor. There's no problem with that. But in Parliament here, when we are capturing our records, it must be clearly that we had Ms. de Haas appearing before us.
It's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's give her a chance. So, Dr. de Haas, I'm not even saying doctor in quotes, because you were sitting there, you said you are Dr. de Haas. What is your understanding of that statement, that Honorable Scosa? If a university confers an honorary doctorate to you, when you get outside the university, is it appropriate for you to be addressed as Dr. de Haas?
Well, some people are and some aren't. It seems to vary as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
As from what I've seen, I don't usually use it, and I'm so sick of saying to people I'm not a professor. I mean, I probably have to go and get all my publications and get a doctorate for them, because I've got enough publications there that I can take them and say, can I just convert it to another doctorate?
Yeah, no,
but I mean, it's just such a trivial thing. Yeah. It's meaningless. I don't know. It's just a digression from more important things.
Yeah.
No, Chair, please, Chair, protect me. No. I said because she doesn't possess doctorate.
That point, Jali, is driven. I just want to check.
She never had a research on doctorate.
Yes, please, I want to check
please.
What is the practice in the profession? If there is any South African who knows, who can help us.
Well, may I just explain what happened to my doctorate? I started it in the 1980s. I was diverted because I got an offer from the Human Sciences Research to get money to research. Yeah. So I put it aside. I then wrote chapters on the theory of the time. And you have to, then I got caught up in all this violent stuff.
No, it's fine.
And it went on and on. I did 4 different theoretical.
Let's stop it here. It's something
Thank you, Chair.
will come to at the end of the proceedings.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe we can be assisted on that one. It must not.
There's nothing silly,
It must
Chair.
not
Please.
derail our meeting. Look, you have not completed your doctoral degree.
You know, for good reasons, I may tell you, very good reasons.
That is acceptable. It's fairly reasonable. Honorable James, it's now 20 minutes past 20 hours. Your time will expire at 20 minutes before 9 with a discretionary 5 minutes from the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'm going to need those 5 minutes today. All the questions has been asked, everything that I've written down, everyone has asked my questions. Dr. Mary, your complaint, your instruction to the minister, I need you to focus. Dr. Mary?
Yes, I'm listening. Sorry. Oh, okay. I wasn't listening in my microphone.
Okay. Your instruction, your complaint to the minister has caused great havoc in our country. Do you realize this? We are now having to pay 4 ministers.
Well, how was I to anticipate that? I didn't think anybody would do anything about it. I just wanted to put on record what they were doing. How do I know? How can I preempt this? Am I getting blamed now for this mess?
But I mean, that what
I wasn't responsible for Nkunati going out
that
public.
Not your instruction? What do you mean? How can you be blamed for all of this? Your instruction. You instructed the minister. The minister instructed the National Commissioner. You should be rejoicing. You should be happy because that's exactly what you wanted. Is that not so?
I didn't instruct him. I asked
You instructed him.
I can't instruct him.
You did not ask him. You instructed him. Paragraph 1 of your letter
I asked him to instruct the
You did not give him a view. You instructed him. You have no right to instruct a minister. And the minister, in turn, instructed the National Commissioner. Let's not get it wrong.
What is the wording of my letter there?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, Doc. James, as the acting chair, can you calm down? Don't breathe onto each other's neck. You can proceed on, James. I'm the
No, ma'am. Doctor, you instructed. It is late. I want you to go meet your hookup. You instructed the minister to instruct the National Commissioner. It is in your letter.
To a request?
No, you did not request. We need to move on. 1.1 of your letter, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killing stars team. Is this not your letter? Whose letter is this?
That's not quite right, because if you read the whole paragraph, may I just read the last sentence?
No, it's 1.1.
Can I just point out, I start the sentence by saying this letter,
no,
blah, blah.
1.1.
Request,
Dr. Mary, it's late. 1.1.
I set out to take urgent and appropriate action. I requested the minister. And
1.1.
I'm going to that now, if you will just bear with me. Okay. I refer to here under, wait a moment, the task team. In this regard, the action that I'd asked him to take, requested. In this regard, I request that you, number 1.
Do we have the same letter in front of us?
It's 1, 1.
001132. An extra. Do we have this in front of us? 1.1.
But this
is the letter. I needed to read 1.1, nothing else.
1.1 flows from 1.
What does 1.1 say?
1.1, the end of 1.1.
Not the end, the beginning.
But it's part of the... But no, I'm sorry, we're maybe not talking the same language. This is... May I just read this? Okay, the last sentence. I ask... And its appendices to request for reasons, blah, blah, blah. I set the reasons I set up below. Right. I carry on and I say, and the last 2 lines.
Tell her to read that.
Please just look at the last 2 lines of number 1.
Okay, Doc.
I
Doc,
refer
Doc,
to
can you pause a little bit?
in this regard,
Doc,
in regard to what I've just asked him.
Doc,
I request
my time.
that
Doc?
you.
Doc, can you pause there? Can you please pause there?
Yeah, I request that you.
But Doc, can you
instruct the National Commission?
Doc, calm down. Please pause there. We are intervening because we see that you are not getting each other. Honorable James is referring to the letter you wrote to the minister on the 31st of October. Now she's referring you to a paragraph in the letter, which is 1.1. Can you read it yourself out loud?
I can read it, but it's a 1.1 which follows directly from 1, the things I am requesting the minister to do. That is the meaning of...
You can read 1 and read 1.1. Doc, you can read 1 and read 1.1, both of them.
All right. Let me read the whole thing. This letter and its three appendices is to request that for reasons that I set out fully below, you take request that you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personal and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political killings task team. In this regard, I have in brackets, I refer to here under as the task team. Right. New sentence. In this regard, I request, I don't instruct him, I request that you, 1.1, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary...
Okay, stop there. Thank you.
So
thank you.
That's the sentence.
That's the sentence, yes.
Yeah.
You requested him to instruct.
Yeah, I'm requesting...
It's an instruction. You are saying that the minister must instruct the National Commissioner.
I'm asking him to. I'm not instructing him to. I'm asking him to instruct the National Commission.
Professor, when one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, right, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision.
Right.
It becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision to disband the PKTT. You give 3 reasons in your letter, written the end of October. The minister writes end of December. You give 3 instructions. You give 3 instructions. Your first paragraph says immediately. The minister gives 3 instructions. In his letter, it also says immediately. Is that a coincidence?
Look,
you both give 3 instructions.
Incidents.
Both as immediately.
Say to the minister,
you need to allow me to finish so that you can go for your hookup this evening. You need to allow me to finish.
Sure.
You give 3 instructions.
Yeah.
The minister gave 3.
Let me help Honorable James. Yeah.
How do I know what the minister's going to do? I can ask. I'm asking. I don't instruct him, I'm asking.
Look at me. Yeah. Look at me.
Yeah.
Honorable James is talking to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to reply.
We can proceed
and clarify. That's what I'm trying to do. I can't answer your question about why the minister did it. I honestly can't, because I've never spoken to him about why he did it. And I'm getting the blame for it. I mean, it's just, I'd never have done it if I'd known. Quite frankly, I think it's... But it has precipitated some investigations. Look at it that way.
Let me get back to my question. When one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision. Am I right? You both had 3 instructions. You both said immediately in there. It was 8 weeks apart. You should be rejoicing that your activism has finally paid off. Because this is what you wanted. You said it was wasteful. You said it didn't add value.
Yeah.
You said it was unnecessary. You said dockets were going missing. So yes.
Look, as a said, I never anticipated this. I never thought a minister would act. I'm trying to guess why he did act, and I'm sure he wouldn't have only acted on what I said. I mean, it may have been the last straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. Well, we've been thinking about it, and yeah, if she's saying it, maybe I have to take it. I'm guessing.
This is not a place, Doctor, this is not a place where you come and guess. Let me move on. General Kwanazi testified that there may have been a third force behind your letter. That there may have been a third force. How do you respond to that allegation?
Well, he must define what he means by a third force, to start with.
Do you think it's the fact that there are so many similarities between your letter and the minister's?
Well, that's not a third force. What it's doing is suggesting I'm being motivated by something sinister. I mean, it's like saying we use the third force for all the covert apartheid agents. Are you trying to link me to that now? Is Mkhwanazi? Well, he might do, because he was trained by quite a notorious public order policing. In fact, so notorious that he got taken out when he attempted a coup in Botswana.
Maybe you come back now.
On the brain.
You need to come back. You need to come back now.
No,
I mean, that's insulting.
No, Doctor. Wait. May we just simply respond to the question that Honorable James is asking? Botswana is not one of our provinces or our districts. And as Parliament, we wish to pursue cooperation and harmonious relation with Botswana as one of the countries or our neighbors in SADC. So, yeah.
Okay, Chair. I want to take you to paragraph 4 of the same letter that you wrote, right? Where you assert that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions, and that was a conflict of interest. Am I correct?
This is in my statement, right?
You actually also mentioned it earlier on, that he was holding 2 positions, it was conflict of interest, and it just wasn't right. It's never been done, it's never been heard of. That's what you said in your letter.
I mean, I have complained about his holding 2 positions, because at that stage, when I wrote this letter initially, he was believed to have been running the task team, but although he wasn't running it physically, he was in operational response. He was managing it. He was managing it in terms of a project manager, but he was also then holding the position of head of crime intelligence. And that isn't, I've tried to explain why it's a conflict of interest, because both of them involve financial disbursements. And it has to be very clear to people that they're separated and there's no overlap between one lot of disbursements going to another.
Dr. Mary, what would you say if I put it to you that that assertion was factually incorrect? He was not holding 2 positions. He had his position and he was deployed to head up the political killings task team. He was not holding 2 positions. You were misleading this House and you were misleading the public, saying that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions. He was not holding 2 positions.
I was told that he was in operational response.
There was a special task team set up to deal with the political killings, and he was deployed there as a result of his skill set.
He was
to go and assist.
He was deployed as a project manager, which
that doesn't mean he's holding 2 positions, ma'am. That does not mean he's holding 2 positions.
De facto it is, because in both was handing money. Both
he
of
has
them involved.
On his letter of employment, he has 1 position. You cannot employ someone twice.
What was he in his?
No, you must tell me, because you said that it was unethical. You said it was there was conflict of interest. So you must tell us.
I've told you
and I'm putting it to you that you are factually incorrect.
I was told initially that...
Told by who?
By investigators in the task
unit. That was misleading you.
And by, actually, I think the other person who told me, well, the person who told me initially that they were going to move Khumalo out of operational response was on the parliamentary committee at the time, Philip Mhlongo. And then the late Philip Mhlongo, who was the EFF rep on the parliamentary committee before the 2019 elections, he was the one who told me that there was so much trouble in operational response, they thought he was going to be moved out. He wasn't. I was told that he remained in operational response and then was deployed as a project manager. And this came from someone who was in management at the time of the establishment of the task team, that he was actually structurally based in operational response, but he was deployed as project manager in the task team. And the project manager was the person who did the accommodation, the allowances and everything for the task team. Then he was appointed in the end of 2022 to be the head of crime intelligence. That's where the real conflict of interest comes in, that he's still the project manager and he's heading crime intelligence. It doesn't matter. As I said, he wasn't structurally there. I was told he was doing it while he was operational response. But he was, in fact, the project manager for crime intelligence. That was the official designation. I was told by a member of management at the time the team was established.
I put it to you that they were misleading you. General Khumalo, and I'm going to say this for the last time, does not hold two positions, and we're going to leave it at that.
What is his position in terms of the police?
He's the head of crime intelligence, and that's it. And he's allowed to work outside of, and he's allowed to work in any province, and he's allowed to head up task teams. But he's allowed to lend his skill to any situation in this country that requires it.
Are you talking about his crime intelligence position? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand. I was told he'd remained in operational response.
So I'm asking you who told you that so that we can call out that person who's misleading you.
Well,
he does not hold two positions. He has one letter of employment with only one position.
How do you know it, sir? Let me tell you something.
Mary.
Let me tell you something. Somebody...
Let's move on, Chair.
I'm just saying that I've seen that police records have been changed by somebody who was acquitted by a court and saw that on the police records.
So you're saying that his police record has been changed and he holds two positions and he's getting paid two salaries. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he's getting two salaries. I'm saying that he's in a structural position. He's getting a salary. I have no idea where he's
getting. Chair, please. Protect me.
Project manager.
Chair, please.
Oh.
Because you're going to tell me I'm breathing down the witness's neck. The witness is taking us on a wild goose chase here.
Nobody knows.
No, let's wait.
It's their word against. I'm telling you what I was told about the setup.
Dr. De Haas.
Yeah.
Let's wait. She did not say project manager. She says, Chair, protect me. And you.
No, I was just puzzled. I'm not saying you're wrong. I've not heard that.
No. I want us to wait. Let's wait.
Chair, this is very serious, Dr. Mary. What I'm referencing here, your instruction to the Minister to instruct the National Commissioner, paragraph 4, your allegation that that General Khumalo holds two positions, and also in paragraph 9 of your letter, gross irregularity, use of national resources unheard of. All of these things based on hearsay. This is what your letter contains.
Look,
This is what your letter contains, and this is what the minister acted on. The minister said that he acted on your letter. This is what you instructed. This is your evidence, and you are aching today.
No, I mean, I reported in good faith what I got from credible sources. Kumalo was present with the task team, whatever his structural position was.
Dr. Mary, we are meant to probe this letter. We are meant to probe what you put in this letter so that we can understand why you put it in here. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm referencing all your paragraphs in terms of your ask to the minister, and I'm putting it to you that it is incorrect. I'm saying to you that you cannot have a conventional response to unconventional patterns of crime unfolding in this country. You are saying it is unheard of. Everything that you have said here today goes back to the 80s. You are stuck in the 80s way of policing. I'm saying to you, we can have task teams. I'm saying to you that we can have national units deployed to provinces.
I beg your pardon, I'm not stuck in the 80s. I'm stuck in what I learned about policing in the 90s and how you dealt with task teams. And before the policing went downhill after 2000.
Dr. Mary, this is no laughing matter.
I'm sorry.
This is no laughing matter. State security has been compromised because of this letter. We're having to pay 4 ministers. We are suffering as South Africans because of this. And you are laughing.
Sorry.
This is serious.
I'm trying to make sense.
It's very serious. Don't let me get started about the Cape Flats and our children that's on drugs. And you giving this minister this letter.
But, I mean, it's not my fault that General Mkunazi decided to throw the cat among the pigeons and make all these allegations, because remember, they are allegations. And when I wrote this letter, everyone was telling me that Kumalo was handling the task team stuff. Right. The crime intelligence people were alleging that they had no money because it was going to the task team. I'm not able to look and verify police records. You know,
you're not even able to verify the content of your own letter.
What else?
You're not able to verify your sources. You're not able to verify anything in here. And I'm going to leave it at that. You have misled even the minister, but you have proven to us who he really is, that you can actually mislead and guide him into taking incorrect decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much. Did you still have something to say?
Not really, because I stand by I did not instruct the minister, I requested him. I want to emphasize that. I can't help what he did with the letter, any more than I can help whatever anybody else has done with the letter. But I take exception to my being blamed for state security. I can tell you there's so many sinister things going on in our province that's where you should be worried about.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one follow-up on what Honorable James was trying to lead. Doc, we've got your letter of the 31st of October 2024. And paragraph 1.1 of that letter reads as follows. I request that you instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregular, constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killings task team and send its investigators back to the detective units established provincial and national in terms of the SAPS legislation.
Yeah.
Now, this letter is of the 31st of October. The letter of the 31st of December by the minister uses the same terminology of disband immediately, that which you used in your letter on the 31st of October. Wait. 2. the minister is on record here saying part of the plan is to take those that were in all the information or the work that was done by the PKTT to the murder and robbery unit, which is what you are saying in paragraph 1.1. 3, the minister is on record saying part of the basic reasons they to dissolve the PKTT is on the basis of the expenditure, which is what you are raising in your paragraph 1.1. So do you think that this letter you wrote on the 31st of October 2024 actually influenced the decision of the minister to dissolve the PKTT?
I don't have any evidence.
Before you respond,
Sorry.
Number 5, on the sworn statement of the minister on page 23, he also uses the words that you have used, that the PKTT was irregularly constituted. Yeah.
No, I've said that. I've said that all along, that it was irregularly constituted. If it wasn't having a clear line of reporting line with people in relative positions able to evaluate the detectives. And I think when I didn't say murder and robbery, I mean, they had come, a lot of those members had come from stations all over the country, and they weren't even necessarily detectives. Those that were detectives should be going back to where they were based as detectives, and those that were not were in the provincial teams. We had 2 different provincial teams, and they should go back to the provincial. That's all I was asking. I didn't stipulate where they should go.
No, Doc, you are not answering.
No.
31st October. You write a letter using a certain terminology or wording. 31st December, the minister writes a letter using the same wording. Last month, the minister appeared here, and in his testimony, he is using the same wording. Now we're saying, did your letter of the 31st of October influence the decision of the political killings task team?
Well, I can't say yes or no because I don't know. All I know is it presumably influenced him, but I don't know if it was I can't say it's the only reason he did it, because it seems that he'd been looking at finances, from what I recall, before that. I mean, I don't know. And now I'm getting blamed for destabilizing South Africa. I mean, truly.
No, it's not.
I mean, that's what the Honourable James is saying.
But they're not apportioning the blame. They are asking questions for you just to respond.
I'm trying. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I've responded as well as I can.
No, yeah. She says she has given her best try, Honourable Ngola. Can we, before we take the Chief Whip, go to Honourable Nomvalo, and the last will be Honourable Skosana?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I understand the frustration of Honourable James in this context. And I really find it unconventional that a witness will come here and be extremely evasive, even when we perpetually try to persuade her to a particular direction which is correct. But Chair, I just want to get this confirmation from Dr. Mary de Haas, because this committee has recently been in a compromised situation, or on the receiving end of mysterious misinterpretations of words. Recently, we've been told here that immediately doesn't mean now. Now, in this letter dated the 31st of October 2024, on paragraph 1.1, I just want us to deal with 4 words. You say, I instruct the National Commissioner. Wait. You are saying?
I request that you instruct.
Yes. Open quote, you are saying, I instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband, close quotes. So do you mean that when you say
it's not I, it's number one.
It's one.
It's number one, then it says...
Okay, no. Okay, it starts there at the top by saying, I request that you instruct the National Commissioner, meaning you are requesting the minister to instruct the National Commissioner.
Is his role. He has to guide and instruct the national.
Now, when you say to instruct, do you mean because you are saying he must instruct him to disband immediately? Now, the question by Honorable James is that immediately after this letter, a letter was issued on the 31st of December, executing exactly what you have requested. So it means that your request was executed accordingly, with no deviation. It's too much of a coincidence. I mean, do you disagree with that?
It's certainly a coincidence. And all I'm disagreeing with is saying I cannot account. He obviously thought
we know, Doc, you can't, but from an objective point of view, just be objective and stop being evasive. It's too much of a coincidence that you can write a letter to the minister requesting him to instruct, and he does exactly the same.
The fact that he is quoting me suggests it, but there's a principle in research that if two events happen at the same time, there's a correlation and not necessarily a causal relationship. But, I mean, if he's saying that I influenced him, then I can't dispute it. But what I don't know is what other information he may have heard that kind of what I said, I don't know.
No, at least because, look, you can't just write letters with no intention of seeing those letters being implemented, unless you have an appetite of writing letters, as if you are writing music books. This is a letter requesting the minister to take a particular executive action. Yes. And that executive action was executed accordingly. And the minister at least was honest to the people of South Africa and to us as members of parliament, because he considered to that reality. He said the reason why he implemented that was because of a pressure that he got from members of the public. And that pressure included your persuasion to disband the PKTT. Now, why is it so difficult, ma'am? We are not going to lose anything if you concede to that fact, to a reality that your letter influenced the decision of the minister.
I'm not disputing that.
Yes.
Saying I don't know what else he took into consideration.
But it was part of factors which influenced his decision on the 31st of December.
Yes, I mean,
exactly.
And
then what is a problem here? What is the problem?
No, let's pass the microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. But
I mean, I'm not disputing that he's saying it.
Thank you. You have considered to.
Yes.
Yeah. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think this was raised earlier, but I want to make a follow-up on Honorable James, because I've raised that earlier, Chair, that in paragraph 15, Ms. de Haas, you said that you expected the minister to do nothing. You remember that?
Yes.
In paragraph 16, you expressed shock that he acted decisively and disbanded the PKTT. Now, my follow-up on that would be, how do you reconcile portraying him as both unresponsive and decisive? I mean, that's a contradiction.
Let me explain. I've done a lot of lobbying of people in government and got nowhere. Okay, and the last minister had been running around acting like the National Commissioner himself. I did not have big expectations that a minister would act. Basically, I mean, he's a very different operator to the last minister, as I said, based on what I recollect, he was not the person running around and doing things for, running the police himself. From what I could see, he was proceeding cautiously. I mean, at one stage there was a quote that said he was decrying the fact that the Intelligence Oversight Committee, he said the intelligence needs oversight. Now, that was quite a sensible remark to make, because we are. If you think I'm stirring things up, we don't know what those intelligence operatives are doing that can undermine us. Okay, so I did not expect him to act, because I had no expectations of it, and I was actually amazed when I got the letter. And I mean, okay, it came from a WhatsApp group, but it was a letter. It was an official letter. It wasn't an allegation. It was an official piece of paper.
But, yes, my question still stands. I said, how do you reconcile the two, unresponsive and decisive? And even at the end, you said yourself that in the last 24 months, the last time you communicated with the minister, it was almost 2 years. It's in your statement. It's not me who says.
No, it was the last time. Can I just repeat? I communicated with the minister telephonically when the elections, which the ANC won in the province, which was 2004. Then he went on to do other things I had no connection with him with, okay, including a premier at one stage. I think my colleague Paula Sulu did. The only communication I had after he was appointed was to send him a message and ask if I could have the contact for his PA, because I need the people in the office to send the correspondence to. So I could then start copying him and, so he'd know what was going on with the National Commissioner. I did not speak to him until a month ago when I passed a message on. That's all I did. Now, you are telling me, as I understand it, that I'm not giving you enough information. The only information I have explained that I cannot give is the identities of people who give me information in confidence, and that they are largely police members.
Thank you, Chair, because I guess that the answer is again evasive, but the witness as well. Please, because we are reading something from your statement. All these questions which are directed to you are from the statement you've given us. It's nothing personal. It's from you. Hence, we are asking you, Ms. de Haas. Thank you very much.
Honorable Cameron.
Chair, I just have one question for clarity, and that is to Mr. Haas regarding the letter to the minister. If you weren't expecting anything to happen, what was the point of writing it? What did you want to come out?
I put on things on record, and I wanted the committee to know about it. I mean, I thought you could have maybe questioned him or something.
No. I'm speaking about the letter to the minister. I mean, otherwise you're shooting blanks.
No, but I copied it to Parliament.
No, but the point, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why did you send it to the minister? What was the point of you sending it to the minister? What did you want out of it?
I was checking him out. He was a new minister, and I was wondering, but I thought, well, they never are, so he probably won't be. But we'll copy to Parliament, because if he doesn't, maybe Parliament can question him about it. That was my motive.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, but Cameron, why aren't you concluding it? Because Dr. de Haas, after the letter of the 31st of December 2024 was written by yourself, have you ever written again to the minister or to the department? Did you write again after the letter of the 31st?
Oh, sorry, me.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. I wrote to
the police commissioner.
well, whatever I sent to you.
Yeah.
I wrote and I copied to Parliament that the task team was still operating.
Yes, I'm saying after that letter of the 31st.
Yes, I did.
Which letter did you write?
I wrote letters that I did forward, I think I was asked to forward all what I had, and I had written, after the disbandment, I had written to, I can't remember the dates. Though,
but you
the Masemola, I'd written to I copied to the minister, I copied to Parliament.
The letter which you wrote to Masemola.
Yeah.
You were not advising or requesting him. What were you asking him in that letter?
I was notifying him, or I was complaining to Masemola about the fact, and I was copying to him.
Yeah.
So he would know it, basically, and I copied, I think, to Parliament.
What were you complaining about?
That the task team was still operating despite the official disbandment.
When it has been disbanded?
Yeah.
You wrote to the minister and say disband. I request you to disband. I'm just following up on what Honorable Cameron asked you to say. When you wrote to the minister, what was the purpose of your writing? Then you wrote, and then you responded to say, no, I just wanted to make him aware and to check him since he was a new minister in office.
Look.
But then later, in the new year, 2025, you then wrote to the police commissioner to complain that why do we still have the PKTT when there is a letter of the 31st of December which instructed you to disband?
I did.
You did that?
I did. I think I did. I haven't got the dates with me. I don't know if they're here. But I definitely wrote, because at one stage I wrote to him and I pointed out that they were abusing people in court.
Yeah.
I wrote to him and said, why have you got a case that's got nothing to do with political killings? I mean, this was all after it, and I would have copied to the minister and I think to Parliament.
Yeah. Okay. Chief Whip, may we...
No, thanks, Chair. I'm going to try and be, Dr. de Haas, I want us to work together very efficiently. That's my appeal. So that we can finish in the next 10 minutes.
Please.
The first question I want to ask you, when you did your master's, which is your highest qualification, what was the topic of that master's? What did you focus on your research?
Changing patterns of black marriage and divorce in Durban. It's 350 pages long, based on many hours of participant observation and every other possible. You couldn't do coursework masters. You see, you don't realize that coursework masters.
Yeah, you answered.
You are done now. You're done.
Same as research.
No, we are done. Okay. I wanted to know.
To explain that.
So your highest qualification research formally was about changing patterns on black marriages.
So I've got a lot of stuff published in peer-reviewed journals.
Okay. So at what point did you start immersing yourself on the security matters?
Okay, I tried to explain that. I was pulled into it because people that I was working with in research, whether it was on marriage or shebeens or whatever, I'd done reports for the Human Sciences Research Council. They'd given me funding, and that was what was distracting me. In fact, the Human Sciences Research Council wanted to publish my book on marriage, and I never had time to do that either. So all these people that I was making contact with through research were coming to me and saying, we're getting attacked. And anthropological research is reciprocal, because you spend a lot of time with people, they give you at their time, they help you, and you give back. You give back to them, and this was my giving back. Okay, I'll see what I can do about all these attacks on you. And that started it. It's not something I ever chose to do research on.
Okay, but my question was, at what point?
Well, whenever the violence started taking off, 1983, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, particularly 83.
Okay. I just want to understand this on your statement, the main statement, the witness statement. I think that's what it's called. I usually refer to as a main statement.
Yeah.
And maybe before I draw your attention to the paragraph I wanted to talk about. What's your understanding of the qualifications of Lieutenant General Kuman?
All I know is it's fairly well established that he had qualified, and I don't know if it was SAP or after the KwaZulu Police was formed. He was definitely in the KwaZulu Police. I think he probably had qualifications from the SAP. And if that was the case, they would take people, well, they didn't always take people with matrics. I can remember somebody was complaining to me, but he would have had the same training as the ordinary SAP South African police that didn't join one of the homelands. And then his next, and different people, including Philip Mshlongo, who'd canvassed, I gather, in the portfolio committee when they were getting complaints about him, said, well, he'd actually been deployed as guarding duties, which means he was operational response. And then somebody who was integrated into crime intelligence from the SAP said, well, I can remember him from the latter 90s when we were integrated, and he was doing some administrative work for intelligence then. Which was, he said he wasn't operative. But he said wasn't there long, he then went off to operational response. And I gather that was where he was for most of the time, apart from the deployment briefly to intelligence when Mkhwanazi was National Commissioner. And of course, my information was that although he was deployed to the task team, he was still basically operational response. That was what I was told by a very senior person at the time of the establishment, or since the establishment, I can't remember.
Okay. On your statement, 17.2, paragraph 17.2, you are saying a lot about the PKTT being irregular. Which laws were violated by the formation of the PKTT?
It's not just, look.
Or is irregular in what sense?
It's irregular in terms of any detective team I've ever come across, because a detective team, by its very objectives, is composed of detectives. It stands to reason that you get someone who's a detective, and I've tried to give you an example of the sorts of structures that were in place after the end of apartheid.
So it's your contention that the 126 people you are concerned about as a number were without dictative capabilities?
Well, not senior, I gather, because the senior guy soon left. Initially there was a senior detective. I'm concerned about the number, because why do you need such a big number of people in one province? None of even the investigative task team had about 30 people in, I think.
But did
it's necessary even.
Did you spend time as a researcher to make an inquiry about what is the work of the team of such a big size? Or you concluded that because in the past, teams were never constituted to such a number, therefore automatically this one is irregular?
Oh no, it wasn't the number per se. It was the strange structure of it, that you had it. As I said, it was not supposed to be. It was supposed to report nationally. and that wasn't maintained. But the province was the reports through the provincial commissioner and with a senior detective overseeing the junior ones. That was the way it was set up. But then it soon changed.
So the irregular parties that it was reporting to the province or national, I didn't get you on that.
The reports to the national fell away, although it had been set up to be overseen through reports by the head of detectives now.
How did it fall away? Because you still have a coordinator who is occupying a national position, a substantive position at a national level.
Well, this is what I don't understand, because the man who took over from the first one was called Mfazi. He occupied that position, and it's impossible to check because he died of poisoning, actually. But that's beside the point, but he's dead. And this can be canvassed about. I was told that the first one was very good and insisted on all the reports, so it's quite possible that he didn't bother to follow up. I don't know. I'm speculating. All I know is that I was told definitely that the reporting line ended with the deputy national.
We have been told by various witnesses who came before, especially from the police department, that one of the major value of having members of a task team coming from different parts of the country and at times being changed regularly so that they don't stay too long in one area is to protect them against local influence. And somewhere in your statement, you also make references to police being prone, and I'm paraphrasing you in this case, police being prone to corrupt activities or their conduct resulting in the state spending a lot of money on civil claims.
Well, they did.
So why do you see a problem then with the establishment of a team whose composition is also designed to mitigate against what we are complaining about as a usual practice in various...
It can be used for all sorts of purposes. It may be the ostensible excuse, but if you can check the records of detectives. If they have a record where they've got high court convictions, where they do well, you're pretty safe with them. And some of those people were deployed initially to the task team, and they were removed the minute they started making uncomfortable, when I say uncomfortable, politically uncomfortable arrests, like the mayor of Newcastle, for example. The man who was seconded to that, who is an excellent detective, got out of it because they didn't want him, basically. And the charges were withdrawn against the mayor of Newcastle too, by whoever, prosecutor, whatever. But they were withdrawn and the witness died.
Okay, my last question, you are making reference, I think this is paragraph 17.1, when you were arguing that there was a let me just read it verbatim. On sentence number 2, as the task team that was being formed, the provincial team was securing a conviction for the murder of the Ramaphosa supporter whose name was top on the hit list, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever been a member of the ANC?
No. Oh, hang on. I joined very briefly, but I didn't stay. And that was in 1990 when one of my colleagues, the whole university was going mad on this. Oh, Mandela's out, and you've been calling, because at one stage we had a petition calling for the release of Mandela in the 80s. How can you not join the ANC? All right, I said, but I didn't keep it up. I didn't renew it. I didn't go to meetings. I mean, it was... got out of all politics. I was still a member of the PFP, so I was a member of both of them, and I withdrew from both of them. It just was not appropriate for me.
Okay. And then how do we define a Ramaphosa support? Or well, how does an external person who's not in the ANC would define a Ramaphosa support?
Well, the people that were claiming this were very long-standing ANC people that said there were factions. So, and it was not just me. I mean, it was getting around everywhere. I mean, that there was this fierce competition between, it was about, you know, like most politics, it was about controlling resources, I guess, and for some people, idealism with it. You know, it's a mixture. Politics is like that all over the world. I mean, you know, you want to see a book that's written about British politics, how they broke Britain. I mean, it's not just here, the politics of politics.
No, you know why I'm asking this question is because the way you have framed it on your statement,
right.
you are not appropriating
okay.
this classification of that conviction to somebody else. You are writing as a first person.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm asking you, because in the statement you are not saying, I was told, I happen to be made aware, or anything of that sort, that therefore the person who was being convicted was a Ramaphosa supporter. That's why I'm asking.
His name at top of the hit list. Somebody sent me the hit list that was alleged.
So somebody sent you a hit list, and the title of the hit list was Ramaphosa supporters.
Yeah, the hit list was circulating. It was even, I think, in the media that there was a hit list circulating. But I mean, his name was top of the list, and he got killed, and another one there was an attempt to kill, and then they got rid of the municipal manager who was in the wrong political camp. Yeah.
Okay. No, I wanted to understand that because I was a bit unsure what is meant by that, the way it is written on the statement. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chief.